Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? Myron, Pass, Belagod, GOG, Rudo, Harry Ray, Greek Professor Che, Papa, Fabius, Greek Myth, Professor Che, which I just said. Hello, how you doing? Legend Kage, Gimmick, Lil Age. Marbles Heavy. Who's that guy? They should have him do something for PoE. They should, dude. He looks like he knows what he's talking about. Desuit. Hello, hello. Matt Attack. How you doing? How you doing? Rack your brain. Billing. Got. Foggy Sheep. Dude, there's too many. There's too many of you guys. Hello. How is everybody doing? You guys having a good morning? This guy here looks like Lance shaved his head. That's maybe at some point. Maybe at some point I'll shave and I'll do my Chris impression. But that's that day is not today. Hey, Varix, how you doing? Poof Black Magic, Avalanchia. Good morning, good morning. Easyac, Hunt Knees, External Doyle Boyle. For a second, I thought like Chris is streaming. Yeah, no. Maybe at some point he'll start streaming too. I mean, he's putting out some pretty regular videos, which a lot of them are like dev interviews and stuff, which are pretty cool. Sonoray, what's going on? Prophecy, what up? Enziak. Yo, Enziak and Easyac. I'm gonna get confused. You guys' names are too similar. What's this Reddit post? If you swapped the hair of Chris and Jonathan. He stole my identity? Yeah, you guys look real close. You guys looking real close. Hey Far Cry, how's it going? So I was thinking for today, yesterday they basically just bombarded us with kind of an onslaught of info, and I didn't want to like pause and like look at stuff during the reveal. So we just kind of watched it live, but today I kind of want to go back through and I want to look at like all the random little details of like skills, the text behind a lot of things, some of the, like the socketables, all that sort of stuff. So we have the preview here, which I want to go through, but before that, we'll take a look at this interview with Chris and Jonathan. Well timed for the league reveal. That's kind of what I was thinking. We dig through some stuff, but before we do that, I just was about to put on my socks, to put on my shoes, to walk, and I realized I grabbed some mismatching socks, and it's gonna bug me because these socks feel different. If they felt like kind of the same, then I wouldn't mind, but it's gonna bug me that I feel different on my 2 feet, so I'm gonna go grab a different sock that matches. Mistakes were made. Alright, I will be right back. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab the correct sock. Alright, perfection. I have matching socks now. Time to digest it at the launch? Exactly. He's hoping the minion RF was just a fever dream. The minion RF thing is like... Oh, I really hope that... There will be RF later on, right? Surely that's just, they're just using that as the analogy because it's kind of, you know, it's a circle, right? There's no way their implementation of Righteous Fire was, hey, let's make it a minion skill tied to a staff. Surely not, right? I'm sure Righteous Fire is coming later with the Templar. Right? It's better than RF deserves. What do you... The hell is with the random RF hate, Easyac? That might be a bannable statement. better than RF deserves. How dare you? It's karma for all the bow hate? What, just because I have been saying nerf bows every bingo board I made for the past 5 years? What's wrong with that? Hey, okay, how you doing, man? It's not random. I've been standing on it for years. Oh, okay. So you've been a hater for a while. You what you say, Bucko? There's gonna be RF, but there will be Death South. The funny thing is, it is more akin to Death South, in that it's tied to an item, and its damage probably sucks. Guys, how much you want to bet the damage scaling on it is Garbanzo? Because that's kind of what I'm thinking it's gonna be. It's tied to a staff with no gem levels. It's probably balanced on on not getting those gem levels, which means it's just gonna be bad compared to other options. Because when they showcased it, sorry, I'm gonna skip to it real quick. When they showcased it, how far would I have to go to find the quick little footage they did? I actually have no idea. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. But I'm pretty sure it was they showcased like a level 19 staff, and it was like struggling. Its base damage seemed really weak. It was right here.
I mean, our artists are just working on stuff.
Nah, I don't think that's related. If you go to hour 2, 3. All right, hold on. I'm gonna mute the background audio, which is the in-game audio of PoE 2.
That's not all, however. These ravens
I mean, I'm assuming this is like a 0 link or whatever.
are also minions, so they fully scale with.
But they're showcasing like the staff with a like a level 19 or whatever when they showcased it.
Minion damage.
Staff on the reveal page too, yeah. It's like, yeah, is this ramping effect where it's based on like being near enemies? Yeah, they showcased a level 19, level 84 staff, and they're showcasing it on like tier 1 map. Gonna be 6 link damage. I'm assuming this is like no link damage, but the thing is, even if that's no link damage, that's still, it's a pretty rough baseline. Is my assumption is it's no link damage. maybe it does have some links on it. I don't know. It's just for a demonstration. I don't know. My optimism is not there. I like the design. I mean, it looks pretty freaking cool, and the it sounds cool. Like, oh, these cravens are, you know, coming to feast on these corpses. You kill more and more ravens come or whatever. I wonder if it's actually dot or multi hits. I think it's just a bunch of small hits. What does the footage kind of look like? Does it look like it's getting like small hits? Let's see here. Let's look at when they're doing a boss real quick.
Create a tunnel of deathly
I mean, it does kind of look like a dot.
damage between a set of illusory.
It does look like a dot, honestly. It doesn't look like a small. It doesn't look like small hits. It definitely looks like a dot. Does it require level 84 though? Yeah, level requirements. I mean, maybe in patch notes they'll say they're going to detach the level requirements based on the levels attached to the skill that are tied to item, but as far as we know, that's still a thing. Oh, 20 stabs are going to cost a ton? Yeah. that's very possible. Very, very possible. I wonder, I mean, it's minion damage scaling, right? Anyways, optimism for the. Surely RF is still coming later with Templar, right? Surely RF is still coming later with Templar. All right, get the raised desk. Either way, we're gonna start out with the Chris interview. We're gonna start out with the old Chris interview. Let me just get the treadmill in place.
Been requesting for some time. Today,
Hold
I'll
on.
be chatting.
Whoops, misclick. I need to get the treadmill out first. Enable subtitles, please. You want subtitles? Yeah, trust your ability to understand what he's saying. I think it highly depends on how easy it is to get to maintain his stacks. Having to ramp at every start of the map seems rough. Yeah, I mean, I'm just worried that it's at max stacks. It's still gonna be very like not good damage. That's kind of what my concern is a little bit. Lance has fallen. What are you talking about, Gruthamac? What's this? What the hell is this? I want to imagine Righteous Fire is going to heat up based on how many times you ignited recently. Stop saying terrible things, okay? Our Righteous Fire is going to exist. It's going to be real when they give us Templar. And it's not going to have all these dumb conditionals. It's just going to be Righteous Fire. You take a lot of self-damage. You have to figure out how to solve that. It's the perfect skill. Which does not need to be violated and changed for ungodly reasons. You know what I'm saying? Definitely gonna be tied to a unique two-hander. It's not gonna be so if it's tied to a unique two-hander. Hell to the no. I wonder what Pox thought of it. I wonder, was he horrified or he's like, all right, I guess this is my life now. What did he think? Alright, got the treadmill plugged in. He made a video. He did. Alright, maybe we'll look at his video too, see what he thought. we'll take a look at Pox's video. Was it the video just talking about the fake RF? Can I share a link? What's the link to? Don't be too specific now. I might actually have a context of whether or not I should tell you yes or no. It's fun. That's not specific at all. So I'm going to say no. He said he'll try to find it, but won't specify for it. If he doesn't like, he'll do a video about it. Trying to find it, but won't go specifically for it. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I'm definitely it did not get me excited for the item is I am very pessimistic on. Can I link a cosplay I saw Foam Gun show? No. Definitely not. All right. Treadmill should be in the right location. Let's take a little look. Let's be honest, it's way better than spending 3 charges and infusions. I don't know, man. It's still tied to his staff. That probably deals no damage.
With Jonathan Rogers.
All right.
The context for viewers is Jonathan and I were 2 of the...
I'll lower this just a little bit. I don't have anything else playing in the background, I'm pretty sure. I paused everything else. Make sure I'm not playing stuff. All right, yep. Should be good there. All right. Let's take a look. The interview between Chris Wilson, the GOAT, and Jonathan Rogers, the other GOAT. Will you start a Private League to practice before launch for PoE 2? Probably not. I might do some SSF runs though.
Co-founders of Grinding Gear Games and ran the company together for 17 years or so.
Hell
I left
yeah.
a few years ago, and Jonathan's been running it since then. So for every new Path of Exile 2 release the company does, they run a press tour where journalists and influencers can interview the company about the new expansion. And now that I've got my YouTube channel, I kind of snuck onto the press tour and snagged an interview slot with Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, how are you?
What the hell? I snuck on to an interview slot? Is that... I can't tell if he's joking or if he's actually being serious. If that's how he had to get his interview with Jonathan.
How are you going?
Hey, I'm going good.
Nice, good to talk to you.
He's sneaky.
Yeah, so how's life at GGG? 050 is looking really cool. I'm very, very pleased to see it.
Well, it's certainly busy, I'll tell you that. Like, there's a lot going on. Like 050 is kind of this just like giant patch that, you know, is like a crazy bear to organize just because there's so many different parts to it. So, yeah, it's certainly probably one of the harder ones I've ever worked on, I'd say.
The scope looks crazy. Like, when you were initially telling me about it, like, obviously there's a ton of stuff in the endgame, but you just kept going.
Yeah. I think one of the issues, one of the perils of being in early access is there's this kind of desire of like, okay, with every patch, we want to try and fix everything. Like, we want to try and get the game into a state where it's more releasable. And so then we're like, okay, the end game is a problem. We need to address it. So we're like, okay, what are the things that would need to happen? What are all the things that would need to happen in order to make the end game good? And so suddenly then you're ending up with the scope that's just absolutely gigantic. And probably the smart thing to do would be to be, okay, we're just going to divide this up into like several pieces, and then we're going to go and we're going to try and do each one, and you know, one at a time. But the problem is, it's really... What was that, sir?
Oh, could you divide the endgame stuff? Like, it feels to me like you kind of do need to do that pretty cohesively.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, it does feel like you can't divide it, and that's because you're like, okay, if we're going to make the endgame good, it means that every single, like, you know, all of the things in it need to be good and so on. But like, the reality is that probably what it would have been better is like, hey, just leave one of these leagues bad, and you know, just.
I mean, that would be. It'd be like, hey, no one likes Expedition anyways. We'll do that one next time. I guess that makes sense why they were, they're like, hey, we didn't get the endgame stuff one just because they wanted to do all, they basically wanted to bring all the mechanics up, and they probably just didn't have a couple of them done type of thing. Hey, Pong, how you doing, man? So Jonathan didn't ask Chris how he is or anything. Also saying back anything when Chris said good talking to you. What are you talking about, Fogger? Chill, man. He needed to respond this exact way or he's rude. Hey, Moroza, how you doing, dude?
Like concentrate on the others and everything like that, but I really didn't want to. So what we ended up doing was kind of like, okay, we're gonna make every single thing that's in the end game actually good. We're gonna make sure that they all have the sort of depth of a full like, league system. You know, we're not gonna leave it like how it was in 010 and that kind of thing. And that's just kind of led to the scope being huge. And we were planning even 040 to have a bunch of the endgame stuff, and then it ended up just getting pushed because it was just kind of too huge. So yeah, it's just a scope management issue, and it's been pretty difficult.
So with regard to that delay there, how did the thought process work? Like, obviously you'd worked out a scope of endgame stuff in your head you thought you could do for 040, and then the reality was you eventually had to decide to push it. But like, what was it that made it too big to do in 040?
Well, once again, I think it was probably just the fact that we wanted to do it all at the same time. So we were like, okay, we need 4 new pinnacle bosses because we need to be, you know, we're upgrading 4 leagues. And if we've got 4 new pinnacle bosses, we, you know, like here's all the stuff that needs to do. We need to make sure the league mechanics have like an extra thing going on with each of them, you know, like all that sort of stuff. And I think if we'd just done one of them in 040, that would have been absolutely fine, and we could have got extra, especially because like a bunch of work was done, right? Like there was a bunch of work done before 040 because we did think that the endgame stuff was going to go in. Which then we kind of had to at the last minute be like, okay, we actually can't do this. It's just going to have to be the druid in the league effectively for 040. So yeah, that was kind of a bit annoying because it made 040 feel a lot smaller. And it's interesting because like 030 was obviously a huge, you know, like a huge release. And then 040 kind of felt like a bit of a letdown by comparison. It really is just because a bunch of work that was done didn't end up shipping in it. So 050, though, on the other hand, is going to feel like this absolutely gigantic release because a bunch of work that was done for 040 which didn't make it is now going to be in it, plus a bunch of extra stuff as well. So yeah, that's kind of just one of those things, I guess. But yeah,
going into that the scope where they're planning to full release 1.0 at the end of this year. This patch is obviously massive, right? But even then, they still have what, 2 acts? And then I'm guessing we're just going to not have a lot of classes. Like a lot of classes are just still not going to be in the game, essentially. Like maybe we get duelists with swords on the launch. We aren't getting all the classes, yeah. Like for sure, I think Templar's not making it. Marauder might not be making it. Like the acts are safe for launch. Yeah, they're gonna do the Act 5 and 6 on the launch, right? We're getting duelist probably, Shadow / Marauder. You think we're gonna get all three of those? What John said, but thought they were going to do mini league events. Yeah, they were saying they're gonna do. I think they're going to be doing like some essentially economy resets to test some balance changes, is what it sounded like. But they're not going to be releasing a bunch of new content with it, type of thing. Like they're going to hold a lot of the new content for the 1.0 release, is what it sounded like. Two out of those three, and leaving either Shadow, Marauder, or Templar. You think? Okay. Fair enough. Templar getting robbed, man. We'll have real righteous fire eventually, trust. We'll have real righteous fire eventually. Where's Shadow? No one knows, man. No one knows. Didn't make the cut. It's not on the agenda to do right now.
It's sort of
more time to get the neck
surprising as
right.
well,
Yeah.
because the larger something is, it honestly, like the time taken to do it seems to go up by more than linearly, right? Like if you do something twice as big, it takes more than twice as long to do it. So that's one of the tricky things we've certainly found.
Yeah, I noticed. So this early access you're running for PoE 2 at the moment. It's not the first time GGG did early access. I guess you recall we did it for 1.0 and 2.0 and 3.0 back, like the Awakening and Fall of Oriath and so on. But those were way shorter. Like it was basically like 1 league's worth. And obviously you guys will have run this for like a year or so. And in fact, is it a year or 2 years?
It'll be 2 years.
Yeah.
By the time we're done, I suspect.
Yep. So
the
question I have here is, this means that you're having to run early access, not just as a beta test, but kind of as a live service. Like you're having to, when you do an update, you can't say, hey guys, please test the campaign. There is no end game, because they want to play the end game. You want them to be playing it as a final product. It makes money and so on. So is it hard managing a live service when what you kind of want is testing of specific features?
It honestly really is. And the funny thing about it is that we never intended, as I'm sure you specifically know, to have early access last this long. Like both of us were very optimistically thinking, oh yeah, it's going to be 6 months. But the reality was it was way, way longer than that. The funny thing is that I think that when you haven't made a game from scratch for a while, even if you're sitting there churning up.
Okay, random little side note where they're talking about, like, you remember those early interviews when Jonathan was like really optimistic about how long early access would last? Like, that's just like, it's a bit of like ignorance or guessing it would go faster than it actually did. And that's just like, whatever, that's a mistake on his end. But I swear some people will be like, he lied to us. He told me this thing, and then it wasn't exactly what he said, and it's like, oh, come on. Optimism, yeah. I was like, chill. It's like, relax, dude. Like you never made a mistake or overestimated something in your entire life. Relax. It is crazy, dude.
League launches. It honestly took me by surprise how much work there is in it. Which, I mean, we did it before. But yet it's like somehow you forget like how much there actually is there. And I mean, the first time we did it, we took like was it 6 years?
You're my judge.
And like before we actually released anything. And then it was quite a long while after that before we had more than a couple of acts, like all the rest of it and everything. So like that was actually kind of PoE 2 just ended up being a sort of similar prospect, but it didn't seem like that because it's like you kind of look at it and you're like, well, the team's so much larger. There's so much more going on. Like we've made all this, there's all this pre-production stuff. We've like made tons of monsters. We've made tons of unique art. We've made all this stuff. It's like, it feels like the putting it together part at the end should be somehow not as long as it is. And yet somehow it just ended up being way bigger. So I think that's been kind of the sort of pretty brutal wake up call. You think you know how to make a game and then you do it again. And it's like, oh yeah, that's right. A decade later, it's actually really, really hard still.
I wonder if this is because some percentage of each release has to go into like league stuff and micros and other novel stuff for that release, and it gives you less than 100% of the time to like it slows down the development of act content and that kind of stuff.
Well, the early access stuff is very much like that, and that in particular is part of the reason why we're not doing a 060. So like 050 is going to be the last release.
How are we feeling about them not doing the like another league, just holding off on it? I think I'm personally probably happy about it, that they're gonna like hunker down and just be like, okay, we're this close. Let's just freaking get to the finish line. I wonder what's gonna happen with PoE 1 if we're gonna have like 2 PoE 1 leagues in the meantime. Obviously, they said they're gonna be doing like I guess like some economy reset stuff. Oh, it'll be interesting, I guess. Delete PoE 1. Okay, chill, relax. It's fine. PoE 1 exists. Basic. I bet we'll get a PoE 1 in August, to be honest. I guess we'll find out how separate those teams really were. See if they say, okay, we're in the final stretch now, and pull back some of the PoE 1 guys back to PoE 2. If they manage to do it, should be fine. Yeah. Definitely it's gonna be a lot of pressure. But you need a lot of pressure if you're going to make a diamond, right? Trust they got this, surely. They're 100% going to take some people? Yeah. So maybe we get 1 PoE 1 league in the meantime, even if there'd be a time frame for 2. Surely at XLCon they announced PoE 4.0 with new ragdolls. I don't know about that. At some point, surely for PoE 1, they're going to have a 4.0 patch. Surely at some point.
And the reality is that we're kind of like, okay, getting Act 5 and 6 and all the stuff we've got in 1.0 out, it can't be done in 4 months. We can do it in 8 months, but if we don't do it in 4 months, we have to do another league. And if we do another league, then that's even more content we have to make because it's a league now, right? And so that would actually push 1.0 out even further. And so you've got this thing where it's like every single launch is effectively stealing resources from finishing the game.
Resource yoinking.
So at some point we just had to sort of put our foot in the sand and say, no, we're actually going to get this damn game out now if it does mean going a little bit longer between 2 releases. So it'll be really good though, because once we get to 1.0, like not having to have this like extra giant thing going on in the backdrop of finishing the campaign and so on is just going to be so much easier. Like the idea of just being able to make a league rather than have to also like do like mega revamps of everything and like just crazy like new campaign acts and everything is going to be pretty good. I think it's going to like allow us to relax a little bit more compared to what we have been doing, because the rush to 1.0 has been pretty crazy.
One thing that you and I had done previously, like a long time ago, is we'd often be working on the next league, but have the beginnings of a larger league. Like I remember with Ascendancy, for example, when we started work on that. I mean, that's partly because we, overscoped or underestimated it, but we essentially moved Ascendancy from its slot to the next slot, and did another league instead. Obviously, you guys, like I know GGG won't have plans that far out for the future, because you're focusing all on 1.0. But do you expect that you would intermingle larger releases and larger leagues?
Yeah. So, I mean, look, you need to have updates that like shake up the end game,
not 1 week,
stuff like that every now and then.
3 weeks.
Otherwise, things will get scale. So, we'll absolutely be doing the whole like AB kind of like thing that we used to do. It's just at the moment, effectively, what you've got going on in the background is that the B, as it were, is like the extra act that you're sitting there working on, because there's like a ton of work that's going on there in the background. Like we'll probably do that. I mean, look, it's funnily enough, right? Because sometimes the like latency times get so crazy that there are like things being made for 1.2 already in the pipeline. Like it's like we know there's certain bosses that we need and stuff like that, and we're like, okay, sometime around 1.2 we're probably going to need this, so let's get it started into the pipeline now. So there's certainly some longer things like that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we're like, okay, I mean, as I'm once again, I'm sure you'll probably remember, we're like, okay, the league that's after Christmas is never going to be the big one that has the thing, so therefore the 1.2 therefore has to be the one, and like pretty much that's how you sort of end up with that stuff.
It's amazing. Like this may just be like a conspiracy theory I had back when I was trying to work on league planning stuff, but I always felt that the league around September was small because like my blame at the time was like, you know, northern hemisphere people going back to school or whatever, and there was always this dip. Like I remember Delve, one of our best leagues we ever made by far, just having such a big dip. It was like quiet and no one seemed to care at the time, and I thought, well, that's the September curse. And then you've got the January, February, March curse where you've made it over Christmas, as you say. And then you've also got like a new seasonal game coming out every week because there's going to be a Diablo 4 season and a Diablo 3 season and a Diablo 2 season and a Diablo 2 Resurrected season and World of Warcraft Classic and World of Warcraft season of whatever they've got going on and Last Epoch. And how do you like, and then there's the GTA 6 release, right? Which is just a crater where that happens. Like how do you time
That's
all
never
this
happening.
stuff
You don't
these
need to
days with
worry about
so
it.
much going on?
Well,
Never
I have to say,
happening.
we usually don't pay too much attention to the other ARPG releases because we honestly couldn't. And honestly, the community would slay us if they thought that we were delaying things just because some other game had a thing coming out.
Yeah, they would. That'd be crazy to me if they decided to change their release based on the other ARPGs, because it's like, come on, let's be real. They're so much farther ahead. The other ARPGs, they need to be careful about not releasing when GGG does it, not the other way around. I don't think they definitely don't need to dodge other ARPGs. So that's something they should definitely not worry about, which is good they don't, because he's totally right. We would definitely be like, yeah, what the hell?
That being said, like GTA 6 is a bit of a problem. Like if there's a release you're going to avoid, I would say that's the one. But
GTA 6 is
thankfully,
never
since
happening.
They're not on PC.
It's an idea.
Then it's like not as big of a thing. But the thing is, they're going to buy out like literally all the media, like all the things will be that like anything that it's possible to spend money on. I'm sure they'll be spending it on. So probably not a good idea, even just for that reason alone, to launch like on the same weekend as them. I would say.
Well,
But,
I mean, GGG always had the David versus Goliath thing going on, right? So why not take on
that's a
Rockstar?
Goliath I don't want to take on, quite frankly. Like that's the that one.
He's
that one's
alongside
kinda big.
PoE 5.
But yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, in terms of other RPGs and stuff, I mean, look, I wouldn't launch on someone else's release day intentionally, but if there's other constraints around, I'm certainly not going to shy away from it just because like we've got our own thing going, we've got our own audience, like we can.
That's right.
Deal with it. It's just been a bit unfortunate recently how often that's occurred, like seemingly randomly. So I don't know if someone else is doing that intentionally or not. But, yeah.
So there are kind of two strategies for scoping release dates and content, right? One of them is we fix a date and then release with the content that's available, which isn't easy if the content has to be a certain size, like a league, for example. You don't want to release with a half-finished league and say that's what we have. And then, of course, the other approach is, take your time to get it right and release it without a degree of predictability. Once the dust has settled on 1.0 and you're going forward with a plan and resources and so on, which do you expect you'll be doing? Like, how are you going to have a rigid schedule? Or
Well, it's definitely fix the date and have the content move, but there's always has to be a little bit of like sometimes you can't necessarily change the scope easily as you get towards the actual release date because what you'd have to cut will either be so large that it completely undercuts the release, or there's just like no like place you can sort of pick at it to easily pull it apart. So sometimes you do end up with sort of like 1 week delays around that sort of stuff. And this last one we did, so I mean, like that was even our intention, like during PoE 2's early access, and like we've actually improved that a lot recently. With like PoE 1's definitely successfully back on that train again, and PoE 2 sort of mostly is. What's been tricky though is just that with the
PoE on the go.
An example of the whole thing of having one thing that's too big in scope and therefore you can't sort of do anything but delay is all this endgame stuff where it's like, because we want to do it in one big package, it's then becomes something where it's like, you don't want to cut one league because then it sort of undercuts the whole message. So like that's the kind of stuff that's been that's been really difficult in that. But we certainly strive for just like cut stuff until the deadline works, because people really do actually prefer the regular updates, and you don't want to disappear into a hole and just work on something forever either. Like I think I said it earlier, but like it really is the case that the bigger the thing you're working on is, the more work it takes to make it at all. So I think that like having shorter release cycles and like releasing more often honestly produces more work rather than less. Like you really want to be just producing things on as fast a cadence as possible that you can get away with.
That produces more aggregate entertainment hours as well, I suspect. More releases means more people coming back for more releases and so on.
I guess so, but I wouldn't really think about it that way. Like it really is, I think, in terms of just being able to make content at a reasonable speed. Like it's sort of an interesting phenomenon where that I noticed of the team as well is like, so we had developers who were working on things to the they were working on PoE 2 for a long time before it was released, and then we had developers who were working on like leaks for PoE 1. And the people who've been working on PoE 2 for a really long time, like they've gotten out of the habit of like actually like finishing things and getting it over, because like they kind of what
This is like the it's like the analogy of like, I feel like you have the animal out in the wild who has to hunt versus the animal in the zoo that's just getting fed. Those PoE 2 devs that never had to, they just been chilling. They didn't have any deadlines over their shoulder. They didn't have to fight for their survival. And Jonathan's like, okay, guys, we gotta start getting stuff done. What the hell? They were getting a little too comfortable.
And it actually took a little bit of effort to sort of get people back on the train again of like, oh yeah, that's right, we have to actually
We have
put
our
things properly.
release!
Like it actually is quite difficult. And I honestly feel like a lot of the reason why a lot of larger games fail is just because they're not shipping fast enough. Like you can probably make a game better in less time, I actually believe, compared to what you get in a long time. Like there's something really focusing of just like having a deadline that's relatively close by.
So one of the issues that I felt when working on these leagues, like this happened like 35 times and you were sitting right there alongside me every time, was just that things ended up coming in hot every time, right? Like we're still working on stuff. Like there's the story about how I remember vividly sitting next to you at midnight on Synthesis release day and saying, hey, Jonathan, we still have to like check that you're happy with how the tile generation works for Synthesis. And you say, oh yeah, we should do that.
I remember now, yeah.
And you rewrote it with 3 hours to go to release, basically. And
that was a good one. It was much better afterwards. So I was pretty happy with that rewrite.
My responsibility there was making sure we picked the safe option, and the safe option was you like, rewriting it in 45
well, the thing is
that
the much worse one that you probably wouldn't appreciate was we rewrote quite a significant portion of the database backend literally the night before shipping 010 for PoE 2. Like,
but it made it
it was the thing is like we realized something about the load testing. We were like, oh, we never tested this thing, and then we changed something about the load testing, and the whole thing just falls over. And we're like, ah, crap, this is like a very big problem. We'll call this stuff tomorrow. And then we came up with some pretty ridiculous ideas on how to improve that. And like someone on our team literally rewrote all the saving. Like they added compression to character saves as like a last ditch thing. Like bear in mind, we're like hours before release, and it's like, okay, look, how about we try this? This is like
Are they saying this is before the 0.1 release of PoE 2? That's kind of crazy. That's crazy last minute.
Pretty crazy one. So yes, I'm certainly no stranger to that kind of thing happening from time to time.
Yeah, compression on saves is a good idea because that can take place on the instance, right?
Yep,
and there's a lot of stuff in there, like the waypoint list and so on.
Yeah, made them way smaller.
That's
the particular reason for needing that, by the way, is because once the size of a character gets above a certain size, it becomes larger than what's called a database page. And once it's larger than that, the performance gets really bad. So the PoE 2 characters, as it turned out, were just larger than the PoE 1 ones, and that's part of the reason why it wasn't the performance was just way worse.
So rather than me asking what compression you're getting, the important number here is what percentage of characters didn't fit in a page, and now what percentage do?
Before the test we were doing. In fact, I remember what the test was now. So the thing we did in the test is all the characters that we had were not in late in the game. They were all like, they had a lot of items and stuff like that in the load tests we were doing, but they weren't like late in the game where they have way more quest flags. And the quest flags sent them over the edge, so anyone who gets like past Act 3 or 4 or something was getting above the limit of what could fit in the database page.
Yeah. I can imagine the quest flags, they compress really well, I imagine.
Yeah, they do, exactly.
All zeros or all ones, right?
Yeah, we just added like a really, I can't remember what compression it was, but like, it probably half the size of a character, but more importantly, it's below the threshold, and now the performance is good again. So
yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So where I was going with me commenting that when I was there, we never had any time to really test stuff is how has that been? Is it still down to the wire with releases? Because I imagine it's hectic. Or have you managed to has the console simultaneous deployment meant that you've got some breathing room for testing and stuff?
I would say it's getting better, but then on the other hand, it also isn't. Like it always feels hectic. And ultimately the reason for that is because if there's more time, people want to do more, right? Like people are always going to be like, okay, like I can squeeze in a couple more uniques, I can squeeze in this or that, right? So you end up with a situation where people the work always expands to fill the space that there is.
Yeah.
So it's very hard to actually
Yeah, I found my role there was saying no to people in the last 2 weeks, and
Yeah, for sure.
hopefully you're keeping the no's coming.
Well, we try, but then on the other hand, maybe I'm not as good at it as you were.
Well, here's the key thing, being completely honest. When I was fully in charge of scope of something, it would end up smaller, like Sentinel. There was less in there. When you and Mark were involved, there were more yeses and more cool stuff was delivered. Obviously, I was petrified about the risk associated with there's so much extra stuff to test in the last minute, and maybe that led to more problems or something. But the releases
Mark,
where you guys got
just
to
send
scope had so much more interesting stuff coming, because that extra 10% on top is where the special stuff is in PoE, and I never had the guts to do it myself.
Well, the tricky thing is that probably the coolest stuff is the stuff that comes in the latest, because you get to build on top of the things that you already built. You've got the actual systems working, and it's like, now let's think of some cool stuff. And one thing I would say about 050 is there's just a lot of the weird cool things. You're like, okay, here's an Ascendancy class, but look, there's a hidden node. If you do this quest line, then you commune with the Dreamer, and then it unlocks this modifies the class slightly, so it's got this extra node in it, and just stuff like that. There's just lots of things like that.
Yeah.
There's hidden. It's here's this hidden passage in this one particular map, and if you walk past it with a specific item, then the rune will glow, and then if you walk up to it, the door opens, and then inside there's a crafting bench, and then on that thing you can take these things, and there's just the stuff like that, just lots and lots of these little things.
That's cool.
It's been kind of pretty fun having a lot of stuff like that. And honestly, I bet you that there's ones I don't even know about, because Mark will have his deceit features that he'll just sneak in like that I won't know about.
There's also the part where Mark said he was going through the stuff they had, and he apparently there was a page that was Mark's ideas, and he's like, I don't remember this at all. What the hell?
Which he does on purpose, by the way. So don't tell Jonathan about this random thing. But it's fine. So there's just lots of little cool things.
I strongly recommend not announcing or showing those, of course.
Not that we know.
The temptation is it's more stuff to put on the live stream.
Yeah.
But of course,
we'll show a couple of them, and I'll hint towards a couple of others. But there'll be more that they won't have seen. There's quite
goal for the next league.
So
get a Maze Blood.
On the topic of the 10%, extra stuff that can go on top. One thing you and I tried a long time ago was to release a follow-up patch after a league launch, usually after a bad league launch, with extra stuff. And what we found at the time, at least my recollection of this, is that the players playing appreciated more content. Their Reddit comments would be a bit less angry because we changed some stuff and fixed it, but it didn't bring players back. And so, in terms of changing the shape of the graph or the income being generated, doing the follow-up patch, the extra 10% after release had little benefit, apart from, good feelings. But I can imagine what you're saying here is by fitting that 10% into the release, everyone gets to benefit from it.
Yeah, well, you certainly want that. Well, the thing you were saying there about so when it comes to seasonal content like this, you really want to just concentrate as much as you can in the season as possible. However, there is a really important thing, which is that you don't want people to feel, the people who are playing, to feel sour about the league, because that will influence the results you get next season. So you do actually need to fix stuff and improve it. But it's really challenging, especially when the things that need fixing are actually nerfs. Then you've got sort of the double-edged sword problem. So there was things
this league.
This is actually a PoE 1 example, but it's okay, we had some things where all
right, before he says this example, he says he's going to give a PoE 1 example. Do we think this is going to be a recent example? Is Jonathan going to give a recent PoE 1 example, or is it going to be a while ago? Minion pack, yes, maybe Affliction. I wonder what it's going to be.
There were some mechanics with the Breach prequel that people weren't happy about. And so it was sort of really important to make sure that we'd got those sorted out by the time the next release comes along. Otherwise, it would just be a bunch of people complaining about that. So you do really need to make sure that you're at least improving all that stuff. But in terms of adding more content, more uniques or something, it's just not really going to matter, because...
the Breach prequel. Is he talking about Keepers? What the hell is a Breach prequel? Is it the League before Breach? He's talking about Keepers. He's talking about the walls. Okay, yeah, the walls.
It's most people are kind of wanting to go play the season, and then then they're done with it and they want to come back next season. So it doesn't end up really mattering too much about adding content. It doesn't juice numbers or anything.
Yeah.
And that's interesting as well, because a lot of the wisdom from a lot of other game companies is that you need to run a bunch of seasonal events, you need to do all this sort of stuff. It's a constant refrain that you get. If you look at the mobile game space, it's they're all about the events. It's just constantly you have to do something every week or whatever to prevent people from leaving. but it's just not our MO at all. Like,
Please don't ever do that.
Our goal is like give you a satisfying experience. They leave, you come back later.
Yeah.
And it's honestly the hardest thing to convince people of. And like even a lot of the time people believe they understand that, they still don't really. Like, there's that talk that you did at GDC that people commonly reference where we talk about this quite a lot.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that like people will reference that and talk about it and link it to each other and all that sort of stuff. But yet when I talk to these people in person, I still feel like they still don't actually understand. They're still not really willing to commit what they would really need to commit to really do that. Like in particular, most people are incredibly petrified of economic resets. Like people just actually, most games just do not have the balls to actually reset people's progress.
Economic resets are the
and yet
GOAT.
I would say that it's like one of the major reasons why Path of Exile 1 still is going today. Like if we did not do that, I just don't think Path of Exile 1 could possibly have lasted as long as it did.
Yeah.
So
it's a bit of a shock to the system to new players, but once they experience the joy of doing a league start and then the joy of doing another league start where it feels fair, then they're addicted.
It does take a little while to get into, because I mean, like you'll start, of course, people will be, you get the whole thing. Oh, we need to skip the campaign. Like people start to ask, oh, I don't want to have to do it again if I already did it and that kind of stuff. But it's like it's really important that you don't, because it's so important that everyone feels like they're on a fair playing field. And it's like part of the reason why you still don't get new users at all. It's like Path of Exile 1 still gets new users today, not like a lot, but we do get them, and so like that's part of the reason why. Path of Exile 1's still good. And, I actually found out a metric recently that I'd never actually looked at specifically, or at least hadn't for a long time, which maybe you'd find interesting as well, which was that between the last two PoE 1 releases, even though they were approximately the same size, only 40% of the makeup of the next league launch was from the previous league launch.
Really? And were those players from past ones, or they weren't?
Yes, they weren't. Right? Most of the players weren't new players, but yet only 40% of the people actually play from one league to the next. So what I'm saying is that a huge amount of people are actually, they'll come back like 3 or 4 leagues later and try it again and that kind of stuff. Like there's actually a lot of that.
How many people in chat do that? How many people in chat right now don't just play every league, but play like one every other or one every 3 leagues? Is there actually people in chat right now that'd be like, yeah, I do that? Me. That's actually got a lot more than I was expecting. Because like the numbers he was saying he said only 40% was a repeat, which is kind of crazy to think about. Not for PoE 1, I do that for PoE 2. Who the F does that? Apparently a lot of people do that. Only for PoE 3. That's not a thing yet. I can't play summer leagues typically. Yeah, I guess that could make sense too, depending on like your schedules, depending on what type of job you have. You might have a busy season where you can't really afford the time, depending on when it is. Too many games. Yeah, there are a lot of game releases too if you want to try other things. That's how I used to play years before I got hooked. Yeah, because I feel like how easy when I met you, I feel like you were more of an LE main than you were a PoE main, I feel like. Or at least I think that's when I feel like I remember starting seeing you come by the stream was when we were doing like the bear run. However long ago that was. PoE 2 is not as good as PoE 1 for me right now. Yeah, definitely there's a lot of people that share that opinion for sure. I usually skip a league so it feels super fresh. Yeah, that would be kind of crazy. Skipping an entire league and then coming back with like 2 leagues of changes sounds pretty wild. That is hilarious. The number he was saying there, 40% is crazy that was the number of same people that played from one league to the next.
That going on as well. So, you end up with a situation where for a PoE 1 launch, you might only get like 10 or 15% truly new players. And then it's like 40% of people who played the last league, and then the rest of them are people who played like several leagues ago.
That's fascinating because in the past we had efforts to enlist new players, marketing to new audiences. You had the efforts to return the users from the last one, but there weren't necessarily. We didn't have a strong way of reactivating people from, past leagues. And I wonder, are those users watching the live stream? Like when you announce new league, does everyone tune in and then they decide if they're playing or not? If they want to.
I have a feeling that is what it is. Like, and that's I think why it's sort of important to have a variety of different leagues with different like feel.
I mean, that could maybe be it. You wait to see the reveal and then decide whether or not you want to send it. I don't know. I kind of think that the other thing makes sense that Professor Meatbaggins brought up, which is like some seasons he's just more busy and can't afford the time. Beyond saving, I feel like if I skip a league, I'm never coming back. Dude, I don't know, man. I think there'd be the relapse. one day you're like just a little bored and you're like, oh, I see there's a new reveal on Twitch. You see like people streaming it and you go check it out for 2 seconds. And next thing you're pulled back in, just like that. In a moment of weakness, they pull you right back in. PoE has a lot of older players with full life obligations. Yeah, it definitely is a game that appeals to the nerdy 25 to 40-year-old dude. I feel like it's that kind of demographic. A lot of people with full-time jobs or whatever, using time off to degen for a week or whatever. 47, 45, and maybe even a larger age, 25 to 50. Oh my word! I know Varix is like, I think he said he was like 57, which is kind of crazy. I grew up playing PoE. Now I work full time. Yeah, it's funny to think about if you played it when you were like a teenager, throughout high school or whatever, because the game's been around for a freaking long time at this point. Oh, who you calling a 24-year-old nerd? I'm just saying PoE's a nerdy game. I don't think there's no way that's a contested statement, okay? If you're honest with yourself, if I'm honest with myself, I think we all can agree PoE's a freaking nerdy game. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a good game. But like let's be honest here. Let's call a spade a spade. Like,
because I think there are certain people who will come back with certain things and not others, and that's just kind of fine. Like it's just sort of nice that you can do a variety like that. And yeah, like I guess you'll have some tentpole releases, right? Like Settlers was like a really huge one that like I think a larger than normal amount of people came back for, which is why it was so large. I mean, there was the whole thing about how PoE 2's release was coming up, and there's like various other tailwinds that were good for it. But
yeah, also to bear in mind with Settlers, sorry to interrupt, but because that was one that you and Mark did, it was the 10% larger than the Chris ones. And
maybe.
So
it just presented really well, and like it was just a really good league like that. So I think
he's like, Settlers wasn't me, guys. I did not put dailies into PoE, just so we're clear. Settlers was all Jonathan and Mark's idea. He's like, he's getting some space. He's like, hey, you're not gonna catch me with those dark patterns, okay? Listen, I am the whole. All right. Sully's got to throw that in there.
But the reason why I was actually looking at this at all is because I was wondering, like I saw the number, what it was for PoE 2, and I was kind of disappointed in it. And I was like, well, I should look at what the number is for PoE, like in terms of like people who went from 030 to 040. And then I was like, okay, but what is it for PoE 1? And I found the PoE 1 number was actually lower. And I was like, okay, this seems like kind of strange. But as I said, I think it's just because PoE 1's got such a large base of people who, who come back every few leagues.
Yeah.
That's the reason why it can be like that.
You excited for
I
point
imagine
5?
for a very franchise player who knows the game backwards.
Still trying
really
to process
play,
what the hell happened. There's so much info.
And they're visiting their grandparents that weekend or something, and they kind of can't play as much as they'd like to. They're like, sweet, I know there's another one in 3 or 4 months. I'll play then. And then.
But it's also part of the thing of like running seasonal as opposed to ones where you're constantly running events. Is that like the downside, as it were, is that if you don't get people on that weekend, it's quite unlikely to get them later either. So you're putting all your eggs in one basket there. But I still think it's the superior strategy because there aren't really very many games that have lasted as long as PoE has. Most of the other ones. In fact, like, what is another PvE game that has lasted as long as PoE has? It's like
another PvE game that has lasted as long as PoE has. Diablo 2. I mean, Diablo 2, I think, has done it as a much smaller constituent of players. I wouldn't call it the same level of like longevity. WoW's. Could you consider WoW a PvE game? I guess you can, right? That one maybe make more sense to me. But those are more like MMOs than they are like. In terms of they have like that community feel to them, and they also are some of the few games that have had like some stable regular updates and patches, right? It's been growing, not dying. Yeah, I mean it's just basically been a consistent growth over its entire existence, right? Minecraft, and referencing Minecraft's literally like. If that's the comparison, that's a win, right? If you're getting compared to literally like the most popular game on the planet. I don't know if Minecraft still is the most popular game on the planet, but I feel like it was for quite a few years. of like a sandbox where you can do literally like anything type of thing. People building freaking PCs in Minecraft.
Like they're actually
It is pretty
incredibly rare.
crazy.
There's a few, I think.
World of
around.
Warcraft?
Yes, sure.
EVE Online? Does that count as PvE?
That game is such a like so far outside my understanding that I don't even know if I can qualify that one way or the other. Like that's like a sort of a completely incomprehensible to me. I have no idea what's going on with EVE Online. So.
I had a conversation with the EVE developers a long time ago, like 10 years ago, and I'm sure they won't mind me mentioning this now because it's been so long, but the designers I spoke to had this concern that when they add content to EVE Online, the players expect it to be there forever. And therefore, they can't experiment with interesting stuff. And they expressed direct jealousy with our leagues. We could introduce something crazy, and then worst case scenario is you break the game because it was Harvest, right?
For sure. Well,
Sorry.
we do. The funny thing is that we do actually end up bringing most of what we put in back. We just get to tweak it along the way, so it doesn't having to be a millstone around our neck for so long.
Yeah, my rule of thumb was to have the league out, then to take it away for one league cycle.
Yeah, for one league cycle, and then bring it back the one after.
Right, because then when you bring it back, it's okay to come back with changes.
But
I think it's funny they're mentioning Harvest. They're like, it's okay to bring it back with changes. And the changes to Harvest was, hey, we literally made it stronger. That was still such a wild thing. It was like they took out Harvest. We were like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That mechanic was pretty OP for add removes. And then they just added it back basically the way it was, except easier to get the resources. So you could could target the seeds to get add removes in like way greater amounts.
we don't always necessarily do that. It kind of comes down to a little bit of like what's going on. But I mean, the other thing as well is like, especially for the PoE2 content we're making, because we're sort of filling out the core.
I feel like at this point we've had worse offenders than Harvest. Oh, for sure. We've definitely had worse offenders in terms of either crafting power creep or loot power creep. Like Affliction, you think of for loot power creep. You think of Temple for loot power creep. And then for crafting, you think of things like Sentinel, Crucible, Necropolis. You know, there's certain league mechanics like this was just not balanced at all compared to like the base game of power and crafting and what you could do with it.
There's definitely expectation, all that stuff to stay around, which probably won't be the case post 1.0. Like after that point, it'll be like the leagues are kind of like temporary more explicitly. Yeah. Then we decide which ones we want to keep or not. But
it's like Rise of the Abyssal in the Endgame, for example. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So it's pretty cool actually in the new one, because now that we've got everything on the Atlas, there's like giant abyss cracks that are like on the generated Atlas.
Mercs are probably the greatest.
And then you can close those by running maps along the
power
lines.
creep type.
It actually kind of works out being a similar mechanic to memory lines.
What the Mercs could do, Doriani Merc.
It's like a giant continent scale abyss crack, and then you're closing it one map at a time. So that one's kind of cool.
I remember when you pitched the look of the Atlas, like having a 3D like landscape that's infinite in all directions, back when we were working on it, and like at the time I was so busy with other stuff in PoE1 that I didn't really like watch it develop day to day. But then one day I go downstairs and check in with you, and there's this insane 3D rendered like infinite Atlas thing, and it's very cool what the team can do. I actually had a question about this. You have to indulge my technical question here, but okay. So in this, correct me if I'm wrong. In the new announcement, you have like an infinite ocean that's part of the Atlas. So does that mean that there's just a portion where one direction is water and the other direction is land? Right. Okay. So my memory is this stuff was being generated procedurally using like overlapping Perl and noise clouds or something like that. Okay.
So when you're generating something that's infinite in size, you need to be able to have a way to generate each block independently of the other blocks. So you need some way of saying, okay, if I can as I said, I can generate this. I don't have to know what was next door in order to be able to generate this. So that you can generate in any arbitrary location. So games like Minecraft and stuff work this way, right? Where you can kind of just say, like, you just for an arbitrary location on the map, okay, here's a place I'm going to generate. So overlapping noise is a really good way to do that. You effectively just take like a bunch of like trigonometry functions like sine and cosine and stuff, multiply them and add values, things like that, and then you get an overlapping one. You end up with like a kind of cloudy looking layer. And then in the case of a game like ours, which has biomes, you can kind of look at it kind of like different heights. Like if you imagine like that, there's the mountain, is like the
Yo,
mountain
Dez, appreciate
biome
the
is
sub, man.
like a height map,
I'll put
and then you've
alerts
got like
back
the
on.
plains biome as a height map. If you overlay them two on top of each other, and you say, okay, wherever the plains are higher, there's going to be plains, and wherever the mountains are higher, it's going to be mountains. You can kind of like effectively imagine how you can get like kind of interesting shapes developing from that. So it's effectively just a bunch of overlapping noises where you pick whatever the highest one is. And so in the case of something like an ocean, where you want to have like, you don't want to have just like a flat border on the edge, but you still want to have it, like blend into it with some interesting shapes. All you have to do is just say, okay, there's like there's a slow blend where we blend in the ocean biome from 0 to 1 over like a certain distance.
So it interpolates it in.
And effectively interpolates it in. But what happens is, because all the other things have got like various heights, the ocean just becomes more prevalent until the point where it's the only thing that's there. So you get quite like a nice borderline, so long as you can sort of define with the edges in some sort of like fuzzy way like that. And so then you end up with an infinite ocean. But then on top of that, we want to have islands in the ocean. So then once you're in the ocean area, there's like a different set of random noises that overlap to create islands. And so I think there's I'm not 100% certain about the exact way, but there's like a thing that creates the island shapes, and I believe it uses the old noise functions for the biomes in order to generate the different shapes of the islands. But then what we do is, like, if it was forest, we instead make it a bunch of palm trees so that it looks like an ocean island. And if it was mountains, it'll instead be that have like snow and stuff on them. It'll instead be like a thing that looks more like the oceans and the water. So like there's kind of like a set of alternate art variations effectively for the biomes that are on.
I wonder for the ocean biomes if there's going to be certain layouts that you get to essentially avoid because they're technically like islands. It probably is, right? Like, you're probably not going to find a Val factory, right? So I would I wonder if the meta I wonder how that's going to work with like cities and stuff like that. If you're going in like using the logbooks, if you can still find cities, or if it just doesn't have an access point to that stuff if you're doing the island and go. It's like, I could see myself liking the island layouts a lot more, but if you can't get a city and stuff like that, then maybe there's like some downsides to it as well. Macomb was something equally as enjoyable.
Yeah. So
how do you control the distribution of the islands and making sure they don't collide with each other and stuff?
Well, they can, in which case you just get a big island.
Val Factory's a good map now. You're thinking of Molten Vault. Yeah, they definitely did improve Val Factory. Molten Vault. You get what I'm saying, though. Certain biomes look a certain way. Would they? I wonder how they'll handle that with like the ocean biome versus
like the island. We're not generating islands. We're just generating a noise function that happens to produce island-looking shapes.
So there's a sea level somewhere.
Yeah, effectively, you can look at it as a sea level. Yeah, but it's the same as you do the other thing, right? You just take whatever is the maximum.
Have you made a minion POB? No.
Noise functions.
I have not.
Until it sort of looks about right.
Yeah. Okay, so the mechanic.
The unique tame
beast
is kind of tempting, though.
Island
no, it doesn't. Right. So basically, the infinite ocean, there's effectively blocks that you explore. So. You send out the ships, and then all of the to a given block using a logbook, and then anything that's there will be explored, and then that will may include islands, may not, but it definitely includes at least maps that are like. So when I say islands, by the way, there are like islands that are like one map pin, which is like just like one map, and then there's larger islands that like have a structure to them that have like different biomes and stuff on them. So there'll always be at least like various maps to do when you do one of these, but yeah, it's just kind of fun to like go from island to island. And we do a few things like the distances between maps on the islands are like relatively small, but the distances on the ocean are quite large. So you get the feeling of traveling like between hopping around between island chains.
That's really cool. Yeah. No,
finally boats.
So prior to me leaving GGG, one of the problems that we struggled with was like lack of executive bandwidth, if you see what I mean. There was me and you and Mark. Eric had left a couple of years earlier, and there wasn't enough time to do everything. Like, the PoE mobile wasn't getting the attention it deserves internally and so on. And I solved this by making the problem way worse by leaving, but left you guys in a bad situation, obviously, with regard to, your time being further stretched. But how has it been going these days? Like, I hear that Mark has found people to, run an internal PoE1 team that he can supervise as opposed to having to work on it himself.
Yeah. So,
Andrew and Octavian.
I mean, obviously there's like a lot of things of like company structure, but I would say that one of the things that is like a lot of this sort of company level stuff, you can honestly like not worry too much about it, and like most of it kind of goes away. Like I don't actually know that. Like, okay, so there are probably things that are getting left by the by the wayside here that probably mean that there's like various intangible benefits that we might have otherwise gotten are kind of being left by the wayside. Like I'm sure some of the like random deals you're doing and that kind of stuff like sort of probably mattered. But honestly, like I try to focus as much as I can on just the game development, like, and not really too much on the sort of company running stuff. And like there are people who like do operations and things like that. We can, that can handle things. But yeah, it's honestly not too bad.
Ignore it.
So I really try and
away.
focus on the game development as much as possible. And anything
I think that's more
kind of
he's just
not that,
trusting
like,
the
not directly
team.
going to be responsible for making the game better. I try to just make sure that someone else is handling that.
I understand. So in the managing director / CEO position, you have decision-making authority, your responsibility, the direction of the company, but you don't want to be doing like pretend CEO job all day. You just want to make the decision and move back to the game.
For sure. So I mean, like I basically have like a sort of half an hour meeting every morning of like, here's the sort of company things that have come up. And I try to limit everything to that so that I'm not spending all day doing that kind of stuff. Because it would be really easy to just like spend a bunch of time on that stuff. And it's just the questions. I don't know like how much value like you really get out of that. I mean, there's things that are important, right? Like we're deciding to do things like ExileCon, and there's a lot that needs to go on there. You need to hire people to work on that, and you need to do all this sorts of stuff. But as I said, I try to really focus on the game for the most part, because that's the part I actually enjoy. And I wouldn't want to, like basically have my job be not that part too much, because otherwise, then I'd be wanting to leave, I suppose.
You saw what happened to Chris. Is like, all right, I'm going to avoid this as much as possible.
The thing that actually keeps someone around and wanting to keep doing it. So yeah, just trying to avoid the
ultimate threat. Someone brings you paperwork, and you're like, I can do this paperwork for you, but consider before you ask, because if I become unhappy, this all falls over.
Right. No. It's but yeah, that's why I just try to stick on the game. So I'm probably the part that I like the two things that I kind of work on the most, like in terms of the areas, is like the environment side, like making the new acts and areas, and also working on the new character classes. So like I'm doing a lot of that sort of forward-looking work.
Yeah.
Whereas Mark tends to be doing the things like doing league work. I mean, I still work on the design. Like, I mean, the last league that we made, the temple one, I made the like simulation for that. So I'm still like even occasionally doing some coding.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, like because Mark usually does things like the monster design and boss design and stuff like that. So he's like often handling the kind of like that moment-to-moment gameplay stuff there.
So tell me about the simulation stuff, because I remember when we did the initial Incursion League, the first temple a long time ago, that started with us like, I may have just like, made a fake memory here, but we're like cutting up bits of paper and laying out a temple on the carpet on the ground. And like, we've got a board game version, as it were, of Incursion. And then you then coded that into a simple implementation that let us simulate it for the, like, you did a really good betrayal simulator. I remember that was actually like a powerhouse, that thing.
Actually,
like
there was remember that one.
A separate C++ implementation of Betrayal that you could run.
Yeah, I sort of vaguely maybe remember about that, but yeah, I mean, but look, doing that kind of stuff, doing the simulators is exactly the kind of stuff that I actually quite enjoy doing. So I did the same thing for Incursion as well, where effectively what I did is I just took one of our tools and just made like a thing where you can open a screen, which is just like, here's the effectively card game version of the temple. And doing that stuff is also good because you can there's a lot of things that you don't really appreciate whether the gameplay is going to be good until you actually tried it. So there were just a lot of decisions that I thought I knew that I wanted it to work a certain way, and then when I actually tried it in the simulator, I realized immediately that it didn't. So and there was like a lot of things where we sort of eased up on a lot of the rules and like made it easier to connect things and that sort of stuff. And I don't think I would have done that if we had not been having the simulator early. Because a lot of that stuff, like if I was to just put a league like that straight into the game, like a sort of technical league like that, I think you really would, like you'd be in the last few days and realizing, kind of like we did with Synthesis, that we needed to change the generation for it. Like Synthesis is an example of a game of a league where we didn't make a simulator for the sort of mechanics of it, and that meant that like because it all sort of has to come together before you can really play it, you then realize that okay, we actually have to change quite a lot about this. So I mean that's the reason why you do it, and really everyone should do this, and everyone knows this. But then at the same time, it can be tough when you're staring down like a relatively fast league turnaround, and then actually budget time towards something like that.
Yeah.
Like it's easy to think, okay, we understand what we want this to be. We can just make this and hope that things come together. But yeah, it definitely isn't as good when we do that.
Yeah, I remember for Delve and Prophecy, I made these gigantic Excel spreadsheets where using I'm losing a lot of geek points here. Using Visual Basic for applications, which is what we script Excel with, it would implement the simulator kind of stuff. And every time you hit refresh, it would populate down it had a list of world areas for a run through the game with how much sulfite you'd collect in each one, how many delves it let you do, given the number of delves on average, how much progress you'd make. And then I'll let you say things like, okay, by maps, I'm at this depth, and therefore we can have it so that the catch-up mechanic went to that depth, minus 10% and so on. And yeah, as you're saying, it made it so much easier to have a separate thing to do that, because otherwise, if you're relying on the game version, it's ready, 3 days before release, and have fun balancing that.
Yeah. So you did the gameplay simulation of that thing, and then I did the actual
Probably fans of Steve.
generator for the map. For that
Which
one.
is like
actually,
the Atlas one, right?
Yeah, the Atlas one. And that actually, it worked exactly like the Atlas one, actually. And that one came in handy because I ended up using the same thing for the card game at ExileCon, the last one.
Yes.
So it was kind of handy that I'd written that, because it meant that I could really easily take that and turn into that, which we ended up using.
Yeah. Speaking about ExileCon card games, do not confirm what's happening at this ExileCon, because I understand it has to be a surprise for all of us. And as an attendee rather than a host, I'm looking forward to being surprised.
Oh, he's going!
But, have you had time to do planning of what's happening with that kind of content?
So I do have an idea for what I'm doing with the card game, but I haven't started writing it yet. The card game is kind of one of those things that I sort of do in my spare time at home. So I'm not going to be sitting there at work doing that. And I haven't had as much time during the 050 cycle for this kind of thing. So after 050, my plan is to go and start, as my little hobby home project, get the card game sorted out. And there's lots of other ExileCon planning going on.
Just at the dinner table, yeah.
Like we know there's things like the crafting benches and all that sort of stuff, and like the map system and stuff like like things like that we need.
He's gonna overscope
like
the card game
out at ExileCon for that, but
my
the exact
hero
mechanics of the game in terms of what the league expansion is for it is not something that other people have know about yet.
There's this second layer to the card game design, which is to do with the availability of humans to run it, because obviously the staff love engaging with the players, right? Like, it's a highlight, the fact they get to go and play the card game with players, but it's tiring. And, as we found out with the first one, if you stick a t-shirt on someone and hand them some cards and say, go engage with the players for 6 hours in a row, they
well, that's why last time we made it so that people have 2-hour shifts of wearing the t-shirts rather than do that. So we'll do that again. Plus, we've got more staff now, so we can actually have a similar number of monsters for with half-time shifts. So that works out okay.
That's very cool. Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't want to be in that position again, because it is overwhelming to be that swarmed by people in my position. But it was one of the highlights of the last ExileCons, is getting to talk to players who. The people who were like fighting me and you, as it were, because we had the highest t-shirts on, were people who had mastered the card game. They'd arrived with the goal of doing really well at the card game. And it helps that there were rumors that the someone was offering $2,000 for the card game prize. Like, remember those Mirror of Calandra pins? Anyway. So the people that came up to fight the card game against me were people that were so passionate about it, they'd made it their identity. Like, there was this guy, lovely guy actually, he was at the Ultra VIP party, who had pre-arranged card game strategy to like buy the starter decks that came in the backpack off people who didn't intend to play. He had some amount he was offering them, and I don't approve of the real money trading of cards to cheat the event, but it did mean that he was able to get through the first couple of levels
he was RFT the card game,
get to the monsters that weren't quite as swarmed as the other ones, and it was like a league launch.
Well, I can get you a t-shirt for the next
just like a league launch. What? Don't say that, Chris. What the hell?
Get some
RMT the card game, just like a league launch. What?
Whatever you need me to do, Jonathan, just let me know. I'll be available. Yeah.
Can't say that live.
When are you announcing the? I mean, obviously you'll still be working on it, but when do you plan to announce the schedule of what's happening at ExileCon?
Oh, it'll be a little bit later. I mean, we already talked about broadly what's going to be there, but in terms of the exact schedule, it's a little bit later, because we need to get all of the talks and everything from all that stuff written. And as I said, probably a little bit after 050. I would say.
Yeah, I'm looking
Hopefully
forward to it. I had a question about the league design stuff we were just discussing. So obviously, like, you and I know how leagues used to work when we did dozens of them for PoE1. But these days, is the process of making a league for PoE2 different than the way that we made it for PoE1? Bearing in mind, like, how PoE2 leagues get integrated into the endgame? Like, are there any big differences there?
Not really, to be honest. It's pretty much the same stuff, because at the end of the day, the formula that we worked out in terms of all the things you need to have in a league is still very much the case. You know, I would say the main difference is that the level of narrative complexity is higher than what we previously had in terms of like the quality of the events you need to do and that kind of thing.
You want to have like a storyline that runs through it because you've got those the progress indicators now, right?
Yes, but it's not just that. It's kind of like, you know, just the overall quality of what you're doing just needs to be higher in order to match with the rest of the game. So you can't really half-ass it the way that like maybe we would have, you know, like some years back. There's just quite a lot going on there, and that narrative stuff actually takes some of the largest amount of time because it requires a lot of different departments that are all moving together to create that stuff. And there's a lot of just like timing things and all sorts of stuff around that make it really hard.
Yeah,
it's probably one of the hardest things about 050 is because there's effectively the narrative content of, you know, 5 leagues in one release. You know, like there's so many of those narrative events, it just takes a really long time to get all that stuff working. And as I said, just one of the hardest things for whatever reason to actually to actually make good.
Early leagues in Path of Exile 1, like Anarchy, right? You know, there's a Rogue Exile, that's the league. Or Invasion, there's an extra monster that's hard to kill. They were quite simple, obviously, and it got more complicated as time went on. You know, budgets went up, quality standards went up, and so on. Do you think there'll be a situation later where these early PoE 2 leagues seem really primitive and simple compared to the monstrosities you'll be producing in 5 years from now?
Well, it kind of already happened with the 010 leagues, but for a somewhat different reason, right? Because they were all made together. So I mean, I'd say what effectively, like a lot of what 050 is bringing all of those ones up to the standard that we've now effectively got for what a PoE 2 league needs to be. You know, I don't necessarily foresee them getting like too much larger, because like on some level there's a limit to what you can actually do in like a 4-month time period. Yeah, like I think it should honestly be like relatively similar. And like, to be honest, like the PoE 1 has also got that sort of level of stuff going on with a lot of its leagues. You know, like, I mean, especially things like Settlers. So, you know, like, there's just a little bit of that coming on, just like the overall studio, like the kind of stuff, the kind of standards that we have as a studio are just higher now than they used to be too.
I wonder if you've got this process where you come up with a league idea, you make the simulator and you try the league idea out, which is a good opportunity. If you don't like it, you can fail at the simulator stage rather than once you've made the thing. Have you considered having like dedicated designers working on multiple leagues at a simulator level where all they're doing is getting approved ideas that then get made sequentially later? So now it's time to do League A and you implement that, but League B and C and D are being prototyped and iterated on at a simulator level in the background?
Well, I guess I got a few concerns about that. So one of them is that not every league is the kind of league that should have a simulator. Like Abyss is an example of a league that's just like, it's not like the mechanic isn't. I mean, there's balanced simulation in the sense of like, you know, you need to work out like.
All these guys are holding a grudge against each other. No,
like, you know, like stuff like that, right?
Parasocial
things
people
like that.
Trying to invent drama.
It's not like a simulator
something.
in the same way that Incursion would be.
Yeah, that one could be prototyped for fun testing.
I'd really say that only every other league is the kind of league that needs to do that, and that's probably a good thing because they attract different types of player bases. And the funny thing as well, by the way, is those sort of simulator type, heavy type leagues, a lot of them are actually less popular when they get first released, and then they tend to be more beloved later.
Once they're understood.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say?
You had another point about simulator leagues.
Right. But the other thing as well is that it's really actually hard to make a league before you in advance, because so much of what you make needs to be a response to what the community cares about right now anyway. So like you wouldn't really be able to say like, I mean, obviously there's things like, you know, you're going to need some uniques, right? You know, you're going to need a pinnacle boss, you know, you're going to need stuff like that. But like in terms of what the mechanics are and like what the game feels like it's missing, it's sort of hard to know about that in advance. So it honestly makes it a little bit hard to really to do that stuff in advance. The other thing as well, I think that is a bugbear that I think some game companies have, is that, so I mean, we put everything into our leagues. And what I mean by that is like, we don't come up with like, here's a plan for like the next, like, you know, years of content or whatever, and then like hold things back and kind of like, okay, here's when we're going to release this thing, whatever. It's like everything we come up with that's cool, we just do it immediately. And like there's always more ideas that you can have, like if you can go back to the well and do it again. So I think that actually some game companies have run into problems where they like plan out this content schedule and then that's what they stick to, and then it's like they end up not really adding enough and that kind of thing. Like part of the reason why our leagues feel full is because like, you know, if we have an idea, we just want to do it immediately. And that does sort of lead to like a somewhat hectic schedule. But on the other hand, like you don't get this feeling of like missingness. And we actually almost made this mistake for 050. It's a little bit complicated to explain because like we kind of changed the plotline in order to not have this happen. But like we were going to have a situation where the boss that we were going to have was going to be one of like, it's like, oh, but like you haven't actually fought the true boss yet, kind of thing. And it's actually a really crappy ending. And I'm like, I actually don't want to be in a state, even if interstitially, where like you haven't fought the boss that you know is coming in the future. Like it's actually really bad.
Another large
That guy
action
left
RPG
after
franchise that
Arbiter,
did that, I
took
think.
the ball.
Okay, I wasn't thinking of anyone in particular, but effectively, like I actually think it's really bad to leave people hanging on something like like you get all prepared for something and then it doesn't happen. It's like really crappy. So as I said, we almost made that mistake in 050 and then we changed it. Like we had to change quite a lot of plotline stuff in order to make that better.
Hold on.
It's just I think it's a.
Did Chris just say Diablo?
And that does sort of lead to like a somewhat hectic schedule. But on the other hand, like you don't get this feeling of like missingness. And we actually almost made this mistake for 050. It's a little bit complicated to explain because like we kind of changed the plotline in order to not have this happen. But like we were going to have a situation where the boss that we were going to have was going to be one of like, it's like, oh, but like you haven't actually fought the true boss yet, kind of thing. And it's actually a really crappy ending. And I'm like, I actually don't want to be in a state, even if interstitially, where like you haven't fought the boss that you know is coming in the future. Like it's actually really bad.
Another large action RPG franchise that did that, I think.
Okay.
There's actually another large action RPG that did that. What is that smirk, Chris? What is that smirk? He knows what he said, yo. He knows. He knows. Look at the smirk.
I wasn't thinking of anyone in particular, but effectively, like I actually think it's really bad to leave people hanging on something like like you get all prepared for something and then it doesn't happen. It's like really crappy. So as I said, we almost made that mistake in 050 and then we changed it. Like we had to change quite a lot of plotline stuff in order to make that better. That's just I think it's important that like you see the goal, you get to the goal. So like don't do something where it's like, oh, here's the series of like 4 bosses and then like you're going to fight one of them in this expansion and then you're going to fight the second one in the next expansion and that kind of stuff. Like you actually really want to like if you're going to do it, then just do them all at once or don't do them, like, or don't even talk about the others or something, like it's okay to be like, here's one and then like you don't know about the others at all, like they're not hinted at, they're not like a thing, but then later on there's more. But like don't really, I think it's just a really bad idea to make players feel like I have to play later, I haven't even finished the story. Obviously, we're in early access. We haven't finished the story because the storyline's not done, which is sort of unfortunate. But at least we're not doing it wherever we don't need to.
Yeah, your point about throwing everything into each release definitely resonates. I remember a number of years ago when we were still finding our cadence and so on. I had this pipe dream of getting a league ahead or getting half a league ahead, right? And we quickly ran into the issue that if you do that, you become out of touch with the. Reddit will decide 2 weeks before a release what needs to be in that release, and if you don't have that, if you haven't been reading the tea leaves just right, beforehand.
That's like the situation where it's like the people are like, well, but where is the swords, guys? But where are the swords? I decided last week this patch better have swords. What the hell are you doing?
Then you feel off base and out of touch. So, and then the other thing I remember you talking to me in detail about at the time was that if we have extra content, releasing it in this expansion and just making more extra content later is probably the best thing to do. I'm always valuing the today player rather than making our lives have an easier time later on.
Yeah.
I was trying to overproduce it, I think, and the reality of what we did was the way you wanted, where we dumped everything in each expansion and they had more stuff as a result.
I mean, it's not like we can never produce things ahead, right? I mean, for example, like the acts that we're making, right? Obviously, a bunch of work has been done in the background to make that happen. But it's honestly not the way I like working. And it's like part of the reason why I think I find like working in early access stressful, because you've got multiple things on the go at the same time rather than being able to just throw everything into one thing. Like, there's a certain clarity you get just like being able to work on one thing. And so I honestly I just find these long pipelines to be quite stressful.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So I had a question. So early on, when we were discussing starting Path of Exile 2, one of our motivations for it was that we felt that because Path of Exile 1 was dozens and dozens of releases in, it was harder to get new players, right? Like jumping on a train that's been going for 10 plus years is difficult for some people. You know, the game has a reputation for being complicated. And so Path of Exile 2 was an opportunity as an onboarding point. And so my question is about accessibility. And, you know, I don't mean dumbing the game down or anything, but I just mean in terms of making sure that it's not, you know, too complicated for new players. So you've got this tension where on one hand, you need to be a worthy sequel to Path of Exile. And that means for many people being more Path of Exile than Path of Exile is.
Hell yeah.
But it's also a thing where if you are too, you know, opaque and complicated for new players, obviously they'll bounce off it. How have you found trying to manage that? And do you think you've been successful at it?
Well, I think that my opinion is probably a little bit different from a lot of people, which is that I think that Path of Exile 1 being such an old game is in itself the accessibility problem that it has. What I mean by that is that
People don't want to try it out because it's old.
This isn't to say that Path of Exile 1 isn't complicated. It is. I just don't think that the complexity is necessarily the reason why new players don't play it. I think the main reason why new players don't play it when they're not going to play it is like, well, this is a game that, you know,
15
came out a
years
decade
old.
ago. You know, like they feel like they've kind of missed the train. And so I don't
I did not
think PoE 2
pre-watch.
is necessarily... I mean, like, PoE 2 does have things that make it more accessible, but I wouldn't say that those were necessarily done because we're appealing to a different audience. It's more because we just thought that they were better designs that are just better in general for everybody who plays them. And I think the main reason why someone is going to play PoE 2 over PoE 1 is literally just because it's newer. Like, that is like a big factor for a lot of people, right? Like, there's just people who are like, okay, well,
Play
I never
the
played
new
PoE 1, I'm
thing.
not going to get into it now. It's like really old. It's just the way a lot of people will see things, right? But hey, PoE 2, it's new getting on point. I can play it now. And like, I'm getting it on the ground floor and then I'm going to play it. And that's just going to make the audience bigger just from the purpose of...
Confirmed PoE 2 is a gateway drug for PoE 1 for the people that are all like, I can't play the new thing or I can't play the old thing. It's a gateway drug. You get them addicted to this. They're like, oh, I do like this. Maybe I will try out the old one. Jonathan said it.
Just from that alone.
Get them.
So I'm not like I'm looking at them and I'm not looking and saying I want to appeal to a bigger audience. I'm looking at this and being like, this is a sequel.
And that's exactly why we're going to need PoE 3. We're going to need PoE 3 to get people to try out PoE 2 to get them to the real game PoE 1. Probably in like, 10 years. We're going to need PoE 3 for that. Makes sense.
Will appeal to a bigger audience who never, like, because many people know about Path of Exile.
They got me that way. Yep.
And the only reason
all
they're
part
not
of the
playing
master
PoE 1 is
plan.
just as a result. So literally, it's like even if we literally had appealed to exactly the same audience, I think we'd just have a bigger audience from that reason alone.
Good answer.
But yeah, as I said, like I don't say that to say that I don't want to make things more accessible, because I mean it is good to make things better. It's just that I wouldn't be like I never want to be the person thinking I'm appealing to a different audience specifically, because I'm not. I'm just making the game better. And at the end of the day, the audience I'm appealing to really still is myself. Just whether I think things. So it's like things like the way the thing I use this example all the time, right? Like the support gem system is just easier to deal with in PoE 2, but it's not like I wouldn't have done that in PoE 1. Like if I'd have thought of the way of that working back then, right? Like it's just that we just didn't for whatever reason.
It's kind of amazing how well PoE succeeded despite having this system where if you're a new player, you have this really complicated thing where if I take my boots off, I can't cast Fireball anymore. Why is that? And if I'm a high level player, if I take my armor off to put a better one on that I found, I have to spend a week getting the sockets and stuff perfect again, or however long it. They're probably
I don't think it takes a week, Chris. But...
I have my mind back in the pre-3.0 era.
Holy!
But you have to futz with sockets
Going
quite
back
a bit
in time for like 7 years
in order to have it be equivalent. And it's one of those things where every player at every stage of the game has to understand I need to be considering sockets with my items, which is something that's cleaned up really tidily in Path of Exile 2. I've been quite pleased with the progress of watching early access so far from my vantage point. I've been seeing really cool things about the game, so I wanted to say thank you for doing a great job with it. I think that what PoE 2 has grown into is far bigger than both games grew into far bigger than we imagined, but PoE 2 has such a unique identity of itself. It could have easily been PoE 1 with better graphics and different sockets, but instead you've made something that feels like a very modern action RPG in a really good way.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. Well, thank you very much for having the chat with me today. It's been really interesting talking about this stuff, and I hope the viewers have found it fascinating as well.
Sure.
Heck yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe.
Yeah. Have I subscribed to Chris? Oh my word! I haven't subscribed to Chris yet. No one saw that. Okay, no one saw that. I swear I was subscribed the whole time. Whoa, 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 dude! What the? YouTube probably unsubscribed me. They went into my account. They unsubscribed me. I listened. I don't know what the hell happened there. I don't know what the hell happened there. I've watched like every one of his videos. Okay, I'm getting scammed here. I was probably subbed, and YouTube decided just to uncheck it. It's kind of a crazy interview. Must have been weird for them. I don't think it was weird for them at all. They literally like. They're literally like, how long have they been friends and known each other? Years, man, years. Didn't they meet like in high school or something? Over 20 years, yeah. Chat's weird, yeah. Chat is being a little weird. Some good stuff, though. I think interviews like that make me appreciate Jonathan a lot more. Because I feel like it's pretty easy. Like when you see Jonathan talk about some things and be like, oh, he's so far removed from PoE 1 or whatever. But I feel like an interview like that points out how freaking important he is to the development of the game. Because like he's been doing it for how many years? And he's the backbone for putting together so much of the code of how the game we love today. When Chris said Jonathan, he was doing a good job. It's like when Lance tells Lance Jr. he's doing a good job. What are you talking about? While getting destroyed on the soccer field by a kid twice his size. Listen, I'm sure their next game next Saturday, hopefully there's not going to be some random giant out of place, okay? Hopefully it'll be more even playing field. John has like 10 million things in his brain. I don't blame him. Yeah. Like I freaking do that for PoE 1, where there'll be like an item and I'll be like the thing that does the thing, you know, where I know the mechanic, but I don't remember the freaking name of the item. It's freaking, there's too many random small detail information. You gotta start getting rid of some of the excess information. Like the name of the item, not important. You just need to know that there's an item that does this thing. You know what I'm saying? We'll teach him how to play soccer. I'm gonna be working on him. We'll see if we can get him start owning some people out there. All right, now that we did that, I do want to actually. This was like freaking just an onslaught of information, and obviously like there's a lot of stuff where I'd want to like pause and look at like what the hell is this new thing. And I didn't do that yesterday because it was freaking the live stream, and I just wanted to like just appreciate it the first time. But now I want to actually take a deeper look at some of the stuff they're adding. What the hell's going on? Do you have any inkling of what you might play? Not really. I kind of want to like for example today when they show the ascendancies, I want to like pause and be like, okay, what does this even mean? What's the context of the situation? What this ascendancy could do? You know, because it's like they showcase one thing real briefly, and they're like, here's the gloves of Iron Fist where it takes your mods and transforms them, and you get to look at that for like a 2-second frame, and then they're like, oh, and then here's this thing that you socket your runes in your body, and you know, it's like one thing after another, and you can't really stop to actually process what the hell is going on. I'm going to click martial artists. Yeah, like some of the stuff in martial artists looked pretty cool, but it was just like so freaking fast. That's like, I don't know if I actually like that stuff or not. I want to pause and think about it a little bit. Lance was sleeping during the live stream. I was not sleeping. I was watching the whole thing. I was just trying to take it in. Girl, yeah, there's the other one that literally lets you capture a boss. Which that ascendancy might be pretty fun, but at the same time, I gotta weigh the pros and cons of the minion XDD jokers in chat. Oh, he's trying to take Gazzy's throne. Hello, Captain Gazzy. Lance the minion build maker 9. Like we gotta weigh the pros and cons of that, you know?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one.
Hell yeah, it is.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream,
You
So
guys
you'll be
get
able
your
to
Twitch
claim
drops?
the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below. Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Return of the Ancients.
Those in darkness. Once lay dormant. Now return.
Watch all back. We're going to take our time specifically pausing during like the content reveal stuff to look at the new mechanics and stuff. But yeah, we're going to watch it. Gonna appreciate it. Holy giant statue.
We who came before rise again.
Full day of stalling confirmed. It's not a full day of stalling.
Behold, the first edict.
That's not the guy who stole our ball, right? The guy who stole our ball was a Nazgul rider. So we still don't know who freaking stole our ball. Different guy? Yeah, someone stole our ball. Yeah. When you kill Arbiter, this dude who's a freaking Nazgul rider comes up, yoinks our ball, and just freaking runs away. And I want the ball back. Sorry, I'm going to go back real quick right here. This part. This. Think about it. Ritualist plus 1 extra like special ascendancy. Like the Abyssal Lich. Thoughts? I feel like we're going to get a lot of those like secret quote unquote ascendancy nodes this patch. Dreamer has one? Yeah, I would think so. For Chonk. Juiced. Saw the Mage Blood option? Yeah. That's gonna be goal of the league is get a Mage Blood. I don't even care what the mods are on it. That is goal number 1 of the league. Get that item, okay? I don't care. It's gonna be OP. I believe. I want it. I have a feeling it's not gonna be rare, but it's rollable. Dude, they literally referenced this in the Q&A where Mark was telling the guy who was making the trailer, he said the trailer guy is like, but it's so rare. And Mark said, but I don't care. Get it in there. It's definitely rare as hell. And like they clearly reference that it's going to be an OP item. Imagine you had to pay $40 for an expansion. Wouldn't be a PoE player, I tell you that. Playing a different game. Divine Sync as well, yeah. Which implies big roll range.
You are completely alone.
Explore the ocean. Giga Crab.
Hunt like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
Who's that guy? Is that Olroth? Doesn't look like Olroth. That's John Savalan. That's got to be a new guy.
Now see how your story ends.
New and improved Black Knight? Maybe. So bear ascendancy, you have a full-on boss plus the bear. Some cool looking abilities.
To face us is to face.
Boss, bear, and normal. Yeah, I think you could have all three. And then they obviously showcased an item. I think that was like you could have any number, just if you have the reservation space, right? A scepter.
Oblivion.
Mage Lord will be mine. Heck yeah.
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now we promised that this one was going to revamp the endgame, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first...
Hold on, let's just take a look at this. 5 new endgame storylines, which is basically each of the mechanics, right? The new fortress thing, Delirium, Breach, Ritual. And they have the expedition, right, which is tied to the runes of Aldur. I wonder if they're gonna like separate those out as separate mechanics after this, or it's just gonna be like melded together. That, you know what's so funny? So they made this artwork, I guess. This artwork says over 30. Yo, by the time we get to launch 3 weeks from now, over 50 confirmed. Right? They made this artwork for their like the reveal stream. And they'd added 10 more uniques since this, right? Holy.
We've got to talk about the league.
And they say 17 here, but I'm pretty sure like they said 25 at one point. That's kind of funny.
So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
Hey,
Now,
Mark.
for those of you who are new to Path of Exile,
That's me.
each time we release an update, we also release a new league.
Heck yeah.
Not only do we have a new economy, but
Yes.
we also introduce new content through the campaign,
Yes.
which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines,
Right
and
in my
in-game
bloodstream.
bosses.
The dopamine.
In the Runes of Aldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols...
One augmentation. You know, the second they showed this, I was looking at chat and some guys are like, oh, I'm already bored or something. They're showcasing the first zone, the first time you can get anything from this, and they're like, it's not a divine orb, you know, like you guys know what I'm talking about, right? It's like, okay, clearly, yes, the baseline currency of an augment doesn't, you know, it's not much, but also at this point you have no gear, right? This aug is huge, yeah. But I was like looking over, and I wasn't gonna like pause and be like, you guys are being idiots, you know. But I was like, dude, come on, chill. Every league, yeah. Every league, they don't instantly start out with like late game showcase, and people will lose their mind about it.
On these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create
This
all
looks
manner
hella
of
rippy.
old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for a difficult fight.
Like, they're starting out with a freaking tornado, like giant. Like, what the hell is this?
After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down any...
Skip a league and during the campaign because you can abuse it harder later. You know what's funny about that statement? Is yes, that's pretty much always the case, that if you skip the league mechanic and then just do it later, you're usually like better off progression-wise. But the funny thing is, the last league with the temple, the best way to do the temple was do a bunch of like building the temple in the campaign. But no one freaking knew that on the launch. Imagine how much of like an economic dominance you would have had in that economy is if you knew about Holton before, you know, like if you had like, it's like the situation where you like, you know what the lottery numbers are because you like knew the future or whatever. But like, because Temple was freaking OP from the get-go, but no one knew the like methods of building it correctly. And everybody just went straight to maps and therefore were like cooked on their temples, etc. They've made the mechanics a lot better in campaigns. Yeah.
In each area in the Runes of Aldur League, you will find a remnant. And as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine...
Why don't they just showcase Endgame League mechanic, just show dropping a mirror or 10 divines instead of at level 5? Because a lot of people won't even scale it to that point, and then they'll get mad for a different reason. They'll be like, oh, I did this in Act 1 and it didn't give me this loot. And there's also the context of like some level of false expectation or whatever, and they just want to show you the baseline and leave it up to the players to see how far they can push it or whatever.
Tempest and lightning, you can create an orb of augmentation. But
it's absolutely not balanced yet. That's another good point. Is this league is still 3 weeks away, which means they're still going to be changing it a crap ton. So that's another thing where they could like balance it one way and decide they want to nerf it or buff it a bunch from what it starts at.
The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used.
They changed it the last night,
So,
yep.
if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire. Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters.
Whoa, what's my window time to dodge that? That's like Geonor lasers, but they went off instantly. Yo, what the hell? That is gonna like if those hit hard, they can like chill or freeze you. That's gonna cook you, dude. There's like no time to dodge that. Discrimination against old people? Oh, come on. Young people are gonna hit by that too.
After the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted.
Dodging's for cowards. Yeah, we just gotta build our character to tank it. True.
As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items.
I mean, that's pretty cool. So 5 mod rune combination can get you some of the better runes.
As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added, with each wave being empowered by more and more of the runes. And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects. Like the Oath rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it.
Not sure how I feel about that.
Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6.
Hold on. Back it up. 20 skill gem. How did they drop runes before? Just random drop, and they're pretty rare. Like, for example, getting that cast speed rune, that those special runes, you don't see those very often.
Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6.
Level 20 spirit gem, level 20 skill gem. Like, that's a pretty freaking rare drop. To, like, get these, you have to specifically doing, like, forcing the plus level zone corruption stuff, right? Did he click the uncut level 20, or did he click the spirit gem? Didn't show. Breath of Aldur, Ire of Aldur, Passion of Aldur, Betrayal of Aldur. And we don't even know what the hell that even is, but I'm guessing those are Giga. If this is something that's supposed to be stronger than a level 20 spirit gem in terms of, like, rarity of a loot drop. Runes probably, yeah, it's probably some Giga Chad limit of 1 rune. You need +1 level corrupted place and a corrupted plus level the level 20s. Yeah, they're pretty like hard to acquire drop, I feel like. So you can get those from this. I mean, that's a pretty high loot table pull.
Or even 8 runes.
8 runes. Asher's Creative Catigans. Okay, are those actually just straight up uniques? Hold the phone. Catigans Epiphany. PoE Wiki. There's a Catigans Authority. Catigans Epiphany. Destroys all augments on the item to create a jewel socket. So this is one of the things they showcase that basically just gives you a jewel on your items. And it's for gloves. Okay. So it's like a Giga Chad best in slot type of thing. Destroys all augment sockets. The thing is, though, is like you can get up to... Would you still be able to corrupt on a socket afterwards? After you do this? So you could have a jewel socket +1 socket type of thing? They didn't mind pictures of it, I'm not sure. Well, this is one they literally showcased in the live stream. We'll see it later. Because they showcased the adding the jewel socket thing. The shield slower slam looks really cool. Yeah, that was on the main page. That thing did look pretty neat.
But don't worry. You won't have to remember.
Archaic Rune of Animosity. Don't know what any of those are. Those are all new.
Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft.
Chance of surpassing an additional arrow. Oh, okay.
Given the existing
May skills for an aftershock. And this is only in Act 1, right? Level 5 skill gem. This is literally Act 1.
Runes that are already on the remnant. To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items,
Actually, real quick, I want to go back and look at the other ones that were showcased. Spears gain additional frenzy when you gain a frenzy. And what was the caster one?
Pharaoh's runecraft.
Talisman gain druidic prowess when you stun. Okay, so none of these were a wand. These are all just attack-based weapon stuff.
Will record all the options, allowing you to simply pick which
There's
one
probably
you want
ones
to
for
craft,
wands, right?
given the existing runes that are already on the remnant.
Keep this with you. Oh, is the yeah? We can look at that. We will look at that later, though.
To expand your knowledge and to allow.
Hold on. Trouble, just stop. I gotta put this to the side. Would it be 2 jewel sockets? When they showcased it, it just gave you 1 jewel socket. And then there was the rune that destroyed the other sockets when they showcased it. Which they'll showcase it, you know, and we're going to see it again when we go through. Let me put this treadmill to the side. We got to get the tuning fork wand. You think it's a wand? A tuning fork could be a scepter too, right? Maybe. By the power of the tuning fork. Those are some nice runes for the early campaign. They really are. Definitely something you'd want to be looking out for. New weapon type? No, no new weapon type. No swords. The swords were not real. All right. Continue, Mark. Continue.
To craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Rayclast. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old. The first of these can be found in Ogham and reveals to you an ancient secret.
Really early on, you can find this. What's your thoughts on Minion RF? I am disgusted. If they never add RF and they say that was RF, sorry guys, I'm gonna be livid. I don't know, it might be kind of fun. I'd be looking at it. I have some concerns that its damage may be non-existent. All right, anyways, continue.
Buried deep underground. The runic magic which the Ezomites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin. Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclast to find sources of Verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them. If you can bring him more Verisium, he will be able to use it to smith power into any armor.
Okay, so before and after, he has 96 evasion, 23 life, 3 regen, 6 fire reds, 30 Verisium,
granting you runic ward. The power harnessed by the...
And so he lost 4 evasion and got 29 ward. So early on, it just seems like you definitely should just do this to every piece of gear, right? If you want to get like some extra tank. Because 29 ward for 4 evasion seems like definitely worth, right?
The Kalgurans since ancient times. Runic ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your runic ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life. Should you run out of life, your...
So it's instantly regenning.
runic ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return.
It's reverse ES. I don't think of it like reverse ES. It looks like it has a constant sustain source. Which, if that's like scalable, that's going to make you feel pretty insanely tanky. Like one of the hardest things in this game right now is recovery. Obviously, like Leech isn't balanced at all. They literally just said they nerfed it a bunch. But outside of that, if we get life nodes, no, there's no life nodes. Life nodes aren't real. I would imagine things that have like generic defense probably apply to this. It might be considered a defense stat, I'm not sure.
It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die. Every single piece of armor in the game can be...
Hold on, back it up.
Enough damage to run out of that, you will still die. Every single piece of armor...
I have to look at a Spiritborn crown to see what the before and after is of this thing. Is Spiritborn crown a base currently in the game? Spiritborn crown. PoE wiki. 35.97. And it goes to 28. But the armor's higher. So they probably rebalance the base. I don't know how the armor would be higher than what it is currently in the game outside of them changing the base values. Just a static 30 ward. Well, the question... Well, some of them are 30 ward, but they showcase some ones that are like higher
enough
cost
damage
as
to
well.
run out of that, you will still die. Every single piece of armor in the game...
Like that one was 182. So it clearly scales based on level of the item or rarity, stuff like that. It's going to scale.
Game can be upgraded this way. Even uniques. Some are just a strict upgrade, giving
It's like not a lot of ward. I wonder how much you can scale this. I mean, they showcased the brass dome with like 1,000 of it, but
runic ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of runic ward. There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play.
ignite magnitude.
But the Kalgurans use runic ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics.
All right. Triskelion Cascade. Buff duration. Cost is 20 ward. Tap into the power of the Triskelion Flame to power the next spell you cast that affects an area around you or a target location. The empower spell becomes centered and shoots 6 additional areas. And that is like the little triangle type pattern. Buff duration is 4 seconds. So it's something you manually proc, and then your next spell has the buff to it.
Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them with runic ward. Many of the options available from remnant crafting are new types of Kalguran skills that exclusively spend runic ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered
like
multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself.
Okay, so he manually cast it, and then he cast the Ice Nova after. So +1 button.
Or with something you target at a distance, like Comet. There are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies.
Frostfire is sick. I don't know, man. We're looking for a 1-button angle here, guys. I'm not sure about the igniting them into. Let me cast a separate ability to make it a cold ignite. Pulse spending 100% of your runic ward to grant allies equal to 35% of your ward.
To more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion, that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies.
There are some cool stuff you can do with the ignite versus freeze, to be honest. I'm interested. They do have quite a few like supports for it, don't they? I don't know. I still don't really want to press another button now, easy. I'm looking for the 1-button angle.
Like skill gems do.
Mark of Repulsion.
All these skills cost runic ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well. There is also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems.
Support skills cost an additional 20% of maximum ward. Support skills deal added physical equal to 50% of the runic ward cost. So 10% of your ward, essentially, as extra fizz. Well, it kind of depends how much ward you can get to. Like the brass dome, they showcased 1,000 ward, so you can't get it too high, probably. Unless you can scale with, like, percentage increases.
In interesting ways. Concussive Runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns. While Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, There are other quests during the campaign too that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons. With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage. Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable.
I still think most of these uniques are just not going to be in-game viable unless you can keep upgrading them. Like right now they're showcasing level 38, which this damage at level 38, that's super usable, I think. But I'd be worried you're going to need to be able to upgrade it more than that. Number's way too low. Yeah, well maybe there's like a tiering system to it, right? Maybe they have a currency, a specific, like they have like, hey, you need 100 Verisium, and then you need a mid-level Verisium to get the level 38 upgrade, or maybe there's a bigger upgrade that can go to level 50 or whatever. Tiered, yeah. Because otherwise, it's like you're still not using it in game unless you can. It's got to be more, right? Otherwise, it just gets giga outclassed by a rare.
And give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques. All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well
Every 4 seconds, gain guard equal to 20% of maximum reward for 2 seconds.
as many other new crafting.
That was one of those said like 20% increase reward, right?
So much more that you can craft with remnants. There are all
20% increased runic ward. Now the question is, do we think that is just local? It's probably just local to the item, right? Would be my guess.
also 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies.
+1 max res for body armor.
This is the runes of Aldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage. There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item. There is
Destroys all sockets, can't be removed or replaced. Surely you can still corrupt on a +1 socket though, as a corruption outcome, I would imagine.
also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item. And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effectuation. You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with Verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects.
Oh my word, was I muted during that? I'm sorry. That's my bad. I sure hope there's no way to get percent ES on Jules. Yeah, ES buffed again, guys. ES buffed again.
So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time.
He's ranting. Well, I was basically saying that these alloys, they're pretty much essences, right? Like they're essentially essences. Am I crazy? Removes a random mod and adds a mod, right? It's like essentially the same as these perfects. I wonder if they're gonna add I feel like there's gonna be omens to go along with them.
To King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Kalguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering Verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face,
This is gonna be rippy.
or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Aldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic. One very important difference from the simple remnant.
The patch looks good, but there's no change to the Infinite Atlas. I mean, the changes are they're trying to give you more objectives, more quest lines, you know, more things to do, so it feels less empty and less void. I'm still concerned there's going to be a point where it's like, okay, I've cleared all this content, and then I'm going to get to that. I'm worried it's still going to feel like, okay, what do I do now? It feels empty. But I don't know. I'm willing to give it a shot. Having more map variety, having a lot more like endgame bosses to do, more reasons to grind or whatever helps for sure. So I'm gonna definitely be excited to try it regardless. It's not necessarily the deletion of Infinite Atlas I was hoping for, but maybe I still end up liking it. You know what I mean?
Encounters though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter.
Hopefully they made changes to some of the worst layouts. I mean, they've done that multiple times already where they've changed. Like, if you remember 0.1 patch, it felt like almost every other map was like Hidden Grotto or like Auguary or whatever. Like, there was definitely an issue where there weren't enough layouts, and a lot of the layouts were really not fun ones. Last patch already, I think, improved this quite a bit with variety and stuff, and toning down some of the layouts that were like just not fun. And then obviously this patch they're adding more layouts. I think that will definitely help with that issue for sure.
Stacking together.
Did they remove the sprint knockdown? No, they nerfed the sprint knockdown like mid-patch last league, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, we'll see. Maybe in patch notes they do change it. They didn't mention sprint at all during the reveal or the Q&A.
This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond. King's March has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife,
yeah, they did that for the support pack.
He would like to launch an expedition.
The MTX doesn't tell us whether or not they nerfed or buffed sprinting or anything like that. Like, my guess is sprinting is unchanged since the last change they made to it, which is they made it so you couldn't get instantly knocked down if you start sprinting on accident. I'm guessing that'll be the same way, but maybe they did some other change to it. Who freaking knows?
Deep into the ocean to find her. And this begins a new major mechanic for Expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a
Division.
single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenin. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions, new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwenin has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside.
Get the loot.
It's just
Please let Chonk be good. Guys, who wants to tell him? I don't want to be the guy to have to tell him, but let's be honest with ourselves. Chonk will never be good. Okay? Chonk is just going to be the class we get to meme on for the next 5 years. That's its whole existence.
a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed. Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find another logbook. And this time, you can use it to choose which direction you...
So 6 mil HP the first time you fight Medved. It's kind of tanky for if you just go a couple maps away to already be at that scaling.
The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector and you can go as deep as you like. There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So
Nah, they're gonna add Templar to be the weakest class? That's bannable. How dare you? That's crazy to say, man. I had a good time with Chronomancer playing ED Contagion. You did? Chronomancer? Chronomancer, Chronomancer, just too many, like, I don't know. I'm still very not an enjoyer of like skills built into ascendancies. Is PoE 1's Guardian strong? Yes.
for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible.
Hungry boy.
The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become. These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. And of course, more bosses.
I'm hoping the bosses from this, like all the new endgame pinnacles, are going to be harder than what the current endgame is right now. Because they took like the T4 versions of the boss and then just got rid of the T4, and now all the bosses have like half. Instead of like 30 mil, they have 16 mil or whatever. I'm hoping that there's either they've raised the level at which these bosses can become difficulty-wise, so you have a reason to upgrade your character, or or the other option, which is they do a bunch of giga nerfs to make it so it's harder to get a character that just rolls through things. The 0.4 Q&A said the new bosses would be harder, I believe. Wait, back from 0.4 Q&A? Are we going to start martial artists? That's definitely one of the ones I'm looking at. I want to look at the ascendancy points again. Isn't Guardian Ascendancy with skills built in? Yeah, it has the the what's the freaking dude called? The Sentinel of Radiance, and the Aura relic things. I'm not necessarily a fan of stuff being built in this honestly like that. It's not as bad for the Guardian because it's kind of just stuff where you're getting the passive benefits. It's not necessarily like a main skill you're building around your character tied to the Ascendancy. Because it's just like, here's 20 DR or 20 damage diversion, and here's auras, right? But it's in that direction.
There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker. Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby.
Holy.
On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter.
And before this is crab balls? I mean, they shortly show it, yeah. It's clearly the crab spider thing, right? Worse, I went to YouTube comments. Dangerous places, dangerous places. You say he's not gonna spoil it, that showed it like 4 times? Yeah.
But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun.
They gave some clips of like everything. Very short clips, mind you, though.
Defeat him and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside. Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia. Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danik should bringing
revered starlit ore can be used if Verisium able to forge a new unique item.
This to Pharaoh and Danik should allow them to.
This is probably going to be like a gamble thing. Like, it probably can become multiple different uniques, I'd imagine. I'm calling it, guys. This is going to be something people buy. Like, you know, quad tabs of starlit ore, boys. You know, like make a whole video.
Forge some objects of power.
The Unleashed Revered Vestments. Max all res, 100% spell damage, 17% of damage taken from hits, bypass energy shield if energy shield is below half. Lose all runic bindings when you shapeshift to gain an additional equal amount of unbound potential. Gain 1 runic binding on hit with spells no more than once each second. Like, what the hell does that even... So many
the creation
keywords,
of which
yeah.
has been lost to time.
Keywords on keywords.
So that's the League, and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over
17% bypass. That's when you play a lich. a lich to the 17 bypass is just DR.
30 new rune modifiers to enhance them.
But then you're wearing an
You
armor
can create
chest.
more than 100 new
No
runes
ES.
to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors.
I wanted to see how much it changed.
Rune forging armors.
99 ward, bunch of life. And he got like an implicit life as well when he did that. Like, look at that chest piece. It's almost like 300 fly life with only 100 life roll here.
Upgrading uniques. Dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports. Tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean. 5
That implicit is normal now? On that chest piece, is it? Oh, it might be. I guess I didn't know there was a chest piece with 80 life implicit.
new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss. And a bunch of...
Runic Ward is just like Spirit. How on earth are you getting that? What? Spirit, the mechanic you use to reserve reservations. Runic Ward, the thing that's an extra second life bar. The hell are you
New
talking
uniques to
about?
top it off. But there is still a ton more to come. It's
They're both
time to
numbers,
talk about
yeah.
the massive changes to the endgame. But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the Endgame Atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the
Check out the new gems. Yeah, I know gems cost ward. It's a resource. That doesn't... It's still completely different.
least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new questlines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? The cracks in the earth to the east? Or perhaps visit the ruins of a Val city in the north? The Atlas now has fixed
The
points
ruins
of
of when they
interest at
destroyed the
specific locations,
snake.
giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes,
Hell yeah, it does.
and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization. The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons, and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to
So this thing lights up before the thing comes through. It's like a train. I wonder if this is like a one shot.
explore and many new things to find.
Holy.
You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas,
I'm on Team Pro Scour.
and uncover some dark
I don't think we're gonna get
secrets.
Scours for a while.
Now, the Fortress is the first of the new full endgame storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that,
I dare you to do a no tower run, meaning never complete. No. How about you do no tower run?
it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant.
would be not fun.
Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes. Or this one, which spawns an Asmeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map.
+1 cat charm. If you're new, you right here, right now.
Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain
brick the
precursor
endgame?
nodes.
That's what you're gonna
after the
find
boss,
out, Mr. No
and
Tower
activating
Run.
these nodes will give you points
Have
for
fun.
the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up
Let
to
us know.
scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from
New Atlas tree seems interesting. I don't know, man. I feel like it's like dumbing it down because you just click every node now. Like they showcase a couple of nodes where you can like make a couple of like, you know, a choice between 2 things or 3 things. I am not a fan of the you can allocate every node. Because what's the point of having a tree at that point? It should just be like the baseline of the game.
combat and move to an adjacent map.
You think we'll be able to pick all? They literally say it. Yeah, he'll say it soon. We'll just keep going.
Before
with
you
it.
fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time. There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways. like this one which lets Ismeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares
Feeling
are
of progression. Yeah, I guess sure. You have the however long it takes you to complete the fortress thing. Oh yay, there's progression.
possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential.
I feel like it's dumbing it down.
You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree.
Yeah, you can allocate the entire Atlas tree. Were Excel supposed to still be a farming thing? I mean, you have the point for everything on the tree, so it's just kind of like there are some pros. Like for me, there's a pro where somebody asks me what tree, and I say you click every node, and then I don't have to deal with the what tree question. So that's kind of a pro, I guess. I mean, like another pro is like certain things that would only get generated by people having the specific node now can get generated randomly by everything. So there's going to be more supply of some things. Like, for example, let's say Essence was a less popular mechanic. Therefore, less people put it on their tree. Therefore, there would be less instances of perfect battle Essence, right? But now that everybody is going to have the Essence node, then there's going to be more supply of some of those things because they'll just occur, right? Naturally, people will see, oh, that's a perfect battle Essence. That just is there because I have all the Essence nodes, and that's a more likely thing to occur now. The amount of points you have on the mini trees as well is basically allocating the whole thing. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Like, you look at this tree, it says 33 out of 33. This one says 31 out of 31. I think I counted these nodes, and it was like 38 or 39 nodes, which is already basically every node. And it could just be like there's more points they could get maybe.
Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded.
It'll give us the chance to make nodes we wouldn't have been able to do before, like this node, which gives chance to be invaded by another faction. I feel like there's so many instances of things like this, both in PoE 1 and the previous tree, which is the previous tree wasn't good regardless, but that's the whole point of a tree is you have to choose what you want to specialize in. That's the point of the tree, making some decisions.
By another faction, and can even allow it to.
I'm gonna hold my opinion until we play. We're biased when in a PoE 1 tree. Yeah, it's fair to say. I personally like the whole, like for me, the whole point of a tree is you're choosing what you want and you're giving stuff up and you have to think about it. And then you're rewarded because you came up with a good plan, right? Same thing with like your passive tree. There's like, you had to make some decisions. This says it doesn't matter if you make decisions. It just is what it is. What's your opinion on voices? It's gonna be an auto include in every single build. It's just OP. It's just you make one jewel socket, 2 jewel sockets, or 3 or 4. It's gonna be very, very expensive.
Important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders.
Now you choose what mechanic you want by clicking on the map. It's not just about choosing what mechanic. It's about coming up with a good way. Like, for example, when somebody makes a mapping strategy and they said, I'm combining the use of these 2 or 3 mechanics or whatever it is, they had to think about how many nodes they had to spend and make a plan for their farming strat with the scarabs they chose to use. Like there's some thought process that goes into it. Not just, I have every point on the tree, I want to farm Delirium, yes or no. Checkbox. In surrender passes, you might not get all of them every league. I mean, like, if you don't play, sure. But they literally said if you go and do the objective, it gives you all the passive nodes in the area. And some zones give you more than one passive, right? He's afraid of Reddit complaining about FOMO? Who's afraid of Reddit complaining about FOMO? You think Jonathan's afraid of Reddit complaining about FOMO? More differences are good. This isn't just like, hey, let's make it different to be different. That's not a good design choice. It's the difference of, do you want to have to use your brain or not, is what this is. And this is taking away having to use your brain.
Create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing on the old tree, we would have...
Some of the nodes let you choose. Yeah, there's a very small amount of customization you can do now with the node choice thing. But it's like the difference in that customization versus having a tree with a limited number of points is a massive gap, right? Like the reason, like, for example, I don't really want to play D4 is because it's a skill twig where it gives you 3 choices and you choose one of them and you do that like 2 times. You know, like there's no, it requires nothing of you really in terms of thinking. And that's just very uninteresting to me. Some people are probably happy with that. I don't think that's interesting, right?
Wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else.
All that being said, like the current Atlas tree is very, very whatever, very bland, doesn't do anything. So this could still very well just be an improvement just because there's more like juice or whatever in your maths. Because the current Atlas tree, like, it's not good at all, right? It's so, I mean, like, it's probably still going to be a raw improvement.
We can have cool bonuses like these.
What we did have.
Now, obviously, we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be...
If the points share with league mechanics, maybe we can have a lot of choices. It doesn't look like it. It looks like each of the league mechanics has like a 30 points they can allocate of like almost 30 points.
Given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight. Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the...
This one isn't really a choice node either. Yeah, it's just a, is my build good? Or you're saying late game, like, have you upgraded your character? Okay, I want the extra loot. Is your character bad? I need the extra power. And you're not really making that choice. It's just what the current state of your character is. D4 is looking a lot better after that weak reveal. Oh, that is some cope, my guy. That is some cope. After that weak reveal. That one reveal had more content than the entire lifespan of D4.
Right. Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress.
Spear guy.
An incredible challenge awaits you, should you choose to go there.
Spear guy's gonna mess us up.
After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them.
Fixed location, no more random stuff. Well, it's gonna be fixed locations for like the first time you do each of the like league mechanics and stuff, but later on, after you finish that, then it still goes into Infinite Atlas, right?
But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters. Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the Pinnacle and the Fortress again. But this version of him will be harder, and not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the
Yeah, the angle's definitely just is just bum rush the quest line for this for sure. Get the ascendancy point or get the tree points as fast as possible. Doesn't seem that GGG buffed the move speed of spirits. The spirit stuff seems bad. As Mirror Spirits is always going to be a mechanic I am going to avoid. These Mirror Spirits are for people who get Giga Spooned like Noogie and have the cat charm just drop for them, and then all of a sudden it's their favorite mechanic. Noogie was cracking me up when he was saying that. He's like, oh, what? You know what my favorite mechanic now is Mirror Spirits. He's like, I got a cat charm. It's like, you did not do anywhere close to the average number of attempts to try to get that thing. You just got giga lucky. I guarantee you if he did like the average number to acquire that charm, he would not be singing the same tune about it.
points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't...
You can't call anyone else spooned? Listen. It takes somebody who's gotten spooned to be able to know somebody who's gotten spooned. You know, like spooned individual can recognize another spooned individual. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
Want to explore the fortress, and instead
I also got the cat charm once. Best
mechanic. You still have a way to get all those points. So that's the origins of Divinity.
What do you think Major's gonna be? I think it's gonna be.
It's a huge amount of new content,
no idea,
with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree, and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas.
I like that a lot. Double bosses, giving me the Maven Witness vibes, stuff that allows us to try to push some difficulty of content. I'm a big fan of that.
Earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts.
Didn't you chain die to GNR? I've died a couple times to GNR, okay? Relax, man, relax. Things happen. He can be dangerous. I'm going to giga focus on Ritual. Ritual with the chain of bosses seems pretty difficult. Yeah, when they're going over the quest line, which is later in this preview, it seemed pretty spooky.
Effects causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item, or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier.
So it said rock pools, and he opened a Val factory.
But at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location.
Yeah, he went to like a Val factory or something.
Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities, and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclast and harvest their parts.
I'm telling you guys right now.
In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes Ismarian spirits no longer possess rare monsters.
Hilda, I think Hilda is going to be Giga. Like, you're going to be able to, it's going to help us push difficulty, because make the bosses really hard, but then you get like the double unique and stuff, possess.
Making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses. But in exchange for that, they always
double boss loot. There's definitely going to be, it's going to be giga worth to have a really strong character fast. Double boss with double unique.
drop 2 uniques. Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock
oh, hold on, back it up. I wanted to look at all those stats. Back it up just a little bit.
But in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques.
Economy's going to be mega cooked. There is no world where the economy is going to be more cooked than it was last league. There's like, yes. Having making the base game a decent amount stronger is going to have an impact, sure. But there's no world where it's going to be comparable to Temple. There's no world.
Because of that,
they wouldn't do it like that again. There's no shot. 20% chance for double effective precursors is good. 50% increased exceptional items found, solid. +1 unique from bosses. Strong boxes have a chance to be unique or rare. Sure, I guess. Start fishing for the gamble box.
We wanted it to be easy.
What's Hilda got? Possess unique monsters. Release Ismiri spirits on death. 25% chance to upgrade map bosses to powerful. Ismiri spirits cannot possess rare monsters, so they go straight to the boss. And then chance for mobs in your maps to just be replaced by random bosses. That's a really good one, I feel like. Getting a bunch of extra bosses in your maps on average. You can hover some of the nodes here as well. Does it have the same nodes? Or are these some different nodes? What the hell? I scrolled past it. Send him to Brazil. Yeah, he trapped me. All right. You can't read Portuguese? No, I can't. I can barely read English. Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, so these only showcase 3 of each, but I'm guessing these are ones that are in the showcase. Yeah, these are all ones in the showcase. Waystones have 25% more effective prefix mods or 25% more suffix mods in opening maps. Rarity dropped by magic monsters. Your maps have an additional revival. Okay. That's solid. What else do they showcase on the...
Just swap between them depending on what you're doing.
On Doriani. Additional revive, more effects. Its mirror spirits only possess monsters after reaching maximum empowerment. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Double boot boss loot, 1 portal for each boss. Yeah, I think that's one of the things I'm most excited about for this, Connor, is they're giving us difficulty multiplier that also gives more reward. Because that's why, like, one of the despair things about current PoE 2 endgame is there's just not hard content. And this helps push that. Is to have like double bosses possessed by Ismiri spirits, stuff like that. Do you think these guys are onto something? Yo, Connor with the sub! Almost 3 years, hell yeah. Just take all 287 points of harder content, more reward. Yeah, that's a lot of choices. I'm so glad Diablo 4 is not like that. I mean, seeing all these crazy vast systems, me as a casual, not want to play the game at all. Glad D4 can do a better job at staying approachable and pretty hefty with content too, but not overblown. Dude, I cannot with the Diablo players. They are just they say the funniest things, man. They say the fun. Oh man, I'm so glad we aren't getting too much content. I would hate to have a dev company that gives us a lot of content. I prefer to spend $60 every league to pay for the class so I can unlock the skill. I like being paywalled. Blizzard, please keep making me pay to have the tiniest updates possible, so that way my simpleton brain can understand it. That is a funny post. That is a funny post. They lost a 7-hour Act 2 player with that rage quit. Yeah, unfortunate. Dude, I swear too, I'm pretty sure in like recent D4 videos, or like when some of the content creators that played the D4 patch were making like their review video or whatever. I think I watched like Darth Micros. I swear there was a comment underneath there where it was like, "Holy, with this patch, D4 has probably the most content of any RPG except maybe Path of Exile." I swear I read a comment that said that. It was like, my goodness. These Diablo players are insane. They are crazy. I'm glad there's not too much content. It would be overblown. I see PoE content where Rax and DM get some random hate comments, and I don't know where it comes from, but then I realized it's D4 players and that see them as traitors. Yeah, they betrayed the trust. How dare they? How dare they go play Path of Exile? How dare they step over the line? Shouldn't have done that.
As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map.
There's like a cult situation going on. You can't step outside the faith.
And all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment.
All right, Ascendancies.
Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the in-game leagues we created in Launching Early Access and 010.
I'm a fan of the Ascendancy, the Atlas Ascendancies. I feel like that's, hey, listen, we lost a bit of our choice with the every passive node is allocated, but we got a little bit back with the Ascendancy Masterclass thing. I do like that. Rob and Woody stayed. Neil, I think Woody still plays PoE, right? I feel like I've seen him play PoE multiple times. Rob, I think, played PoE at one point, and then there was some like drama between Rob and Ziz, and then I never saw him playing PoE again. And I don't know what the drama even was, but I feel like I saw Rob playing PoE at one point, and then there was some drama, and then didn't play PoE ever again. They're mad because they can't unsee how bad D4 is once you see it. Yeah. He got cooked playing with Elon also. He was playing PoE with Elon or playing PoE or playing Diablo with Elon. He made a video of a 500D How a Monk with borrowed gear that he didn't say he borrowed. Oh, so it was the drama of like, it was like you didn't earn that those items or whatever. Do not use Hilda Atlas Ascendancy. Hilda is a poacher. Hilda is using ground up monster parts to make male essence pills and selling them to the Ezra. Grims, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but the Hilda nodes are straight gas, okay?
You only get one
attempt. If I can go kill a boss,
but in exchange for that,
and then get 2x the unique drop table, I'm clicking that node, okay? I don't care what kind of freaking black market operation Hilda's running. I'm getting 2 uniques, okay? Because look at this. There's 2 of them. I want that. I want 2x the drops. Crime pays? Yeah, and I'm going to get double the loot. Arbiter jewel farming with 1 portal node? Yeah. Arbiter with all the arbitrary one-shot mechanics. We just got to make our character, it might, next league might be the time for the strength stack immortal play. That might be the time. Yo, Steel Mage. Naughty whip. Wait, why? What's the context, Steel Mage? What's the context? Why are all your people breaking out whips? What's going on here? I didn't do anything wrong. Explain yourself. Why not? What did I do? There's no context. You guys I didn't deserve this. Yo, chill. We've been informed you like that. That's not true at all. You guys have been lied to. Steel Mage misled you guys. I'm just a dad gamer, okay? We're just chilling here. We're just digging through the live reveal, you know what I'm saying? Why do you stream from the basement? Because this is where I could make an extra room. Is there a problem? They heard about you stealing the donuts. I did not steal the donuts. They were in the common area. They were for everyone. I don't know why you guys keep holding this against me. Play whatever build you want. I'm sure the game won't spoon feed it. I'm planning to do that. I'm planning to play whatever build I want. Well, actually, I don't know. I need to take a closer look at the ascendancies. The martial artist seemed pretty solid. The other ascendancy seemed like it's basically a minion build. It seemed like a companion minion build.
Drop 2 uniques.
Which is probably, honestly, it's probably strong. It's probably decent. Page 20 and 23 for the new ascendancy trees. Page 20 and 20. What the hell is this? Somebody made a Google Doc? Wait, what is this? With timestamps? Dude, what on earth? Yo, PoE players are unhinged. What is this? Page 4 of 33. AI did it? Oh, okay. So they got an AI summary to spit it out. AI or drugs 100%. Not fully, but yeah. Okay, so yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Because of that,
I'm just going to assume it's AI nowadays, especially nerdy PoE players, probably software dev, ran it through cloud or something. Yeah.
we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing.
It's going to be, I wonder how much of that's going to be a case more and more where you ask yourself, did a human actually do this? Or was it done by the robots?
As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen.
Yep.
Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map.
Hilda.
And all the
All day,
bonuses
every
you have
day.
selected for that master
Double boss,
will be
double
activated.
loot.
This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the endgame leagues we created when launching early access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vile and Rise of the Abyssal.
Can we get the Google Doc link? I am not going to share it around. I'm not trying to promote AI.
Just have a lot
AI
more going on than
freaking
Delirium or
summaries.
Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a
Disgusting.
serious upgrade to
Clankers,
all these
yeah, the
mechanics
clankers.
before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in early access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the
Does Hilda's work with exceptional gems? When it says exceptional items, it's talking about the items that drop with an extra socket or with extra quality or both. That's what it's talking about when it says exceptional. Does PoE 2 even have exceptional gems? I don't think it does. PoE 2 has lineage gems. Exceptional gems are just a PoE 1 thing. When the AI turns, it'll remember who is on its side and not. Are you preemptively surrendering to the robots, Lobster? Pathetic. Okay, have a spine, man. Have a spine.
leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations.
Hell yeah.
And each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss.
Oh yeah.
This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to. So let's use Abyss as an example.
I have children. And each and every one of them is probably disappointed with you right now with these cowardly statements. Oh, I'm just going to obey the robots. Freaking pathetic.
When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls.
The Well of Souls.
All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree.
They do look pretty cool.
At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths, with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience.
Okay, random little thing about the side tangent about the obvious goals. Okay. During the Q&A, Jonathan was like, we were looking through some Steam reviews, and people were saying 400 hours, bad game. And his takeaway was it's because there weren't obvious enough like goals or finish points in the Atlas. I feel like my takeaway, I see somebody who types 400 hours bad game. To me, that's just somebody review bombing if they're mad about like some recent change that occurred. Like I feel like that's like they clearly like the game. They played 400 hours and then there was some change that a dev made that they didn't like and they want to protest it and they do it by review bombing it. I don't know. I don't feel like it's related to the. I mean, I think honestly having like these quest lines will end up being like enjoyable having the goals and stuff. But I feel like that's like, I feel like that the 400 hour review bomb. I feel like that's just like a mad at like a recent change. Not wrong in trying. Yeah, I think it might end. I think it's like what they're doing will probably end up making this endgame system better. I still think that 400 hour guy like. I feel like that was a review that occurred. Like for example, when like the temple, right? They buffed the temple a bunch, and then they realized, holy crap, this isn't balanced. And then they tried to like knee-jerk change it, but the way they changed it made it so like Fubgun and the people that already abused it already had their temple set up. And then right when they did that change, there's probably a ton of people that went to Steam review and were like, what the hell? Screw you guys. You made it so the rich get richer or whatever. Like I could see it being like one of those situations that occurred where they either should have deleted the temple or just been like, okay, it is what it is. But what they initially did was a halvesy fix that just made it so you couldn't make future temples. And the people who already made it were just, they had legacy temples essentially. And that was like the cooked change, right?
Is to complete them.
The rich get richer, yeah.
All right, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4, you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his Delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance.
Poor guy.
His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him.
Worst fear, no loot. I got news for you. The end of this Delirium storyline is going to have... Is it crazy to say... Okay, I'm going to say it right now. I think Voices with 4 jewel sockets has a very good chance of being the most expensive item in the game. Because I think they're going to make it extremely rare, and it is a best in slot for every single build in the game. I think there is a very good chance that's going to be the most expensive item in the game next league, is the Voices jewel with the 4 passives. I'm betting on Excel Res belt. Like I think okay, like let's say Mage Blood is something crazy. I still think that Voices, that four passive Voices is going to be a rarer outcome. Adorned, yeah. I mean, you can make the argument for like a 75 Corruption Adorned, maybe. Okay, out of curiosity, did 75 Adorned end up overtaking 150 Adorned? I'm assuming it would be because I feel like that's a harder thing to get, but maybe I'm crazy. Rare Jewel, passive. What is even worded? This is not. Trade 2. All right. Let's check here. Fate of the Val. Rare jewel effect. 120. What is that number? What the hell? Okay. There's no way magic jewel's that high. There's no shot. Okay, yeah, 10 mirrors. It's not even close. What in the RMT? Standard? That's not even the standard league. That's just the Fate of the Val league. Oh my word. That is something, all right. Okay, so this might still be more valuable than the voices because this is like the odds of hitting this outcome is unhinged rare, right? There's 3 that exist up on trade right now. But I still think the 4 passive voice is going to be insane value. Look at the 145 mirror one, 10 fire res. And it has 143 magic as well. That's kind of crazy. This one has +1 max energy shield. Man, that is something, all right. That is something. This is far worse than Affliction. Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's not close, dude. People dropping 100 divines in 5 minutes, like consistently every single temple or whatever. Like it's crazy the levels people go to try to pretend it wasn't a completely broken, unhinged mechanic. Voices drop corrupted.
Once free,
they'll show the voices in
Aldur
here,
demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you.
Do you think you'll be able to double corrupt it to 5 jewels? Yeah, maybe. It depends if they let it be like an unmodifiable mod or they let it be like a roll range mod, right? Because 4 isn't high enough to become 5. See, that's where you're wrong, Kyler Murray. The way the corruption change works in PoE 2, and it's actually the same way volatile vowels work in PoE 1, is it rounds to the nearest digit. It doesn't auto round down. It rounds to the nearest digit, right? I thought they didn't round in PoE 2. Most things don't round, but the corruption multiplier divine change, that's one that rounds.
To travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he
If it's already corrupted, yeah, then it would just be like the enchant you add to it, like the plus res.
believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features Delirium encounters. Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of Delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into Delirium you are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog.
They just break
and
into
the deeper
like
you go,
mirrors now.
the more challenges you will face.
That's kind of neat.
By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the Delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map, but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all
so that's this thing, right?
all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this,
he shatters it and he gets a big boy.
You'll notice the Delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind.
Portal?
And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst fears. If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that
No, not the Ceaseless Hunger Arena. Well, the reason we don't like Ceaseless Hunger Arena is because when you're standing on the blood ground, you get like a debuff, right? I don't see any debuff on this guy's screen right now.
If you are
Wait, hold on. I actually back it up a little bit. Did he have a debuff like when he was like initially running?
and must escape it while fighting.
What the hell is that? What the hell is that? What do you mean 1? Why is there a stack of 1? What is that? Corrupted bloody thing? Yeah, I guess it could be because this is kind of all bloody, right? Hopefully it's not like a slowing effect, right? Hopefully it's not a slowing
Of
effect.
hordes of your worst fears.
That debuff is in PoE 1. That debuff in PoE 1, that picture at least, it's a reused asset, obviously, is the same debuff icon you get when walking into like Awakener, freaking whoozy whatsies, the storms.
If you are able to do so,
Which is a degen, yeah, it's a degen. So it's a good chance. It's a good chance that it could be like a CB or a degen or something like that.
you will gain a powerful.
That icon's for petrified blood, but it gets reused a lot. Boiling blood boiling blood in PoE 2.
Amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow,
Hopefully it's not
Elder
the hunger
Maddox
debuff.
discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing. You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him, and that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains Delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do Deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to
Oh, yeah,
add
I wanted to
notable
look at
passive
these.
buffs to them. But in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well. Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you
Oh yeah, this is the ES buff. Diluted liquid ire. Removes a random mod and then augments a rare basic with a new guaranteed mod. It's 20% ES. You just force on. Now this is the kind of energy shield nerf I was looking for. Dude, how does it always win? Guys, I couldn't believe my mind. I thought it was just Jonathan who was like, no life on tree. ES is the same thing as armor and evasion. But then Mark said it too in the Q&A, and I was like, dude, maybe ES is just going to be broken for a while. Maybe ES is just going to be broken for a while. Common Blue Life W, yeah, ES is looking real good.
to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example,
It's because they don't see ES as Blue Life. They see it as armor evasion, which I think it's a blind spot for them. I think it's just straight up a blind spot. Speed.
Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels. But there are many more. Once you've done enough Delirium encounters, the location of a Grand Mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm, is revealed. But it
Max
won't be
Jewel,
that
yep.
simple to enter. Using
Some
his
nice
powers,
mods.
he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness. In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm.
Give me in there.
Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas and Fog, and every map you do in the Fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind.
40% delirious.
At some point, you enter a new layer,
Astrolabes, let's go. It is kind of like Astrolabes a little bit.
a simulacrum of your
The
memories
entire area, it's 4 maps. It wasn't just 4 maps. It's like these maps too, right?
of your mind.
Oh, I guess it is just these 4 maps. This is something else. Things right here.
At some point, you enter a new layer, a simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the
You don't like the use of AI, so use this instead. Smile. What is this? Oh, do we actually have the... Okay, we'll have to look at this. But I'm going to finish looking at this first.
Raven Trickster.
Let's get to the end of the Delirium, then we'll look at the Spirit Walker.
Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard.
Simulacrums are already kind of like some of the hardest content in PoE 2 right now. So that's going to be pretty crazy. That's going to be... Hopefully Tangmazu is actually like pretty legitimately hard. If you have to beat a Simulacrum first, then to fight him.
Of his mirror,
And that's just the quest version.
allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge.
Okay, so that dude pokes you. What the hell is going on? This is just a giant dude just coming out of the depths.
So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see, it's not only a quest line, there are new mechanics, new crafting options,
Trickster
and new
God,
boss
yeah.
fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters.
Grand mirrors.
After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder. And not only that,
Okay, that's like, how many maps is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's like,
fight will be able to drop a bunch of new
That's
uniques
a
that were not
ton.
available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later. After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example,
okay, melancholy. Debilitate enemies on hit while you have an emerald and sapphire socketed. Like elemental exposure while you have a ruby and emerald. Hit blind on hit. Potent. Interesting. What does debilitate? Is debilitate 10 DR or 10 less damage like it is in... It's not even a keyword in the PoE 2 wiki. I'm guessing it's not in the game yet then. It's debilitate in PoE 1 is enemy deals like 10% less damage. Blind on hit can be nice as well, especially if you're an evasion build for sure, right? It also helps with accuracy too, maybe. I don't know if it works the same way. Surely blind's on the PoE 2 wiki. Surely if I type blind in here, that's gonna exist, right? Blind. Lessens the accuracy and the evasion of the affected target. Yeah. So if you like don't want to have as much accuracy, but accuracy isn't really as much of a thing in this game, is it? Right? I guess it is if you're playing like a bow build.
potent liquid melancholy is an emotion that can
Debilitate is a PoE. Oh my goodness, so the PoE wiki just doesn't have it. Debuff, yeah, movement speed and damage. 10% minus 10%. Yeah, okay. So debilitate's pretty strong. Like that's, if you can find a situation to put it both an emerald and a sapphire into your build, that's actually super worth. No matter what build you're playing, pretty much.
only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like Storm's
Fully broken armor you inflict also increases cold and lightning damage. taken.
Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage.
Interesting.
But also notables from a clearly deranged mind, like Calm's Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry. How about using an Ancestral Flame Blast?
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty
Now, just
cool.
like before, you can also upgrade the
Next fire spell you cast yourself after using Warcry is ancestrally boosted. That is pretty dang cool. Like that animation too. It adds like the green spikes and stuff, right? Does PV2DB have ancestral boost? Ancestrally boosted slams has 30% more damage and 25 AoE. That's pretty strong for like a snapshot of like a one shot hit type of thing. Katava with 2 strength stacking bases, fire spell on it. You're gonna play Katava.
Now, just like before, you can also upgrade the league by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree.
There's a lot of nodes that work with ancestry boosted stuff as well. Yeah, unlike the tree. Ancestral. Ancestry boosted attacks deal 30% increased damage. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually gonna work though, because it says attacks, right? So it probably doesn't work with it. My guess would be no.
But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add new types of mirror.
Whoa. Oh, back it up, Jonathan. You're going a little bit too fast for me.
Easy to see how to progress.
What was that? I need to read that. Delirium encounters are 25% more likely to spawn a unique boss. Slaying a unique monster pauses the timer for 20 seconds. Okay.
Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums.
Just real quick, just back it up one more time. Of 31 points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I probably miscounted, but that's like... So I think you're probably going to be able to just grab every single point in the tree.
Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums.
So you're at the bottom, or I missed this one here maybe.
Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up.
So the only choice node is that keystone? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League, like this one, which causes the Grand
Jewels
Mirror.
is going to be way easier to do now. You target one that already has 2 good affixes on the prefix or suffix side, and then force on another good affix you need.
To spread Delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing
Taking
multiple
away
simulacrums.
the weight of the choices seems silly. Yeah,
All right.
I'm not a
so
fan
that's
of
the
that.
changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, but you have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next. When you first do a Breach in the endgame, you will find Aldur, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world.
It's going to be 100.
As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aldur would like to recruit you to the order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration. Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years...
I'm going to do Breach the full league. You're going to be a birthing tree enjoyer. The tree, yep, the tree's back.
Since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1,
tree for the
the
tree.
war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself.
Stolen from the enemy. Just the idea of stealing a tree just is something. I mean, like, freaking just uprooted it, replanted it. Like, what the hell?
Using the tree, Aldur could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hiveblood, the tree has withered. To get Hiveblood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hiveblood that you can use to restore the Genesis Tree. In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis Tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many
Breach soundtrack's
times,
so good.
but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis Tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts. Each womb gift can be used to create a
Belt, ring, currency, amulet. So jewelry specific. And also maybe some guy's going to get 10 mirrors and he's going to post about it and brag.
Different type of jewelry and must be fertilized with hive blood.
Can we or can we not gamble a Mega Blood? Based on the showcase, they only showcased us things that say, hey, rare item this, rare item that. However, for all we know, there's other nodes on the tree. There's a lot they didn't hover over that say chance to be a unique item or something on that variety, right? No unique womb gifts? They didn't have any unique womb gifts, but the thing is, like, for all you know, this node could say 50% chance to be unique. You know what I mean?
So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree and it will give birth to a random rare amulet.
Plus, Ritual is going to have a lot of unique farming stuff. Yeah, Ritual is going to have, because all the rituals are like a window of uniques, right?
But the Genesis tree is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth. So for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed. And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else.
5% proceeds to hit first try. Actually straight up cheating. Please make a Giga Clear build, Cap. We will probably try to make a build that can clear fast. That would definitely be on the agenda of things we want to do. I don't mind a good way to get jewelry. Yeah, also the cool, like, specific base types is neat too. Eternal Rage.
Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free. Or this one, which has a rune socket in it. Left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts.
Birth items roll values an additional 2 times, keeping the highest
But it's
value.
worth noting that this tree doesn't have...
Okay, hold on. Whoa. Always have a resistance mod. Always have an armor mod. Elemental resistance modifier and birth items have a minimum modifier level of 50. Life man modifiers have a minimum level of 40. That's a pretty... Like, you're forcing some pretty high tier stuff, right? Like the moderating, essentially.
Including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they
Resin
will
rings can
always
be a
have.
pain to craft, yeah.
With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely
Resistance modifiers and birth items at minimum level.
how you want to specialize your
That was like
crafts.
additional rolls. Was it additional rolls?
But it's worth noting
Suffix modifiers and birth items have maximum values. So it just forces perfectly divine suffixes.
that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types.
New base types, you go frame by frame. Yeah, I do that sometimes too. I wasn't doing it right now, but we've done that in the past. Flat Fizz, Max All Res, Biostatic, Max All Res, that's pretty cool. Percent life, percent mana, percent chaos damage. Items, this item gains bonuses from socketed items as though it was gloves. Huh. And they showed one for a helmet too, right?
Like these, but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch
Items can roll
of
caster
the ring
mods.
tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings.
Let's see what those caster
From
mods
basics
are.
like extra elemental damage for spells,
Just straight up percent spell damage.
or more niche
Birth items have 5% chance to be crafted with the of expectation mod.
options, like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash.
Oh, okay. Neat.
And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set
It's funny how the breach tree you need to make choices with the Atlas tree you don't. Yeah. I think that's part of the fun about trees though, right? Here's hoping they decide to give that fun back after this patch, but we will see. Maybe they'll decide they're happy with the get every node on the tree.
Bit of mods for minion characters.
Always
This
have a
stuff is
minion
actually pretty
mod,
important.
offering buff effect. Minions have surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. Additional projectile. Okay. That's kind of crazy. Just one of these mods and you're getting +1 proj for your minions.
Because casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree...
You do on the notables? It's not the notables, it's the keystones that give you the choice, and there's not many of them. I think it's fine. It's probably not the end of the world. Ultimately, there's a lot of things you could still do making choices. I like having a bunch of choices, and less choices is not my preference, but there's still a bunch of things in this game where you get to make choices about what you're doing, so
narrows that
it
gap.
probably isn't.
There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too. Like being able to create new catalysts for jewels.
Add quality that enhances fire on jewel, replaces other quality types. So quality to jewels. Guys, you see what I see? Adds quality that enhances armor, evasion, and energy shield modifiers on a jewel. Okay, like, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me just see if I'm actually crazy about this. Increased pseudo jewel. Jewels can roll with up to 30% ES, right? Because you can get this mod. So then I'm going to put quality on my 30% jewel, which is going to make this say 24, and this is going to say 12. So it's going to give 36% ES. And then I'm going to put on a voices, and I'm going to put 4 of those jewels on my tree. Meanwhile, life builds Lamau. 3%? Sucks to suck. Like, what the hell? 300k ES. Yeah, we have to make a higher ES character. I think last time we did like a 30k ES character and tanked like Arbiter or whatever. We're gonna have to make another ES character, make a video about it. Don't worry about we got 6% life ring. Yeah, you got your 6% life rings. Oh my word, holy, you're unstoppable, aren't you? 72% from the leech jewel as well. Stuff is crazy. Oh yeah, and then you have the adorned with the 75% increased effect. Hit 100k, so GG might listen. Yeah, we gotta give them some real examples that people put together during the league. That might be okay. So main goal is get a mage blood. Tertiary goal, 50k ES. Thoughts?
Or a belt that gives lightning damage.
Has a charm slot, gives some flat lightning to attacks. Forking belt.
Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone.
I think you can get more than 50k. 50k seems like rookie numbers. All right, hold on. Let's check right now. What's the current highest ES number on PoE 2 right now? Fate of the Val, Energy Shield. The literal highest person currently in the game has 52,000. Surely this guy has an adorned, right? He doesn't even have it adorned? What is this guy, broke? What is he doing? He doesn't even have it. That's crazy. That is crazy right now. Okay, in his defense, he does have a 1400 ES Regalia. He does have a 1400 ES Regalia. So, I mean, that's kind of something. I think you'd hit 80k with a little bit of spoonage. Let's not get too crazy here. I mean, he's wearing boots with no movement speed, guys. Like, come on. He's wearing boots with no movement speed. Like, what is that? I am not going to wear boots with no movement speed. That is unhinged. Imagine playing with this amount of budget and then no movement speed on your boots. Like that's not right. 52k with no CI. I mean, he's probably just grabbing. Does he even have damage nodes on his tree? Yeah, he doesn't have a single damage node on his tree. He's literally just grabbing every ES node in the game. There's like no attempt here at he's just literally grabbing he's just ladder climbing. Okay, I think my 50k number is reasonable because I'm not just talking about ladder climbing. I'm talking like 50k plus like an actual build. You know what I mean? Obviously, there's multiple things that buff ES we've seen like in this patch, but like, come on, he hit 52k and he's literally just ladder climbing. Like he avoided so much actual character investment because he didn't have to invest in anything that mattered offensively, right? Check the Titans. They're the true ES stackers. You want me to check this guy? This guy all the way over here. 26,000. Half the ES. Is that his actual weapon? Just Nettle Talisman? I don't know what the hell this guy's doing. What's the percent on the Ranger Ascendancy? Getting shadow dropped? Oh, you mean like an extra random ascendancy? I mean, maybe. I mean, we got freaking 3 weeks. I think there's a chance. There's a couple of ritualists with a bunch of ES. What type of builds are these guys playing? Triple ring, instack. He's playing Doadries, right? Surely he's playing Doadries. Not playing Doadries? Blasphemy, Temp Chains, Enfeeble, Clarity, Ritualistic Curse, Magnified AoE. Okay, I'm freaking lost. Maybe he's just a curse bot. I have no idea. All right, anyways, where are we? I'm committing, but I'm not committing to the 50k ES, okay? But at some point, they have to realize ES is life, and it's ridiculous that ES can get percent scaling, and it's ridiculous how much it gets, and life needs to have that option.
And you can then use it on the Hiveborn Incursion.
Breachstone.
Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives.
Is the focus a way to go for the Raven RF? I don't know. I think Raven RF is going to be I think it's going to be a trap. I think it's going to be like Death Oath level damage.
Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive. These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these.
I'm ready for people to complain about walls again. Guys, here's the thing. The reason walls were a problem is because in PoE 1 you have movement skills. In PoE 2 you don't really have movement skills. Well, I guess there's like shield charge. I mean, there's like some movement skills. They're like way less responsive than PoE 1s. We'll see. Maybe that'll still happen where the movement skills still brick your pathfinding with walls and it becomes an issue, but they also could have just implemented the fix they did for PoE 1 that makes it not an issue.
As you can.
The Wolf Leap
But
is
your
actually
real
pretty good.
goal
Yeah,
are
the
the
Wolf
sky
Leap, the
hives
pounce is
deeper
pretty
into the
solid.
domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you'll need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all. Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives,
Bear's a good time, man.
and defeat the Breach Lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communicating
And that's what Chayula looks like.
with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery.
Interesting. It's a lot of hands. So Breach is not getting a new boss, right? It's just still just Zesht. Abyss isn't getting like a new boss. New boss is for Delirium, new boss for Ritual, new boss for Expedition. It's getting a new Pinnacle. A Breach is getting a different boss. Or Abyss is, because they didn't show either of those, right? I guess they showcased Esh and Toll. The duo boss, yeah, Esh and Toll. All these are getting one Pinnacle. So is Esh and Toll considered the Pinnacle?
While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause Breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas. And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically.
Did you see that? Did I see what? Zash is the Pinnacle? Yeah. So I don't think Breach is really getting to something new. It said 30 out of 30, but only the mini trees half is allocated. It could be they made the nodes more expensive, or I don't know, visual bugs.
Increasing the difficulty in exchange for way more items.
Or just saying you have 30 points to spend.
There
total.
are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one.
Ruin Marshal Zesh has 25% chance to give you lineage support. Ruin's Aftermath. Supported Warcries cause ice crystals to explode. Supported Warcries detonate your ice fragments. Supported Warcries empower 3 additional attacks if they destroy at least 5 ice crystals.
Which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht. Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get. There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesht to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to
a grasping orchid. 0 out of 60. It likes breach rings. Guess we're gonna find out what grasping male and PoE 2 looks like. I wonder what that could be.
experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy. So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches, hive encounters, and Hiveborn incursions on the Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next. When you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear.
Hopefully you can recomment and like transfer the grasping male mods to an actual good chess piece type of thing. Hopefully that's an option.
She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few
words,
beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood could be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form. Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her, but in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in each area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition, each ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete. Once you've completed them,
Ritual having all uniques. I mean, where's the defer option? There's a defer option somewhere, right? Ritual having all uniques is probably like a pretty good league mechanic to go to early. On the right. Oh, you think that's what that is? This time thing here? Okay, fair enough. The hourglass, yeah.
Spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making this league's rewards much more valuable than before. In order to gain an audience with the Nameless King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him.
Okay, so he did 1,700 tribute, and he got like what? 12, 13% of this full bar. So it's probably like 10k to 15k tribute required. Another remaining's wasted, yeah. I thought it was about 900 he offered. No, he had 1,700. He had 1,700.
In order to gain an audience with the Nameless King,
yeah, 1,748. Offer all your remaining tribute to be awarded with an audience with the king. I want my 60th once a unique. Well, I mean, there could be, depending on how early you are. Ritual late game. If it's the only way to access Mage Blood, then it's going to be kind of like a lottery system a bit for that type of thing. But early game, a lot of like the cheaper uniques will just sell, like because people are trying to get their initial like setup going, right?
you need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar. Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless.
I actually like this sort of ritual reward system a lot more. I think part of the reason I don't like current ritual in PoE 1 or PoE 2 is there's just like when you get the you refresh the window, there's just too much garbage you have to scan through. If it's reducing it down to like just uniques and there was like some keystones that let it give you like just raw like currency or whatever. Because I feel like whenever I do ritual, I end up in this situation where I'm just staring at the freaking ritual window for just a very large amount of time of my gameplay because I'm trying to look through every item there. And then I can be like, I don't want to do this anymore because I'm looking, scanning through too many things.
Shrine.
Searching for fractures. Yeah, let me hover every little thing here to make sure I'm not throwing away something good.
His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him, kill him.
You can apply a loot filter to it. Even applying a loot filter to it, there's still things you need to like scan through. I don't know. I like that it's reducing some of like the overbearance of visual loot that you have to look through.
And
be able
get
to use it to
Aoife's
stall.
body.
I would never use it to stall. I asked you this yesterday in a work call. What's the best build to farm Giga Juice Expedition? Dot builds are generally pretty good because they get around block, but hit-based builds, if you grab the attack block, ignore mastery works well. Anything with some sort of chain explode works really well as well, because if you do big bomb and you can just blow it up instantly. So you got options, but that's kind of the main things. Something with chain explode works well, dot builds work well, something with ignore block.
Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark. And the
Is that like Solaris and Lunaris like standing over it with the spear and like the half moon crescent thing? Who's this bow person?
Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and
The third sister? There's another one? Is that some lore? Verity. The lost sister. There's a third sister. You guys aren't messing with me right now? There's actually a third sister? So it's tied to the old gods. Interesting. Lore's in my game? Yeah, what the hell? That's why they call it the Viridian Wildwood? PoE Wiki. Verity is a god. She's a sister of Solaris and Lunaris. While most cultures of Ray class have goddess of the sun and moon, Verity is often left out. Verity is worshipped as the goddess of the earth to the Asmeri. She also recognized as and worshipped by the Eternal Empire, but she did not receive the same treatment as her sisters. Holy. The least favorite of the sisters. Unfortunate. Only got some recognition from the Eternal Empire. Only from her boy Kaspero and Kadiro. PoE veteran, by the way. Why on earth would I know this? Ain't no way I'm gonna remember this. Verity's Veil. Hey, I do know that item though. Her sisters eternally fought for that shining apex in the skies, but Verity instead found strength in humility. That's cope. That's cope. She's sitting there watching her sisters get praised and loved by like most people, and she's like, they're fighting the clouds. Okay, I find strength in humility. That's cope. Straight cope. She's trying to cope with the fact that she is not loved like her sisters. Okay. Prismatic Edge is good lore too. What's Prismatic Edge say? A raging Solaris seared and contorted the orb's surface. A despairing Lunaris filled the scars with her tears. Yet Verity remained trapped within forevermore. Okay. Has Miri never touched the tears of a magi, lest Verity weep? She is the earth. Okay. Our lore. All right. So Verity apparently has a bow, flub gun enjoyer, whereas Lunaris has cool scythe, axe, claw things, and Solaris has a spear. Very informative, guys. Very informative. Actually, real quick right now. Ramble side note, guys. I'm out of water. Listen, give me 1 second. I need to top off the water. I'm getting a little thirsty. Give me 1 moment. I haven't had water for like the last 45 minutes. It's driving me crazy. I'm gonna go refill this real quick. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
And my axe.
Okay. I have returned. You think Lance hunches over a block of cheese as he nibbles on it? No, I'm not like a mouse, guys. I'm not a mouse, okay? Lance isn't a millennial. I might technically be. What's the date range for millennial? Millennial. (1981, 1996). I'm 29, so pretty dang close. Basically at the in-between point, essentially. Doesn't Shaver call you a mouse? Can't beat the allegation. I mean, yeah, but he calls everybody a mouse. Everybody who does the Shaper fight. Like, that's not specific to me. Why is your water chewy? Okay, I kid you not. I walked up there, filled up the water, got my glass, started to walk back downstairs, and then my wife was like, hey, do you want a piece of cookie dough? I don't know what you want me to say. I was doing the very innocent thing of just getting some water. Real quick, also I grabbed pants, okay? I'll put on my pants. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Pants have been acquired. I'm pretty sure with that one singular piece of cookie dough, I annihilated whatever calories I had burned from walking earlier.
Beat him back.
So,
but
mistakes.
those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League.
Transfer your
the
name.
Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss.
He was born 1929. I was not born 1929.
And defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name. But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the
Portal proliferation, monster sacrifice at ritual altars. Once that be currency, will grant increased tribute.
Atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain...
You're going to eat the actual cookies later as well, so you're gaining far more. I don't know what you're talking about, okay?
significantly more tribute. But if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency instead. You can also sometimes get offered specific...
Foulborn, Told, Bounty, Mage Blood. 5 Chaos Orbs. Don't feel bad, Lance. I'm sure you're not as old as I am. 43. Yeah, I'm 29. I'm not lying about my age, guys. Mega Blood. Holy. But Mark, it's so rare. We shouldn't put it in there. Put it in anyways. Mark, he made it his mission to mention Mage Blood at least 10 times in the Q&A, I'm pretty sure.
Items that will be added as rewards. So in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood.
Did he say a difficult decision? Did I hear that correctly?
So in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure.
Difficult decision, I'm sure. Uh-huh. Yeah. Imagine being the guy, they post like the statistics. You know how they do that sometimes? They're like, we had statistics of, there were 5 people who left a Mage Blood on the Mercenary. There's gonna be some statistics. And they're like, there were 10 people who chose 5 Chaos Orbs over a Mage Blood.
Now, as this is one continuous ritual, The encounters in the next map won't start from
New
scratch.
players know what Mage Blood is.
They contain all the
Missed-
monsters that were
missed
gathered from the
opportunity.
rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder. And that includes the map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all,
Okay, back it up, back it the hell up. How do we get 5 bosses? Rerolling Favor has no cost the first time. Foretold Proliferation.
pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all,
It's gonna be rough.
and will be an
Yeah,
incredible
it's gonna
challenge.
be rippy. Start needing a reason to have some tanky
But
builds.
once complete, you can return to the Wildwood to perform the final rite. Transfer your name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison. Now, of course, once the Pinnacle boss is complete, the League doesn't end there. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience.
You double up with the Summoning Stone? Probably.
Pick another forest to begin the Rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder Pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas.
I gotta be honest, I might end up being a ritual enjoyer of this league. The more condensed, hyper specific loot window, and it's basically like kind of like Maven boss rushing, you know, to some extent. It's got kind of that bossing vibe to it, combined Hilda. Because I am definitely bossing, enjoying when it comes to PoE. Raven RF, just AFK in the ritual. We're not Raven RFing, guys. I don't know. I have no faith in that. I think it's gonna do no damage.
Tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the Nameless, like this one, which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6? Or this one, which makes maps during the Rite have more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to
And we're gonna get our Mage Blood too. We're gonna get our Mage Blood. Tribute, Foretold Rituals, Rolling Favor, Omen of Greater Annulment, 50% chance for an additional reward. So this one has 2. It is a bounty and proliferation. This just has it just has the proliferation.
have more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter.
+1 boss.
There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear. Okay, so that's ritual. But let's have a look at what this means for endgame content as a whole for Path of Exile 2. When you include the expedition changes made by the League, we have a total of 5 new endgame storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs, and a pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each endgame questline has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any time that shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them. Overall, it's just a way better endgame experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete. But just in case you didn't have enough goals, we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league. These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges? Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that
4 Kings and the Spider look sick. What is the matriarch calls? I have no freaking clue, man. Your guess is as good as mine. Chaosborn microtransition will upgrade as you complete more challenges. This challenge on the X looks good. I have to play PoE 2 now. Dude, how many people do you think are like giga PoE 2 haters, but also love PoE 1 and also are addicted to the PoE 1 or PoE challenge MTX? Because the MTX do look pretty freaking good, right?
each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete
MTX
in
addicts
order
are
to
going to
prove that
show
you
up
are indeed the best.
just to get the MTX.
We haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change
Gilda,
that.
that's me. Is that you, Gilda? Are you thinking about logging in just to get this MTX? I want the MTX. It looks good.
If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Aldur armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one,
Aldur. Check out my skills. The Vanquisher, the Cartographer, the Artisan, the Reliquarian, the Master, the Hunter, the Runeseeker, the Ascendant. So that's 4 ascendancies. Identify 50 uniques. This is probably get like all your Alice objectives done. 3 out of 3 Vanquisher. This is probably defeating like some of the new bosses, I would imagine. I bet this is Ritual, Delirium, and Expedition boss, maybe? Something like that.
anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess.
Or it's like 3 of like 5 bosses. That is a pretty cool looking statue. Dallas has 234. It's like 287, but they said some things give you more than 1 passive point.
In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed. You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new ascendancy classes as well, but to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As
All right, new ascendancy classes. It's time to look at the image here. Time to take a little look at the image here. All right, so some of these things I don't think they showcased in the live stream, but I guess we got the info at some point. So they have the Idolatry. Companions deal increased damage per idol in your inventory. Reservation. But then you lose res if you do non-idols. How many does that give you? Let's say you have 3 body armor. Could go up to 4. You could technically get 3 on gloves. You could technically get 3 on boots. You could get 3 on helmet. You could get, let's say, 4 between your weapon slot. And this is assuming +1 corruptions. You're looking at 17, which is 170% damage with 30 reservation. But a lot of the idols you don't necessarily want that many of, right? The owl's tempting me to go Twister just because that proj speed node. I don't know, man. Because a lot of the other stuff is not like too synergistic with like a non-companion build, right? I need to look at the other nodes. You get the passive benefits from the all passive. What stuff do you get behind it? Dodging can expend up to 3 owl feathers, granting primal bounty 100% more. Gives you more effect per feather expended. Gain feathers faster. But it only applies like once, right? Dodge to charge it. It looks like it's every 4 seconds. And you expend it when you dodge to trigger this. So you dodge to proc this, and then you attack, and it spends it, right? I don't know, man. That sounds... 12 prods? Yeah, you will have like... It's like a big burst proc or whatever, but... That's how you activate Mirage Archer 2 is a dodge roll type of thing. 14-part combo. I mean, it's not really a 14-part combo. It's mostly just you dodge and then your next attack uses the thing and gets the benefit, right? Because you passively gain them, right? You gain them every 4 seconds. 50% faster means you're gaining them every 3 seconds or something like that, right? So every 9 seconds you could do a full proc of one. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. That does not seem great. Like in the footage, it looks cool.
Jonathan said, we have
But they're just showcasing it after he'd taken all that time to gain the stacks, right?
2 new classes to show you today. The Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class.
Yeah, start with the Spirit Walker.
The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits. She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing.
Like you could see it building up over there, right? And then he just spent 2.
On the bottom part of the class, you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal, vivid, or...
Gain vivid wisp for every 20 meters you move up to a maximum of 3. Expend all to trigger the stampedes.
wild. Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear.
The bear.
Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The
Stampede is 300% attack effectiveness. And then it does it's like a magma orb almost. Right?
stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack.
Bounce.
The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectiles.
Yeah. Back that up.
Boons in the form of
So he attacks normally with Twister.
their feathers.
He dodge rolls his procs Primal
adds extra
Bounty.
Projectiles.
He juices up his thing with the whirling, and then he attacks for
enhances
the
the
Giga Twisters with the Giga Prod Speed, right?
Projectile speed of your next skill. And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side.
I don't know.
The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies. Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to combine all three of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked. The power of the Sacred Wisps. This node is
20% more damage for RF. Yeah, well, how are you getting the quality? You have to go get Dialas and then use an idol for the quality. Like, I don't know. That's a rough situation. Companions deal additional attack damage equal to 60% of your main hand weapon. So if you wanted to go a companion build, you could give them, like, good base damage from your weapon you're holding. Right? You could go bear plus Giga Companion plus companion damage. If you wanted to play a companion angle. What's the other stuff on this? The Stampede stuff. Vivid Wisp when Vivid Stampede ends. Stag deals 20% more damage per leap. Stag deals 20% more shock magnitude per leap. Uh-huh. And what the hell? So you just get this just allows you to keep proccing it essentially, right? Gain Vivus every 20 meters up to a maximum of 3. Expend all of them to trigger the Stampede, but you just get it back so you can keep using it. Leaps 4 times, yeah. Strongest speed at the end of this journey, yeah. And I think you can overlap a couple hits with it too, which helps as well. Soaring Ground gives you damage while in full life. Regen and damage excuse me. Regen and damage diversion. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm a believer. I can maybe see being a believer just to do, like, if I want to try to force a companion build, to do like this. Tame Unique Beast, go the bear plus the companions get my base damage plus this thing. Outside that, I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's free and enhances the quality of all 3 of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies. And your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as Idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idle socketables in your equipment. And this one, which is my absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses, opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths. Or maybe a 3-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands. Or
Oh my word, I am muted. Okay, so I was like saying you could say yourself, I'm gonna be a Pokemon trainer. I don't know. I feel like league starting this is a risk. Maybe the bear on your first ascendancy is just kind of like can carry. Maybe the bear is like the Sentinel of Radiance, where it's just a carry node initially. Maybe the bear is just strong enough. Big risk Pokemon training, yeah. Alert muted, yeah, I was muted.
Then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the Frozen Talon. There's so many choices.
How soon could you get the boss ascendancy? So this thing says tame beast can capture unique beasts. Can have up to one unique tamed beast summoned. The thing about this is tame beast is like, isn't it like an Act 3 thing? You couldn't get it until Act 3, I think. Tame beasts. Oh, this isn't okay. Well, I was gonna like try to see what level it was. Let's do it this way. Tame beast. Yeah, it's a level 31 thing. So you could get it on like your second ascendancy essentially. Go tame the quadrilla. So you could click bear, you go and you take the bear to Act 3 and then you grab a quadrilla. And then the bear, you and quadrilla just go through the entire campaign. Tame the Barak. Or do you mean the Bodark? the Giga Ritual boss? Surely that slams. Just me and the boys. And they're probably adding a bunch of passives for like companion damage. Honestly, I could see that being a chill campaign. I could see it maybe being a chill campaign. Does the bear doesn't count as like it is a companion, but it doesn't count as a companion, right? In terms of like your limit. Grants Wild Protector. Call upon a bear spirit to maul your foes. The bear spirit leaps at enemies. The periodic roars. The bear spirit does not count towards your companion limit. Definitely does not. It says literally right here, does not count towards limit. So you could totally do this guy on your first lab. You could do this on your second lab, and then you could do this on your third. But you would need to figure out how to get like a good main hand weapon, right? What other thing giving no limit? That's the where's the Turn of the Ancients? It's here, right? Is it on this page? Then the no limit scepter thing. Wherever the hell it is, I will find it eventually. I will find the new scepter. Here it is. Sylvan's Effigy. Grants Discipline. Grants Izmiri Wolf. Allies and presence regen. Companions deal increased damage to marked targets. You can have any number of companions of different types. Like, that's pretty cool. Get this bad boy. It also comes with a wolf, right? Do we make the companion build? The spirits should be getting support gems like Infernal Hounds. Yeah, you'll have extra places to sock it, right? I don't know. That does sound kind of fun. If we could make it work. Too bad you couldn't use it with a talisman too. I mean, that's fine. You just go scepter plus main hand spear probably. Or can you scale companion gem level? What is companion even tagged as? Companion persistent duration. It's not tagged as a spell or anything, so I don't know if you can do gem level scaling with it. I always knew Lance is a minion enjoyer. You won't beat the allegations. I like how they're called companions, so I don't feel dirty about playing a minion build. Yeah, exactly. Companion, persistent, duration. It doesn't say minion anywhere. It says minions at the top too. Oh crap! It does. Dang it! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who put that there? Who put that there? So, wait, okay, you're kind of cooked then. You can't get any gem levels for this, can you? If you use this scepter, you can't dual wield scepters, right? Can focus roll +1 minion, is that a thing? Helmets can roll +1, scepters can roll +1, amulets roll +4 if you're, you know, good at sanctifying things, I guess, technically. Can it occur on focuses? You can unveil +2? Interesting. So you could still get levels, technically. You get a lot of damage from the idle stacking. Yeah, yeah. And the idle stacking... Let's look at this in game. Let's go to the trade, look at the idle stack stuff. How bad are idols, or how good are they? So, helmets gives AoE or minion life. I mean, that's okay. I guess if you're trying to keep them alive, that's actually kind of good. It isn't limited there. Thorn crit chance you wouldn't use. Magnitude of bleed you wouldn't use. Curse magnitude's actually okay. So you go curse effect scaling. That's not honestly the half bad. Like you're gonna have the time to cast stuff if you really want. CDR's okay. Block chance you wouldn't do because you'd want the +2 on the foci. Martial weapon, reduce poison duration. Rarity, sure. Scepter's spirit is good. Body armor quality is good. Because that quality would apply to like your bear, right? Which gives, I guess, more damage and more life too. I'm assuming... Actually, I have no idea. I'm assuming this applies to the bear and then also applies to all your other companions too, right? They're adding more idols as well. Yeah, they probably are, especially if they're making an ascendancy for it too. Okay, so maybe it wouldn't be enemies you curse take increased damage. Yo, that's actually pretty good. Okay, so there's some stuff you could work with. So it would if we went to do it, it would be bear protector plus the base weapon damage, because you probably still want to use a spear. Wait, no, you do scepter plus foci. What would you actually want then? What would you do? Like, this is a very awkward situation. Like, you don't use the scepter, you could use main hand for % damage, but then Mace Scepter. Oh, I see what you're saying. Giant's Blood. Mace Scepter. To get Giga base damage. And then click the strength stacking keystone thing because it's OP. And then you don't do +2 levels, but you have Giga base damage. Just go wolf. Yeah, I guess you... Well, no, this is... Talisman you can't use with a scepter. Wait, you can use... Well, this thing makes your reservation cooked, right? Where is it? You can equip non-unique scepters, and it also forces non-unique, and it gives you 50% less spirit. Giants is also nicer with ward. The bonus halved. Oh, so you think I would use this and I'd be playing a life build. See, here's where you're wrong. Giant's Blood This is not about playing a life-based character. It's about playing the thing that's actually good. It's called Energy Shield. Let me educate you. Okay, real quick. There's this thing that's completely not balanced. Let's go to... Where's the PoE 2 wiki? PoE 2 wiki Olroth jewel. I don't even know what the name of the jewel is called. Olroth jewel, where heroic tragedy, knightly tenets, black scythe training, gain no inherent bonus from strength. So this gets rid of your life scaling, but who cares? Life sucks in this game. We'll just get some more energy shield because energy shield's OP. A tale as old as time. 50k ES, 50k ES companion build, boys. Mace for the base damage. Scepter for the every companion type. Easy peasy. The downside is actually an upside because it makes you less prone to build badly. Yeah, it makes you think, oh wait, I could play an ES build instead of life. Could you use Brutus Lead? Brutus Lead, unfortunately, I mean, they showcased it right over here. Yo, Fufu and Nicholas and your Vulgars. I think I missed you guys earlier. Appreciate the subs. I probably missed quite a few alerts yesterday because I had alerts turned off. Everybody who subbed, I thank you. Thank you guys. Much appreciated. Brutus Lead Sprinkler, 5 to 10 flat added. I don't think this will count as the base damage of the weapon, and therefore it won't count with this node. Companions deal attack damage equal to 60% of your main hand weapon. I just don't think that's going to work. How big can a two-hand mace even get? Just out of curiosity. If I go over here and I type mace, two-hand, search, I type physical. Holy, 1,000 to 1,500. Oh. So 80% of 1,200 average puts us at around, what, close to 800 base damage? Obviously, this is a 30 quality, 3-socket, like, cheater item, but still, that's crazy, right? You won't care about the plus levels? I mean, this is still triple T1 with Sanctified with 3 sockets, okay? Let's not kid ourselves. I'm not going to have a weapon with this much base damage. That's not happening. Let's be a little bit realistic here. That being said, you can still get a decent amount. I think that's probably surely that's more damage than just getting +2 levels of like a focus, right? Spear can get minion attack speed on a suffix. Can't everything get that though? Or am I imagining that? It's not minion attack speed. Companion speed? It's like a hybrid mod, right? Yeah, you can get this on Mace, I'm pretty sure. No, you can't? Whoa, what a scamaz. I mean, it's only up to 16% though. That's unfortunate. It can't unveil. I thought that mod could unveil on everything. There's also new minion mods on the jewelry and breach tree. Yeah. They also said they like tripled the base damage of the companions too. I mean, that's a little tempting. There's also the scenario where we click this, we get the first lab done, we grab the bear, and it does no damage, right? It could very easily go that way. Hold on, let me back up the footage to the bear and just see what the bear looks like real quick here.
Opening up a whole nature.
Back it up, 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 back it up,
of your spirit animals.
Back it up.
This node hidden power is more enemies.
Let's see what the bear looks like.
Slam, leap, and do intimidating rolls to debuff your enemies.
Okay, like, what was that footage? That footage did not make the bear look good. That
speed of your next skill.
The bear did like nothing.
The bear simply summons.
Okay, it jumped here, but he also did the spear field, which might have been the thing that killed it.
A giant bear companion.
He roars
into your side.
He roars again.
bear will maul.
Did he slam there, or was that him roaring again?
Simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating
He hits like one guy here.
rolls to debuff your enemies.
This footage, he like hit one guy, and mostly it was just the person just killing things with Spearfield. Surely he's actually like, you know, kind of dealing some damage, right? It's a support bear. Surely he's kind of he's probably, you know, get the single target. He's gonna mess some people up. That was an unfair showing for the bear. Let's be honest. Cosmetic bear. Surely that was an unfair showing of the bear. You can always fall back to a parry build. I think my fallback would be I log out and log into the monk. That's my fallback.
Now you can specialize more in
Okay, I am not a believer in the stag or the owl. I don't know. I can see a world with the full companion play, but I'm not seeing the other stuff. Maybe the full companion play I could see.
to each of these wisps.
The other
But
stuff
if
I'm not
you want
believing
to
in.
combine all three of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked. The power of the sacred wisps.
Look at the stag's last node. I did. I mean, it's basically like you're getting Vivid Wisp when ends. The stag deals 20% more damage per leap, 20% more shock movement magnitude per leap, and then you get the Vivid Wisp at the end of his thing, so you get to keep procking him, I guess. Stag equal Chad. I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, he does like he can hit twice. He has decent effectiveness, but I don't know. I'm not sure about the stag, guys.
This node is free and enhances the quality of all
It's
three.
attack damage. Yeah, it's level 20 effectiveness is like 300%, right? 360%, and it can probably hit twice. Like that seems pretty decent. I think it's based on your attack, right? I'm still a little bit suspect of it, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Three of your spirit animals.
Magmar was always loved by people.
Your
Yeah.
bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies. And your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them.
I'm all in on the
But
companion
that's
stuff.
not all. The spirit
I mean, just the idea of being like, okay, I got this bear, and then I get like the quadrilla in Act 3. That does sound like it could be kind of a vibe. I don't know. I'm definitely tempted by it. But let's compare to the martial artist though.
Spirit Walker has
Let's compare to the old martial artist.
and this one, which is my absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses, opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths. Or maybe a three-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands. Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the frozen talon. There's so many choices. You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion.
Mess them up.
Next up, we have the monk's new ascendancy class, the martial artist.
All right. Let's compare.
After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 hollow techniques. Channeling hollow form technique allows
So stand still, channel, activate an ability. Images can be created within 6-meter radius of you. Creating an image spends 80% of the socket skill cost. Creates 2 additional images when consuming a power charge. Socket skills have 30% less attack speed, 20% less damage. And it creates additional if you have a power charge generation.
the martial artist to
They changed it. You can move while channeling.
create illusions of himself, which then use a
They already changed it since this post.
skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease. Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take
The mountain. 200% surpassing chance for enemy power to gain mountain's teaching on immobilizing enemy up to a maximum of 30. Lose a mountain's teaching when you're hit or when you sustain an attack that benefits from mountain's teaching. While you have an amount of mountains teaching attacks, you use yourself attacks granted by this enemy class, deal 20% more damage. Enemies hits you take that would deal damage less than or equal to 30% of your life after mitigation, such as blah 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 blah. Before blah 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 blah. You have 50% more stun threshold. All mountains teachings are lost if you go what? What is that? That looks nuts, doesn't it? Deal 70% less damage and stun threshold. Enemies, you take the deal. Okay, enemy hits you take that would deal damage less than or equal to 30% of your life after mitigation, but before other damage taken things, deal 70% less. While you have any amount of mountains teaching, 70 DR. Attacks you use yourself, granted by this ascendancy, deal 20% more. All mountain teachings are lost if you go 8 seconds without gaining any. Surpassing chance per enemy power to gain mountain teaching on immobilizing an enemy up to a maximum of 30. Lose a mountain teaching when you are hit or when you sustain an attack that benefits from mountains teaching. Okay. And you have to gain them by stunning enemies or immobilizing. What's surpassing chance? I think it just means you're going to get 2 stacks. 3 stacks? You think it's 3? Yeah, it could be 3.
Way of the Mountain,
1
which
plus
causes
2.
you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies.
All right, wait. Back up the footage. Let's just see how many stacks. He has 0
to take
stacks.
Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you
Then all of a sudden he's at 30.
immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus,
So he built up the proc the stun, then he spent the mountain's teaching to do damage. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Bells appear within 4 meter radius of you. Bell duration is 5. Hollow focus. While active, ghostly bells periodically appear near you. Your hits immediately destroy the bells, creating a shockwave that damages nearby enemies, causing a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for a heavy stun. The bells themselves always prime for a stun and can be cold.
technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case, bells, which will appear
then the
around
note
the
after this
martial
is the
artist
bell on your
and can
back.
be shattered by any of his attacks, even ones from the hollow form technique earlier. Hollow resonance technique
Attaches a ghostly bell to your back. Critical hits with other skills will cause the bell to ring out, damaging enemies.
furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you. Through all the martial
Can tattoo runes onto your body, gain additional rune only sockets. Okay.
artist's thorough training, he has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos
Is
around
this
his
good?
meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes.
Okay. Back it up just like a hair. Armor, increase armor, evasion, energy shield. So if he sockets this, it's going to give him more ES and evasion from his chest piece. 36% increased on that gear slot. I mean, that's a pretty decent amount of flat, right? That's not half bad. Or is it?
There is one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots.
Or yes, yeah. I mean, it's okay.
Finally,
Gloves you equip their base type transform to Fist of Stone while equipped, and their prefixes and suffixes are transformed into more powerful related modifiers. If it works with Hollow Palm technique, it would be OP early on.
Your hands. The ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when
yeah,
equipped.
it is.
Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier. For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit.
40 res, 27. He's got like T2, T3, T4 flat damage type of thing.
Now, when I equip these, they become literal.
So he loses some of his res, but he gets max res back. He gets a bunch of gain damage, which that's actually fairly strong. And his 5 gain on hit became 13 gain on hit with the condition of dealing a crit. It became hybrid max res? Yeah, hybrid max res. And the base before he put it on was just Val Wraps and gets replaced by this because he's level 90 character. Base is enhanced, yeah. Which I wonder if he had defensive stats on this, what it would look like. Because the base ES and base evasion is kind of crazy. But then again, if you do base stats, you lose the gain damage, which is probably a large reason you would do it. The trillion damage? I don't know about a trillion damage, but it's a decent amount of attack gain for sure.
Fists of
Seems
Stone.
really good. Yeah, it's solid. But the other ascendancy points are
only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield. They now also grant a lot more damage. Some maximum
It also works with unique gloves. Did they say that? In like the Q&A, they said it works with unique gloves. Yes, it does. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how that. Guess that's like a find out how broken it is depending on the case by case basis thing.
Resistances and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies. With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers on gloves.
Will that put How back on the table? I have no idea, man.
There's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with. Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique
Playing about having a crap ton of work to do it every time they introduce new unique gloves. Well, it's a two-edged sword. You want to introduce some cool stuff. The cost of introducing the cool stuff is a lot of extra work. But it's also part of like making something have a unique, interesting identity, right? Like for sure, my favorite ascendancy point of the new ascendancies was probably Wisdom of the Magi. I actually really like this node. But it's gonna be it's gonna give them hell, this node is, because of like it adds extra work every time they want to add a rune or anything, right? They have to add a bonded mod for it. $120 runes, yep. They just 2x the work a little bit. Shaman's probably getting buffed this patch with that. The new runes are gonna be they're gonna be good. Is it, guys? Don't make fun of me. Is it bad? Is it bad of the new stuff? I kind of want to do the bear plus the unique tamed beast. Is that bad? I swear I'm not a minion player, okay? They're companions. They're different. I'm just a sucker for new things, okay? And this is one of the new things. It's the companions, man. What could possibly go wrong? They're probably gonna be OP, right? Surely, if I have a Quadrillia, he's just gonna one-shot the bosses. Not many players. Every build happens to have minions in it. I'm gonna get copyright strike from Gazzy. He's like, "What are you doing? Get off my terrain!" Surprised you're not going for the Raven Flock. I think the Raven Flock, more than anything else, is how do I feel about the Raven Flock? Honestly, The Raven Flock is like a desecration of Righteous Fire. I just wish he didn't say Righteous Fire in the preview. I think Raven Flock's gonna be I think I'm worried it's gonna be bad. Dude, that shield skill looks cool, man. The AoE on it's pretty small. Well, yeah, it has a long ramp time. I'm worried the base damage is gonna be just not good enough. That's the S shield. Oh, is that what that shield is? It looks cool. I guess Ash's shield is a pretty big round circle. And yeah, Ash does do a slam like that, doesn't Ash? I work for Raven because it'll be missing like 6 minion levels. Yeah, I think it's gonna be missing a lot of gem level scaling. Which I'm gonna be missing gem level scaling too if I get baited into this thing. But this thing seems kind of worth, right? Like this seems kind of worth. Unless I'm being stupid for some reason, which I might be. I might be being kind of stupid. Can have any number of companions of different types. We'll have the wolf. That comes with the item. We'll have our bear. We'll have our gorilla or bird, unique, or we'll have the Camaro. I don't know. We'll look around and see what bosses count as beasts. Hold Alt and you can look at the things. Oh, that's right. They added this. I forgot. This is hilarious. They added this functionality to the site. That's actually like pretty Giga Chad. They did this. They added this like support for the site to see things. Ancient reviving Asmiri Wolf that can howl, calling its spirits, convening an internal hunt on command. It maims when attacking foes and can lunge, bite, inflict bleeding. Howl to inspire nearby enemies. Summons up to 7 wolves. Cooldown 150. Base attack damage 1,000. I don't know what the howl to inspire nearby allies. Maybe it's a buff of some kind. Does each tame beast count as a different type or same type? It says any number of different types. So for example, the bear will probably have a type. I don't know what type it's gonna be. The boss, whatever boss you tame, is gonna have some type tag. I'm trying to remember. Actually, could probably find this in my stash because I tamed some things at one point to try to showcase this. Oh, these are just the ones I corrupted, right? Where does this say? Companion, Quadrilla, Minion. I mean, maybe the Quadrilla is considered the type. It's a percentage reservation. Periodic unleashes lightning, all damage chills. I don't know what part is considered the type for this. Maybe it's just the Quadrilla. That I'm not sure. Beast companion. Well, I think all companions are beasts. So I don't think that's what it means. Avian mammal or whatever. I mean, it doesn't say anything like that here, right? It just says companion Quadrilla. 4 lines from the bottom. Monster modifiers, reservation, persistent, requires, monster modifiers, leash, compound, manage, reviving. You can only have 1 companion of any type summoned at any time. Oh, right here. Summons a reviving beast companion. To aid you in combat. Every monster has exactly 1 monster type, beast, undead, construct, demon, eldritch. Well, you can't do companion on anything that isn't a beast anyways. They're all beasts for companions. Right? Right? I'm pretty sure. Dire Tusk. I think it's just like the type of this thing. Like, you can't have the same one multiple times is kind of what I think. Number 1 minion streamer. I don't know what you're talking about. These things have a pretty high percentage though, right? 39, 42, 25% reservation efficiency, 8% reservation efficiency, 8%, so 16, 41. These are the types: tame beast companions, capture in the wild, such as quadrilla, boar, antelope beast, which provide bonuses like hey, blah, 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 or reviving units. That's still not very specific. But yeah, that's just... So type in terms of like the rare monster mods, or type in terms of like a boar versus a monkey versus a bear? Can't have 2 controls even if they're different. Okay. So then it's just literally this thing says Dire Tusk and this thing says Quadrilla, right? You could have both of these. Those are different types. Just not repeats. You can't have 10 Quadrillas. You can only have 1 tameable beast. Well, that's what this thing is, right? This thing is saying you can have multiple, right? You can have any number of companions of different types. They just can't be repeats of the same type. The unique tameable thing is probably going to take a lot of reservation space, though, is kind of the thing. Does it say what the type is? Well, I'd imagine that the quadrilla probably counts as a quadrilla. the bear counts as, I guess, like a bear. I don't know, man. Is Discord dead for anyone else? I think multiple people. I think somebody else said that earlier, actually. And my Axio Incarnate, I appreciate the sub, dude. Hey, Arrow! Thanks for the raid! What we doing live? Our goes in eternity. Arrow, what are you most excited about for the PoE 2 patch? Before getting any patch notes, what would you start? Hype level from 0 to 67? 69 at least. 69 at least. The new voices, Jewel. He loves it. I'm gonna do the Spirit Walker Twister. Really? Dude, I was looking at the Spirit Walker Twister and I'm thinking, holy... Like this part right here, gain primal alpha every 4 seconds. That just seems like such a massive delay. When you get to pop it, it's like it's like this explosion across your screen. But I don't know. I was looking at this. You get the 50% faster, and that's still like 3 seconds or whatever it is, right? 3 seconds with the second node. Yeah. I was just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's still a rough wait time. That's still a rough wait time is all I'm thinking. I guess just, let's say you're using it every 3 seconds. It still is giving you, what, +4 proj? It's still giving you +4 proj. It's still giving you, 100 plus proj speed, even if you're not getting, extra procs, just 1. Preloading bosses as well is gonna be sick. I too am looking at the Spirit Walker, but not for the Primal Owl. I'm looking at I'm looking at having a bear carry me, a bear, and getting myself a unique tamed beast. I'm looking at the companion angle. Surely the companion angle will be strong, right? Surely it'll be strong. I'm gonna have 7 companions. What could possibly go wrong? Companions equal minions? No, they're different. Okay, they're different. It's like having a ferocious pet dog. Okay, it's not the same as a minion. Okay, it's not the same. Count Geonors? Yeah, Count Geonor is about to carry us for sure. We're about to use Count Geonor to beat Count Geonor. Think about the strategy there, guys. Get his 1 minion to build out of the way right away. I can't believe you're not playing Righteous Feathers. Dude, I literally can't win. Arrow, I can't win. Righteous Feathers, this freaking item. They're like, here's this thing that's kind of like RF. Oh, by the way, we gave it a minion tag. So even if I wanted to play that, regardless, I'm gonna get beamed off for playing a minion build. The other thing about this is I'm guessing the righteous feathers. I think it's just gonna be bad. I think it's gonna have no scaling. I think every it's missing the most important stat in this entire game, which is gem levels. When you put the staff on, you have no gem levels, and you're just cooked. That's my prediction. It's gonna be like Death's Oath level damage. Are you getting memed on whatever you do? Yeah, probably. It is what it is. Yeah, it's gonna suck. You think so too, Arrow? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Looking at it, I'm like, my optimism is not there for the for this thing. I mean, it looks cool, but I just don't have the faith. Will you assume gem levels survive? It sounded like they survived when I think Ziggy asked about it, right? It sounded like they were kicking the can down the road on gem levels, wasn't it? They're like, yeah, we're not really dealing with it right now. Maybe they said they were slightly nerfing it. They reduced the top end. They did talk about it in the Q&A. Maybe they did say they're bringing it down a bit. To me, it sounded like gem levels are probably still going to be like just what you need everywhere. How big is the trade-off? Only idols in your gear for idolatry node? It's a pretty big trade-off, especially considering they're adding a bunch of really strong runes to the game. The thing is, they might also add some really strong idols. I'm still going to probably go this node because I don't think I have any other node I can go if I want to play a companion build. It's literally just like bear node, this node, this node. Like, I don't think anything else here really gives us anything, so I'd have to go this node because I don't think anything else is really gonna work if we try to do a full companion build. Small nodes, yeah, that'd be depressing, right? That would be depressing. The thing about the gem levels, if they remove it, what other chase stat do we have? I mean, other than like, base damage on weapons, not really many other things you're chasing, I guess. It's still just it could be a chase stat without being like a make the item slot stat, you know what I mean? Play bear with the bear companion and a bear boss companion as well. just straight up bear, just triple bear. Oh, wait, you might be onto something, Arrow. You might be onto something. Click the bear companion, play bear myself, and then we need to tame a bear beast boss. That actually is some genius level strategy. Bear Force 1. The main thing I'd be worried about that is I guess, because I can click this node, right? Where is it? This thing? We could totally make that work, right? Because there's so many useful percent damage nodes that just have companion on them, right? Everywhere. Where the hell are those nodes anyways? Let me find it. Let me find it. This is going to ask me every time unless I control quick. Companion. Yeah, there's multiple wheels with it, right? Immobilize, companion damage, companion damage. 20% increased life recovery while you have companion in your presence. Yeah, it's a lot of this stuff is just companion damage, which will generically apply to us and the companion. Well, the node that lets you have 2 companions. This one, 30% less defense. Companions have +1 each defense for every 2 of that defense you have. What the hell does that even mean? For every 2 ES, you gain 1? No, you guys have it backwards. For every 2 ES I have, they get 1. +1 to each defense for every 2 of that defense you have. For Golden Lance and the Bears, yeah. Percent defense while your companion is in your presence. Uh-huh. 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 They also did nerf this percent damage a lot since whatever it was previously, right? What's the most bears you could have? You bear, 2 having the companion bear, 3 the ascendancy bear, rite of passage bear. That's 5. No, that's only 4, right? Me, the companion, which is the ascendancy, the unique tame beast bear. Are you saying like a regular bear and the unique tame beast? They might qualify as the same type, so you can't have more than one of those. I think the limit would be 4 with the rite of passage, right? MTX bear. Yeah. We'll have to learn how to start the game as a huntress, I guess. Surely a huntress start can't be that bad. And late game, we have the option to go ritualist. End game, if we want to. If the companion sucks, we have a fallback. That's not terrible, right? That's not terrible.
There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a 2-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption. It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold,
Mana stackers.
and visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones.
Dude, every time I'm just bummed out about I just don't like mace skills. Like I was looking at this Bruce Led Sprinkler and I'm like, yo, that'd be kind of cool. But then I'm like looking at it and I'm like, it's just I'd have to play a mace skill with it. And then I don't want to do it. Every time they make a cool unique, its damage is bad. Are you talking about this thing? The damage on this isn't bad. It's actually kind of high,
This
right?
mace also comes with its own
Scales
built-in
of
skill,
mana.
Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold, metallic bolts from the stratosphere. Next, we have Eventide Petals, an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill, Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant.
Can I get Arch Repel from this skill's critical hits? 1+ Arch Repel per power of targets killed with critical hits. 4 petals on critically hitting a rare unique enemy.
Arctic petals that hover around you. Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it.
Does this work with
The
wolf
Raven's
crystals?
Flock is a staff perfect
maybe?
for minion characters. Not only does
The hell is this weapon, man? What is this? Spiraling conspiracy. About to have a conspiracy theory about how they're trying to distract us from real RF. Try to get away with adding whatever the hell this is.
it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more
Super
powerful
better.
for maximum
We better
crowd
still
control.
get real RF, okay?
That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes
Holy,
the
that's a
flock
lot
to
of
grow,
ravens.
getting larger and larger. For your PoE 1 players, you can think of this just like a raven righteous fire. That's not all.
For you PoE 1 players. Knife in the back. It's better. There better be RF later on, I'm just saying.
All, however. These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad Flight. This command skill causes your
This plus Scepter, to do that, you would No, you just couldn't do that. It's a staff. It's two-hand.
Flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between.
It looks cool.
Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear.
With the Jins, it can be interesting. The Jin no lets you equip a staff with a focus. It doesn't let you equip a staff with a scepter. That's not a thing.
Fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you kill enemies.
Even has a single target skill included. Guys, did that look like good single target to you? They showcased the staff. It's a level 19 skill gem. This boss has 200k HP. That level 19 skill gem is a level 84 situation, which is like you should be doing red maps. This boss is like this is a tier 1 map.
That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad Flight. This command skill causes your flock to...
It's showcasing the gem. Well, I'm saying the base damage of this, it ain't there, guys. I think you guys are coping. You attach, let's say it's a 0 link. You attach, 6 link of support, which would require you to have a level 20 staff, by the way, which is going to be probably pretty hard to get. Think of how hard it is to get level 20 implicit items and to get a 6 link. This is still pretty rough. This could be a 0 link. Well, that's my point. As a 0 link, this is not a promising start point. Because you're talking about a 0 link where you have a high level staff against a very low level enemy. Doesn't matter. It looks cool. Okay, listen, you guys log in. You go buy the staff. Let me know how it goes. I am not going to put my copium eggs into the Raven fake righteous fire basket. I am not a believer. Instead, I'm going to potentially put my copium eggs in the bear squad. What could possibly go wrong with the bear squad? The bear squad's going to be good, okay? It's your duty to make this good. All I'll make good is righteous fire when they add actual righteous fire. This isn't righteous fire. This is some like this is a situation like picture this. You have like a child who's, crying, they're sad about something. They're upset, like for example, they're upset that righteous fire isn't in the game. And then Mark is like the parent who comes by and says, and like is like dangling like a little toy in front of them. They're like, look at this instead. Look at this. Try to get the kid happy that there's no righteous fire, but it's not actually righteous fire. It's just a lie. It's just a cheap imitation of the greatest skill ever. And it has a minion tag on it for some ungodly reason.
Tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between.
I look forward to seeing you after ES is destroyed as well. You know what happened when I saw the patch notes that said, hey, ES scaling on int is cut in half? You know what I did? I said, good. It was OP. About time they started doing some balance. And that's how I'll react when they nerf ES. Because ES in this game is not freaking balanced. I don't go cry in a corner and say, boo-hoo, they nerfed my OP thing. I say, thank goodness they nerfed the OP thing. It was killing build variety because there is no choice when something's just way better than another thing.
Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These
ES should have been nerfed since 0.1. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with ES. It just keeps getting buffed every patch. It's crazy. It's crazy. These gloves of the monk, the crushing fear. I don't know, man. Each fear incarnate grants increased culling strike threshold. Last 10%, 10 seconds. I'm not like they seem like just bad. Is there anyone that thinks these gloves are good? Am I missing something? If you go Witch Hunter, it goes to 100%. The base cull threshold for mobs is different based on the rarity. They're amazing, Lance. They're not amazing. They're helping you cull instantly normal mobs, which you should be one-shotting anyways. Cull threshold for unique mobs is base 5%. With these gloves, you scale 100% cull and you go up to 10% cull. And you have to like stack up to get it. Like, what are we talking about here, guys? What are we talking about here? Now look at Witch Hunter Grims. You want to talk about where's the cull node? That this doesn't this isn't a convincing well, what part about this is convincing? Like, oh, plus all the other cull percent on the tree, plus Witch Hunter. So you have Culling Strike on Witch Hunter. Culling Strike on a unique mob is 5%. 100% increased cull threshold from the gloves takes you to 10%. Let's see all the cull nodes on the entire tree. Cull threshold 5%, 5%, 5%, 25%. Let's assume you immobilize them. You're at like what, 70%? You can cull a unique mob once they're down to 13% of their life. What are we talking about here? That's not good. That's not worth your glove slot. That's not good. That's Pog. Okay, you guys are just like messing with me right now, right? You guys are absolutely just messing with me.
Gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies. To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill.
But the skill does a lot of damage. You want to talk about the crushing fear? Is that on the page? Where is it? Where is it? Where are the gloves? I don't see the gloves on this page anywhere. There they are. Okay. Okay, crushing fear is attack speed 75%, 300% effectiveness, and the shockwave, which the shockwave is required on a cull. Crushing and create a shockwave around you that can be cold will be highlighted. It's the shockwave condition. I think it's just based on the enemy you cull or whatever. So it'll kill the enemies in the vicinity or whatever. I think you guys are coping. AoE looked nice in the reveal. We'll look at it. We'll look at it. We'll look at the footage.
Stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies. To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy.
That AoE is pretty big. Hold on. Back it up. That dude, that AoE do look kind of good though. I will give you guys that.
It also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales.
Yeah, look at that AoE. That do look pretty good.
drastically based on the power of the enemy. As you use this, gain your stacks of Fear Incarnate, which increases your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life.
It looks cool. I still think this is a meme though. I still think it's kind of a meme, but I guess if you want to have that effect while you're killing any enemies. They talk about any of the changes to Disciple of Chayula? No, we have not seen any of the changes to Ascendancies. They mentioned Legionnaire as well, I believe. 240% against normal would be a 70% cull. It doesn't matter if you can cull a normal monster. Guys, you should be one-shotting a normal monster. What are we talking about? What kind of builds are we playing where we're happy that we've invested into all this coal in order to cull a normal monster? What are we talking about here? That's not Cove, it's Cove. You guys are out of your minds. Let me just invest 15 passive points, multiple uniques, so I could cull a normal monster. Something that could be one shot if you just had damage. You could be a hired mercenary at a 20% cull boss. Value. Absolute value.
Silver.
No one is saying that. You're saying that, Grims. Your whole chat history, right? The past 5 minutes has been you glazing this meme of an item. But with Witch Hunter. You're out of your mind. You're absolutely off your rocker, Grims.
Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool is the Asmerian wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you.
That's gonna be me. That's gonna be me. We can discuss this a week into the season. Yep. You'll let me know when you're re-rolling from your trash character because you invested into coal, which doesn't matter. That's what I'm ready for, Grims. I'm ready for it. And I will also be re-rolling for my trash character because I invested into companions and they were probably just not good. And we'll both be talking about how we made mistakes. It is what it is. The Spectral Wolves will maybe do noticeable damage if you're lucky. Yeah, let's
Spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you.
Is he casting like Arc right now in this showcase? What the hell's
even
going on
howls
here?
to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral.
He's casting Arc. What the hell? Is he just trying to debuff, I guess? I'm planning to play the Channel Monk, and I will not reroll. That's pretty based. That's pretty based. I'm not gonna lie, I can support that. You know what you want. You're gonna go out and you're gonna do it. I respect it. When Infernal Legion and some gig HP beasts work, is Infernal Legion even in this game? Is that a thing, or did you make that up? I don't actually know. Let's see. Infernal Legion. Let me grab a support gem here. Infernal, all gems. Infernal Legion is a thing. Swarm minions take 30% of their life as fire per second. Minions from sword skills ignite enemies around them as though dealing base damage equal to 25% of their minion life. It was strong because there was bug abuse. Is it still a thing? Is it good? There's no way I can make the Roa like, or not the Roa, sorry, the companion survive this, right? That's the RF people were playing. Was that when the people were doing like the RF Dino thing? It was only good because of a broken interaction. Is that not a thing anymore? Like if I type in Infernal Legion PoE 2, is it going to be everything just builds from like not this patch? 4 months ago, 2 months ago. 2 months ago is within this patch, right? That's within this patch. Crit damage. The hell's going on? So crit damage scales Infernal Legion? The hell is happening? This guy claims it's intended. Gazzy insists that's not how it's supposed to work because it doesn't do this in one. Crit scaling working with Infernal Legion makes no sense whatsoever. That sounds boogie to me. Search for Oscrix's video. This is from .4. This is a leak star video, so I'm guessing this was after. This is he recorded this before, right? Like he recorded this before the .4 patch, so whatever he's playing may or may not still be a thing. Start out as Essence Drain, a tale as old as time. Then you have Gas Arrow Skeletons. Essence Drain still. With just Gas Arrow Skeletons, Essence Drain. Then you have some SRS. When does he swap? He appears to be Infernal Legion at this point. With a Devourer, it looks like. Play regular until you get a Bogfelled Commoner. Is that what the Devourer is? Just like a high HP mob you can summon essentially. Yeah, it looks like he just has Devourer. Let's take a look at his Oscrix's audio.
On it for a pretty high life. The important part about the negative 30 fire resist is that it makes it die quicker to Infernal Legion. And you want it to die quicker because if you put Infernal Legion and Last Gasp on it, it'll remain alive for 4 seconds after it dies. And during that window, you can use the Arsonist's command detonation ability on it for a pretty big individual hit. And by making it so that Spectre and the Arsonist are enabled on one weapon set and disabled on the other, you are able to weapon swap to respawn the Bramble Burrower, explode it, and then repeat that.
That's not a thing, right? Did they fix that? Being able to just weapon swap to keep resummoning things? Surely that got fixed, right? There's a Bogfell Commoner summoned by the first boss in Act 3 that is like triple the life of a normal Bogfell Commoner, and you explode that one. This was before the actual point 4 launch, right?
But as you can see here,
'Cause I swear they did something with, because I remember there was like people were doing a lot of like the weapon swap stuff. I swear there was like a patch note for that. I hope that everyone's ZDPS after this patch make the game harder. You think everyone's gonna? I don't know. I don't think they're gonna nerf people. I think people are gonna get stronger. I think there's gonna be more power creep. I would like the situation where they nerf a lot of builds, but I kind of don't think that's happening. Gem levels, yeah, they could hit gem levels, which would across the board nerf a lot of things. Obviously, you have the cast on crit stuff, which it sounds like they're addressing, but there's still lots of ways you can have a lot of burst DPS. I played this build lastly, end up using Wolfpack. Is this still a thing with the weapon swap?
Leave them active and alive for too long, they'll actually die beyond their last gasp, and then you'll have to wait a bit for them to respawn. But this is a pretty high single target, very low actions per minute kind of playstyle that allows you to be really mobile against bosses. And I think it's really strong for Act 2 up until the beginning of Act 3, when you're able to switch to using the Bogfeld Commoner, which is a much stronger application for Infernal Legion. You don't necessarily have to continue playing, or switch rather, to playing the Bramble Burrower. You can continue playing SRS and Skeletal Snipers throughout Act 2, but this is
the Bogfeld Commoner,
what I choose to do. And you can see more details about this and everything else in the Mobalytics in the description. So at the beginning of Act 3, there's the Bogfeld Commoner, and it's summoned from this optional boss, Root Reg. It has really high health in proportion to its spirit, and at this point, you also get your first guaranteed Lesser Jeweler Orb. So the supports on Bogfeld Commoner become Last Gasp, Infernal Legion, and Minion Instability. And instead of using Arsonist now, all you have to do is max the amount of Bogfeld Commoners you have on one weapon set, make them appear, then let them explode, then weapon swap twice to make them reappear, and rinse and repeat. That's about.
Surely they nerfed that weapon swap stuff, right? Man's deep into the minion investment. Somebody help him. I don't know if I'm that deep. I'm a little bit curious. Just looking at some things. We're doing max fire res nodes and fire res scepter for 90 fire res specters on the flying mosquitoes. And were they able to just sustain the self damage at that point? I don't know what kind of like regen you can get on them to have them actually sustain things. Like there's this, which gives you flask recovery on them. This thing has recovery rate of your companions. Or no, that's just recovery rate of me, not even the companions. Play healing skellies. Oh, like clerics. I don't know. We'll have to investigate this companion stuff. We have like what? We have 2 weeks until patch notes. And when patch notes roll around, we can decide whether or not this is a terrible idea. Right? I love companions. You guys think it's a good idea or not? I mean, it's like there's only a couple of new things, right? We have the martial artist. We have the spirit thing. The martial artist, I'm not sure about. The channeling skill, the bell stuff, not super exciting to me. The rune node's okay, I guess. The Iron Fist is cool, but it's not really speaking to me. The companion stuff seems like it'd be maybe fun to try to build around a unique tamed boss and stuff. It's for sure a terrible idea, but that should stop us? No, we send it anyways, right? Just send it anyways. What could possibly go wrong?
Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the frozen
This guy
Talon.
seems good, right?
There's so many choices. You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have.
Am I going minions?
as
We're
trusted
thinking
boss
about it.
companions.
I'm not committed to anything.
Next up, we have the Monk's new Ascendancy class, the Martial Artist. After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of
We
the
already looked at this
adding
guy,
a manifested bell to your gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier.
This dude, we still don't know what a lot of his ascendancy is, right? They only showed us the channeling thing, the rune thing in your body, and the bell thing, right? This wheel and this wheel, we just don't even know what they are.
For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit.
The monk will be better than Chayula.
Now,
Well,
when I
anything's better
equip
than
these,
Chayula.
they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies.
Sleeping on Chonk as always. It's not sleeping on Chonk. It's just being realistic about Chonk. And Chonk is, I think we all can agree, Garbanzo.
With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers and gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with. Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a neck
Already saw
that
this.
crystal.
Already saw this.
This skill causes fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy. As you use this, gain your stacks of Fear Incarnate, which increases your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the
Chonk
point of being
Ravenflock?
able
No.
to instantly kill some
no.
monsters from full life.
Not happening.
Sylvan's Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type.
Surely companions will be good,
But
right,
what
guys?
makes this cool is the Asmerian Wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally,
yes,
it
surely.
comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you.
It blocks undead companions. Undead isn't companions. Those are just regular minions, right? Where's the text? Where's the text? I will find it. Allies, companions, any number of types. Wait, what part of this says it blocks undead? Do you think the giant flaming lizard in Intermission 3 will be tameable? If it's a beast, probably. It seems like they're wanting like everything to
Liminal
be tameable.
Coil
That's
is
technically a beast.
crazy wand. It allows you to apply as many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect. What's the point then? 2 reasons. Firstly, your spells gain a bunch of extra physical and chaos damage for each curse on enemies. Secondly, is the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts. This
I've been wanting a hit-based wand, so I'm gonna get baited by this. Get baited by coiling bolts.
skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling
The thing about coiling bolts is like, is there any like curse on hit stuff in this game? Like, what's the situation there? Are you just basically dependent on your blasphemy radius? So it's like you have a circle that is this big. And you can't really off screen or anything like that per se. Which tendency gives curse eternal duration? That doesn't really matter though, right? The important part is how far away could you curse an enemy, so that way when you shoot at them, you get the like the forks and chains and stuff, right?
physical and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special, though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy,
I mean, it do look
causing
cool.
an absolute ruckus. See for yourself. Periphery is a unique bow, which utilizes
I like the see for yourself, and it just proceeds to get
every
like.
cursed. The skill truly special, though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an
This is his blasphemy radius. There's a whole pack here.
absolute ruckus. See for yourself.
It's pretty much just only kills the
Periphery is a unique bow,
guys on the edge
which
of the
utilizes all
blasphemy.
powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements.
It has decent damage. Yeah, it's got a bunch of gain on it, and who knows what the base damage is. I think it's a cool, good skill. Looks like Fogwing gameplay. Yeah, probably looks just like it. Elemental damage contributes to chill, flammability, magnitude. Asmeri
And
swarms.
all elements can cause all ailments.
Minions.
The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow enemies down and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you.
Trash unique. Okay, well, the base damage doesn't seem very good, but what if the buff from these things is actually insane and it ends up being a best in slot, and then Fubgun has to use it, and it's got the minion tag. You're on the PoE homepage. Oh,
Melting enemies one screen at a time.
I mean, that's probably just if it's featuring streamers on the Path of Exile 2 homepage, it's probably just pulling people that are high up in the Path of Exile 2 directory in Twitch. It would be my guess.
The Ordained is a new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage,
Number 2 isn't
with
there.
high critical
Maybe
strike chance
He's
too.
on a list for it, maybe.
This
or something.
spear
Who
allows you to
knows?
leech life not only from
Brand
physical
risk.
damage, but lightning too. It also creates
This
a
skill
fragment of
looks
divinity
cool.
nearby periodically. What are those? Well,
Dude, screw GGG for making like these things look good, because I just know the Raven flock, it's gonna be bad. It looks cool, but it's gonna be bad. This spear thing, probably gonna be bad, but it looks cool. The shield throw, that thing's probably gonna be bad too, but it looks cool. Like, why are they doing this to me?
this spear has the skill Righteous Descent, which is an epic, divine leap, aided by angelic wings.
No, you want it to be bad? No, I'm just being realistic, guys. Do you guys actually think the Raven flock's gonna be good? There's no way. There's no way.
If you use the skill when a fragment of divinity is nearby, it will become empowered, dealing significantly more damage, gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown.
Zero Spear is pretty cool. Zero Spear
When
looks
fighting a
pretty cool.
boss, let a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc.
Dude, it gives you
Oblit-
wings too. Like, what, dude, what the hell, man? That's so freaking cool.
Obliterating them.
Holy damage. Wait. Like,
And
two-shot
then
that
just
guy?
unleash your divine havoc.
Okay, I mean, well, I guess it's 60k. This dude has no HP, but still.
Obliterating them.
It do look cool.
Last, but not
Did they had this on the page, right? That spear unique they do? It's up here. It's up here, I'm pretty sure. 2-second attack time. It looks so cool though. Righteous Descent. Plus, oh, it is a 2-second. I thought you were just memeing when you said that. It is a 2-second attack time. 600% effectiveness. It will consume a fragment of divinity within 3 meters of you or target location when you leap to be empowered. Empowered. Recover 10% max life over 2 seconds. Recover mana over 2 seconds. Does not consume a cooldown on use. 1200% attack. Will consume a fragment of divinity 3 meters of you. Target location and become empowered. Cooldown 10 seconds. How often does this generate the fragment thing? Creates a fragment on your presence every 4 seconds. So you can attack like once every 4 seconds because you need the fragment divinity in order to not consume it cooldown or not to have the cooldown. 12% is pretty chunky, yeah. It's got decent base damage, right? 200 to 300 plus 100 to 200. It's a Mason disguise. They just put a pointy end on it.
Bunch of the fragments passing its cooldown. When fighting a boss,
So he already had these two
let a bunch of the
fragments down.
fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc,
He consumed 2 with one attack.
obliterating them.
He consumed another one, or it didn't consume. Dude. See, we could... Guys, you know what we could do? We could play our companion build. We could equip the all minion type scepter, and then I can go around I could go around with my little angelic leap with my bear and my 2 other bears. No cooldown with the fragment. Yeah, it bypasses the cooldown. It's still the 2-second attack time. He changed the shoe mid-announcement. That's kind of funny. Wait, did that happen in the middle of the Q&A? Or just in the middle of the announcement? It's just recorded on 2 different days, right? I think is all that is. Unless it happened in the middle of the Q&A. During like the break. That would have been kind of funny. Do you think Monk with the new Ascendancy will be super buffed? Monk with the new Ascendancy? I don't know, man. I don't know. New Ascendancy, I'm not too sure about. There's a lot of nodes we haven't seen on it, and some of the nodes do seem decent to start with. Get another new hidden Ascendancy. It'll definitely be Chonk, right? For sure. The spare will be good for single target. The pairs will give it clear. Yeah, except we'll have 2 different builds pulling in different directions, right? So I don't know about that.
But not least, we have a new unique jewel.
This is so broken. Just
Voices.
auto-include.
Voices is simple. It consumes 1 jewel slot to add more.
We just need to figure out how to instantly go straight to doing simulacrum and printing these jewels, right? Even the 2 jewel socket ones will sell for big money early, surely, right? No downside's crazy? No, it's just straight upside. It's just insane.
There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or
no opportunity just makes this feel like a tax. I mean, it's not a tax. You just put it on and you get additional jewel sockets. It's just pure upside. All forms of the voice will sell at all times. Yeah, which I imagine the 3 jewel and the 4 pat. The 4 jewel is gonna be like a 1 passive. The 3 jewel is gonna be like a 3 passive voices. I bet both those are gonna be much rarer than the baseline version.
one with 4 jewel slots.
It's limited to
Equip
1.
it,
You can't
and
do
notice the
multiple.
slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center.
That's disgusting, man.
One of the things we are concerned about is how long it
Every
takes
single
for
build loses?
experienced
Yep.
players to replay through the game in each new league.
I like this.
As we learned from Path of
Adding more things to like kind of point you in the right direction to go. Less going into dead ends. ES stacking is never like better than yeah, and they buffed you can literally force ES onto like any jewel if you have a jewel that already has good suffixes or whatever. You do more than 1? No, it's limited to 1. You can only do 1.
One of
That's
the things that can
auto-include.
really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for. We'll cover just one example per act for acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these. For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters.
Waiting for the Lance build file. I don't even know how that system's going to work yet. I think they said they were going to like... We'll figure out how that stuff works soon enough. I'm guessing there will be like support added via POB. Like they'll have to figure out how to make it so you can generate a build file or whatever to share via PoE. PoE will export to the format, yeah.
Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now, after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil. You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell.
It's already documented. There
You'll
we go.
notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss.
That definitely will be nice for people that want to follow builds for sure. And I'm looking forward to it because I think it's also going to help with getting less random questions if they have the in-game support for it. Right? If you have the build file, people just use that. There'll probably be less random little questions about what do I do at this point type of thing.
We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village. In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the Lightless Caverns and track down the Abyssal.
People still ask, let me cope.
Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you right to their lair, allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls.
Well of Souls.
In Act 3, the jungle areas have camps of explorer distress. Now they will be much easier to find.
That's a much better highlighting feature. Cool, cool.
There are multiple maps. Hitting enter will move you from map to map. Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides.
Online build guides. Classic. Classic, classic, classic.
Pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds. But we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client. Here's how it works. Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate.
Even GG prefers Mobalytics over Max Roll? I think they showcased Max Roll. That was one of the ones I was scrolling through. They also showcased PoE Ninja.
Ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well. For items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot, or if needed, just add some notes to the item slot.
As much life as you can on this and some resistances as you can. This will help you die less than I do. Holy! It's a Zizzarin guide!
To say what kind of item you need. In fact, build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain different trade-offs in context, or just give more info about how these things should be used.
Both are bad and should be shunned, to be honest. Gilda with the very advanced takes. I think that build creators should not get any additional funding for putting in time and effort to make their guides more easy to understand. Like you guys, you have to understand, like a site like Mobalytics or Maxroll or whatever you want to pick, there's other sites too. If they say, hey, I will pay you money to put your build on my site, that's going to be incentive for the build creator to put more time into making the guide better, which is overall just better for the end user experience, right? You'll get a more in-depth guide if that's what you need.
They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time. Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level. Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format.
Yep, they probably will. Now the site doesn't allow PoE links. I think the majority of them have PoE links. I guess I don't know what. I know for sure Maxroll and Mobalytics both support PUB links.
Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we added the ability to enable and disable each
Price
mod
checker.
so you can see what effect each one has.
Dude, this was actually really surprising. I was not expecting this at all. The build follow along thing or the price checker. This was crazy actually. I was not expecting this in the reveal at all. Mark's helping teach people the price check. Yeah, he's like explaining don't search for every single mod because you're gonna make your search too limited.
On the price. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for
I'll still use Awaken PoE trade. Yeah, how what's the functionality here and how wait, I gotta rewatch it again real quick here. Hold on.
build tools will be updated to add support for this format. Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market.
So it'll pull it up like this, and then you have to manually click this. This would still be. I guess if it's like a unique, it'll be pretty fast. But I think Awaken PoE trade will still probably be a faster methodology for it, right? He has Mage Blood equipped, by the way. Wait, does he actually in this clip? Shut up.
Be updated to add support for this format. Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily.
Oh my word, he does have Mage Blood equipped. Dude, what? Look at that belt, guys. That could be us. That could be us in the future. That's a good look. That's a good looking belt right there. Zoom in. Let's get some enhancement. Let's get some enhancement. Enhance. Enhance. Oops. Can I not click this to scroll over? I can. All right. Enhance. Further. Two straps equal 2 flasks confirmed. Or the power of the belt and whatever this needle thing injects power straight into our veins. Gold charm stonks. Yeah, this is a stone charm or thawing charm and a fire charm. It probably has like 12 mods or something. Which is why it would be a divine sync. Yeah, the part where it's the divine sync is kind of makes you question like what's the mod table or what the things it can roll are. What's the slot next to that? This thing? Is this in game? I mean, this is where you'd have like a trinket, thieves trinket in PoE 1. Does trinkets exist in PoE 2? Does this exist currently in the game? It doesn't, right? That's not a thing. So you guys think that this, whatever this is, could be because of this thing? You think that's from the Mage Blood? The tattoo thingy, +1 charm. You think they're adding support for getting more than 3 charms? Is that the ring outlier? If you have a third ring, the third ring goes here. Left side, there's an empty thingy. What are you talking about? Left side, there's an empty thingy. What do you mean? The background of the slot, though. What do you... Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying the background kind of looks like a ring. I'm following. I'm following. You're saying that like right here is kind of like a ring. I mean, it's kind of like this, right? It's an apple. Got too much like dust on my screen. It is not an apple. It's like it's more like a heart, if anything. It's a thief's trinket. It's heist. What does an empty charm slot look like? No circle in it. There's no circle. It's cookie dough. No, you guys are cooked. That is mage blood though.
Control Alt
that is
clicking an
mage
item
blood.
will now search for it on the trade market.
That is legit a thieves trinket icon. Okay, let me log into regular PoE to see if a thieves trinket icon looks like that. Well, you are kind of right though, aren't you? Actually, it does kind of look that. That is kind of the shape of a thieves trinket, isn't it? Do I have a character with a thieves trinket? Holy, time to find out. Nope. Let's check a different level 100. What about you? Do you have a thieves trinket? Nope. The tornado guy? I don't think I grabbed the trinket on this guy. I ran heist till I got... Oh, no, I do. I mean, yeah. Yeah, no, that kind of matches. Hold on. How do I do a second one? Let's open up a second one. No, that didn't open a second one. I wanted to open up two, but it is pretty much the same. Yeah, no, that's identical. Edit in paint? No, I mean, it's the same. You can see the outline here, right? Heist linked. I don't think that's the
Showing
takeaway,
you
guys.
Control.
You think that's the takeaway? Is that the heist is getting leaked from this? Check the empty charm slots. We already looked at the empty charm slots. It doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like that. That shadow is the outline of the of the trinket, right? Which is not the same. These slots do not look like that. They don't have the shadow outline. We need to check when the mage was not equipped. You mean other times they had the character window open? I don't think they had this slot at any of the other times.
Alt clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the
We
current
got bamboozled by the
prices.
sword. I'm allowed to get
For
bamboozled
rare
on this?
items,
Yeah, maybe.
it's handy to exclude some mods. So we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price.
Nice.
Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Return of the Ancients.
Hear me out. What's the purple aura? You telling me on the footage here they looked like they had a purple aura?
Control Alt clicking an item will now search for
You're talking about this right here?
it on the trade market.
Hold on, that's a good point.
Control Alt click.
What is that effect? MTX? You guys think it's MTX?
Clicking an item will now
That's a curse? No. Curses more look like a like kind of like symbols on the floor. Do you think the charms are active? Do charms even look like that when they get active? This is Arcane Surge. What charms does he have? He has a Thawing. And he has one of the fire charms. Let me grab one of the fire charms in game and we'll see what that looks like. Can I buy these from like Act 1 or anything? I don't even remember. Buy or sell. Do you sell charms at all? Act 2 probably. I think they sell them in Act 2. Let's check. Act 2 town. The amulet is Zoff's.
Young one. Oh, right. Of course.
Not the right charms. Not the right charms. Can I gamble the correct charms? I don't think Mage World will do anything with charms since they're trash. Well, some of them aren't. Some of them are extremely strong. The for example, the beast charms, for example. The onslaught charm, yeah, there's an onslaught charm. I don't think it's permanent charms either, to be clear. I'm sorry. Is this a portal I opened from however long ago? What? That just stays open? There's never... Is that a thing in PoE? That the instance just lasted forever?
What have you learned?
Technology? Wait, what? The hell's going on here?
Hey? What have you learned? If you move swiftly,
How can I help? Good luck.
Okay, where's the person I can actually buy stuff from? You? Can you sell me stuff? Alright, I'm just gonna manually go buy a charm. Why is it open? I have no idea. What charm do I need? Antidote, Stone Chain, Ruby Charm, right? You take fire damage from a hit. I'm gonna put this on. The goal right now is just to see if... Where's fire damage? I just want to see if the charm procs, if it looks like any of this stuff. Fire damage, honestly, is in the first zone of the game, isn't it? Like, don't the witches, like, literally proc some explosions? I think. That's Fizz. It's like literally like a fire explosion, you sure? Okay, where's one of those witches? Can you turn off the spinning thing? That's my Arcane Surge. Dude, usually every time I run through here, there's the stupid witches. There, okay, there we go. I proc the charm, but it didn't look like anything happened. Okay, so it does not look like that. Right? I think we can confirm that the whatever this is not the charm. Might be the new ward stuff. Wouldn't there be like a little question mark if there was though? That might just be from his offs. You want me to check his offs? Check his offs real quick. Enemies in presence have -25. Yeah, it could be his offs, right? Could be representing that maybe. Yep, that's offs. That's what it is. Mystery solved, boys. Mystery solved. That is an effect from Zoffs. Confirmed. Told you, smartest chatter. Chat got it right. Oh, let's not. Come on. Most people in chat had no idea, okay? One guy was like, maybe it's this, and he got lucky, okay? Let's not kid ourselves here.
I'll search for it on the...
It's not the Mage Blood, though. I don't think Mage Blood's going to be Charms. I mean, it could be Charms.
The trademark.
I don't think it's going to be.
Showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to...
I could see it having, like, a very large range of rolls that could occur. Clearly in the footage there, he doesn't have, like, any permanent shrine, so it's not, like, going to be a shrine type of thing. You had it right, don't be rude. Okay, relax. But what else would it do, though? Some sort of permanent benefits. Or some passive benefits that has a wide roll range, guys. I think it'll give you like 2 random utility flasks from PoE 1. I mean, like, it could do something like that. It could roll a range of possible benefit combinations together. Maybe it does the same thing that the new monk does for gloves, but for charms. Extra damage based on charm equip? Nah, it's not gonna just be generic damage. It's gonna be speed, guys. It's gonna be speed, I think. Whatever it gives, it's gonna be speed related.
So we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs.
What's your take on martial artist? I'm not too interested in doing like a channeling skill or the bell, to be honest. The glove node seems decent. The rune node seems okay. And then there's a lot of nodes we don't know about it. I'm not too excited one way or another on it.
For Return of the Ancients. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Blood Reaver and Divinity packs. Each tier...
No, it's just the supporter packs. Do you think Divine Sync could be a double decimal point mod affix? Whatever it is, it has to have a large roll range. My guess is it's going to be a combination thing. Like let's put it this way. Let's say it's not going to be this, but let's say it could roll a Quicksilver flask, a Granite flask, a Silver flask. Like you go through all the list of flasks, there's like 15 of them. And let's say you're divining to get a combination of 2 of the flasks you want. Something like that. That's sort of like, I think the reason it's going to be a lot of divines is I think it's going to have a selection of a lot of like solid benefits, some much better than others, and you're trying to roll for like a combination that's hard to get together type of thing. High range rolls? Yeah, I mean it's either high range rolls or some sort of combination or a mixture of both. Either way, he referenced it as being hard to divine, so it has to be something related to that. Could be like a Forbidden Shaco? Yeah, it could be like a Forbidden Shaco. Shaco's range is insane, right? All the support gems and the levels of the support gems. Like Screams of Flask, yeah, that sort of like concept. Can be like rolling seeds on a timeless jewel? Yeah. I mean, we're going to find out soon enough, eventually. 3 weeks from now. Probably longer, because it's not going to be data mined, and it might take a while before somebody finds one. But we're going to find out. We're going to find out. 3 weeks and 3 days. Yep. It's going to be a long time. All right, guys. Is there anything else we should look at for PoE 2 stuff? Is there anything else we should look at before we go back to playing Blight? Because there's no way I'm doing practice leveling for 3 weeks. I will lose my mind if I start doing practice leveling for 3 weeks. Playing the game? Yeah, playing the game as in PoE 1. You'll be the first to spoon one? I doubt it, but that would be pretty cool. Time to practice? No. Burn out before a new league? Yeah, I think that's what happens. I think you'd burn out before a new league if you start practicing now. Are people doing practice runs? Actually, out of curiosity, I'm just gonna check because I am kind of curious. If I look at the Path of Exile 2 category, are there people doing practice runs? Or is it mostly people just watching like VODs and stuff? VOD watcher. Not a snitch. Okay, so Connor has something that he's excited about, but he's worried GGG's gonna nerf him again because he slept with one of the devs' wives or something. But that is not a real thing, so he should be fine. This guy's practicing. I think there's actually quite a few people practicing. Yo, what the hell, man? That's crazy. I don't think that's us, though. I don't think that's us, though. Logol is practicing before the real? That's diabolical. Practicing before the real is crazy. I think I'm down to practice like a week before when we get patch notes. And then I'm like, okay, I'm excited to play this. But to practice prior to that, nah, man, I think I'll just be depressed. It'll make me want to not play the game or something. Only after patch notes? Yeah, I think that's the angle. I think it's an only after patch notes. Wait, somebody said there was a... Did we watch the Destin interview? Somebody said there's a Destin interview with Jonathan. "23 hours ago." So there was one. Did we watch that? 8-hour speed run? Oh, I don't know about speed running. I'm gonna run a monk before start. Ain't no way. That's gone. Jonathan said he's playing that. You think you're protected just because Jonathan said he's playing that? You think you're safe? I got news for you, buddy. No one's safe. Listen, the nerfs, they can hit everybody. Imagine practicing with a skill that's getting reworked or nuked. Yeah, before we have patch notes, they haven't even like really said too much about what's getting nerfed. Like they referenced of the things they referenced. Pull out the bingo. Of the things they referenced cast on create comments. Did they reference anything else? I don't think they did. I mean, they referenced nuking the snake. They didn't really talk about skill balance like at all, I feel like. They didn't post a single item with gem levels? Yeah, but they just posted uniques, and uniques mostly don't have gem levels anyways. I need to like relook at the Q&A. They mentioned it at some point, right? Where they talked about gem levels, like they very briefly kind of mentioned it. It was one of the first questions Ziggy asked, I'm pretty sure. Just one more thing. One more thing. I'm just gonna look this real quick. Just real quick. It was at the very start, I'm pretty sure, of the Q&A.
We just had a teaser for Return of the Ancients expansion and its complete overhaul to just every single thing in the endgame, complete endgame
No,
never
it just
really
wasn't.
planned.
It just isn't something that we can do in that short amount of time. So it's going to have to be the next one before we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the druid and the huntress beforehand.
Exactly.
Right?
So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like this. Like probably the mistake we made was having
Barring yourself as far as
right.
design is concerned. Like,
and it's not like we're not working. What the main focus is going between O5
recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last acts in.
ZD has timestamps? Does it? Oh, it does. 37 minutes. Wait, I thought it was early on, but I guess this is like, this thing is 2.5 hours. So technically 37 minutes in is kind of early on.
Yeah.
Right at the start, dude. I was gonna start clicking through like every minute here until I got all okay. It's a good thing you told me to go look at the timestamps. All right. Let's listen. What does he say?
Plus skills is often brought up as something that's has a very high level of impact on your gearing choices and can feel for some, I think, a bit restrictive as just because it's so much stronger than other
We did have a big conversation about that. I can't remember what we finally decided on there.
Yeah, it's one of those dexterity-like conversations.
Yeah.
I feel like every time they talk about dexterity, they talk about not changing anything because they can't decide on a solution, right?
I think we are trimming a few levels off the top.
Yeah, that's right.
Or more so.
Yeah.
More so, we're trimming some off the top and moving some of it up so that there's still a high-level mod. But doing that for the weapon.
Trimming some off the top and moving it up. So does that basically mean if you have, let's say, a +5 wand, now the highest roll is +4? And then the +1 mod you don't see until like, let's say Act 2 when you'd normally be able to see a +2 type of thing.
Mods. But like there's more to do here, for sure. I would say that given the like this league in particular, like I remember we started it and we were like, here's all the things that we've discussed we need to fix, we need to do all this, and then it was like, oh, and here's the like 8,000 other balance runes and crafting systems and everything we want to do and new classes, and it was like new versus existing having a bit of a conflict, and we were so I wouldn't say we got to do as much of the balance fix up to a lot of the stuff we've discussed previous that we wanted to do here, but as you were talking about at the start of the Q&A, like that is and what Jonathan said is that is a lot of what we want to do, while we have the team making the acts. Like that's a different kind of balance. We don't have, They
really just need to add a way to get flat damage outside of gem levels. Yeah, diversify the pools a bit, pull away. Like, I mean, part of it's just like +5 on a single affix is just so insane, and it's also like not necessary. Because I feel like the damage you can get right now with the gem level scaling is just, it trivializes, giga trivializes the current scaling of Endgame. Like, you don't necessarily even need the +5 and the +3 on your amulet and the +2 on your focus or whatever. They did add flat spell damage on Rings to Breach. Did you actually see that anywhere? Or are you making that up, Soul Smato? Because right now the way PoE 2 works is none of the skills have effectiveness. None of the spell skills have effectiveness, which is what you would need for flat to make sense. They would have to go back and retroactively add effectiveness to all the spells. They just have gain damage is what they have. They mentioned it when talking about the tree. They said specifically flat damage, or did they mention like gain damage? Because that would be they'd have to add effectiveness scaling to all the different spells, right? If they were gonna add flat somewhere, like actual flat. There aren't that many skills in the game. I mean, that's true. There's a decent amount though. Okay, so it sounds like gem levels are getting nerfed, but not by a lot. I guess we'll find out with the patch notes. Hey, 3 weeks is a long time for them to decide to nerf it more or less. 3 weeks is a long time for them to decide to nerf it more or less. Interesting times. Interesting times. They said they add custom mods for rings for casters on Breach Tree because there's many for attack and none for caster. Well, I think that's just in terms of like, that doesn't mean they're adding flat damage. That just, like, I know what you're talking about when they said that. I think that just means like if you look at rings right now, there are mods that give damage to attacks, but there's not mods that give damage to minions or to spells. Like, and they showcased a clip. One of the clips had spell damage, like increased spell damage or increased minion offering buff effect or whatever, right? I think they just mean the affix pool. Like, these mods are damage mods for attack builds, but there's no damage mod for like a spell build. There's no, I guess there's just cast speed, and that's pretty much just it, right? If anything gets nerfed, I'm blaming you. Why blame me? What did I do? I mean, come on, guys. We can all be honest. The gem level stuff, it's gotta go. It's just a bit ridiculous, right? It's just a bit ridiculous. Give us mana leech for spells and affix. Tell us this degree is just boring. Yeah, it's just crazy, right? I still remember, like, when I found out that the weapons could roll up to +5, my brain was like, oh, I couldn't get that mod again. It warps your whole gearing around it, essentially. I think Dreamcore made a pretty decent video on it at one point with the gem level stuff, which... Oh, wait, yeah, it's literally this video right here. 3 major changes, and he's crossing out the +X. Yeah, but he was talking about this too, I think. Oh, wait, this is a recent video. The new Dreamcore video. This is a today video.
Hello guys, welcome to another video, and this one I'm going to be talking about some major takeaways from the Q&A that came out from the reveal, just after the reveal yesterday. Of course, we've had the...
So he's going to talk about, yeah, leech, defense changes. All right, let's watch.
Huge
Let's
reveal
enjoy.
for patch 0.5 for part of XL2, and it was
Leech was
seriously
hidden.
a huge reveal. There was...
Does it say hidden? He says hidden in the Q&A, just saying, hey, you know that 2.5-hour Q&A that you went to sleep because it was taking too long? Here's some stuff from it, I think.
Just so much information jam-packed into that one live stream reveal there, and basically just information overload. And then to follow up that, we had a very long Q&A as well with tons of information. So if you're one of those people who have just watched the reveal, maybe you haven't watched the Q&A yet, or perhaps you were waiting for, you know, some major takeaways from that Q&A. In this video, I'm just going to be discussing 3 really big changes that are actually coming up in the upcoming patch in 0.5 that they've actually confirmed to be coming in this patch. And there's a few extra things tucked away in the Q&A as well, where they kind of discussed very hot topics and talked about their philosophy on those, which we'll also get onto towards the end of this video. So let's get straight into it with skill gem level modifiers. This was one of the earlier questions that Ziggy D asked Jonathan and Mark in that Q&A, and they had a little bit to say about this one. They basically said that they've discussed this internally, and they are going to do some changes in this patch, but they kind of alluded to the fact that there's not that much balance going on in this upcoming update, and they're not really too happy with the exact state of things going forward here.
I'm calling it's going to literally just be +5 becomes +4. The way they're talking about it, they're like, it's going to be a trim, it's going to be slightly lower. I think it's going to be a +5 becomes a +4 situation, and it's still the same situation pretty much.
And there is a bit of a gap here between 0.5 and patch 1.0, which we already know is coming at the end of the year. It's probably going to be launching in December, and that gap is going to be used primarily for kind of getting the things that are currently in the game in the right place. They said that they're less interested in kind of looking towards adding new content, and more focused on actually balancing the current state of the game and all of the things that are already in the game. And on the topic of skill gem level modifiers, Mark said that basically in this upcoming patch in 0.5, they're going to make some changes where they are bringing the top end of those modifiers down, and then they're shifting the modifiers up in tiers. So
it doesn't change anything about how you scale. If you nuke the gem level modifiers, it starts to free up the ability to do other things. Like, for example, I don't feel like I can ever use a weapon that doesn't say plus levels because of how strong that stat is the crux of the issue. Is your entire gearing warps around you need the plus levels or the item is bad type of thing. Overall, taking out the plus levels is going to just be largely a big nerf, right? To like caster builds or whatever, or some attack builds, depending on how important the gem level scaling is for them. But I don't think that's even a bad thing. I feel like we have overtuned damage anyways. So,
for example, here's a list of the gem level modifiers that you can get on a
like just a
crossbow,
win.
which is a two-handed martial weapon. And you've got, the very low-level gem level modifier there at level 2, begins appearing at item level 2 for +2 gem levels, and we scale all the way up to a level 81 minimum.
Unless they compensate the base spell damage on the game, gems itself. That I think is a separate issue of like let's say you decide you're gonna say, I'm gonna play a cold Sork, and you start on Act 1 with no gem levels, and you have like, what skills do you even get that early? Like the Ice Nova? Like the base level damage of some of like these spells is absolutely horrific and not good enough to be like a skill you can even use out the gate. Like that's just a balance issue separate of the gem level stuff, I think. Of like how bad some things are early on. Only play spells, minions without plus levels. Isn't that overall a PoE problem? That's not a thing in PoE 1. PoE 1, you have like alternatives. Gem levels is one of the go-tos, but you also have things like Archmage. You also have things like Battle Mage. You also have skills like Spellslinger isn't particularly good, but it is a way to get base damage. You have other like ways to go about getting your base damage. You have alternatives to it.
Modifier for +7 gem levels, and you can see that the weighting here with these red.
And there's the other part of like, how do I put this? In PoE 1, I could have a wand that says +1 and doesn't have good percent damage, and I can beat that weapon with another wand that has like okay percent damage, and maybe it also has crit chance and it's technically a better weapon. In PoE 2, if you just have like the +3 affix or a +4 affix, no matter what other good stats you find on a weapon, it's not going to compete with the gem level item because it's just so much concentrated power on one affix. That's like the situation. And only +2. Yeah, it's a limit of +2, and they're separate affixes. They're not smashed into one affix. Yo, Cuz, appreciate the quiz. Appreciate the prime, man.
Circles, it goes down. So it's much, much harder to actually get these high gem level modifiers when you're, rolling normally for modifier types. But of course, there is the perfect essence of battle, which did get nerfed last league down to +5 gem levels on these two-handed martial weapons. But even at +5 gem levels, that's enough with a good weapon to do all of the content in the game, or at least it was in the previous patch. And we'll have to wait and see exactly how hard the new content is going to be, but I assume it's probably going to be still enough in the upcoming patch.
The next patch, bossing is going to be... I'm thinking it'll be quite a bit harder with the... If you can double boss and then possess the boss and add some of like a lot of these extra things, powerful boss. I'm hoping that we're going to get a decent amount of scaling. Like you have the Hilda scaling, you have the new bosses. Hopefully there's a higher difficulty across the board.
What Mark says here is that they're going to lower these top-end modifiers for less gem levels, and then they're going to shift all of these up. Now, what I think this means is that we're probably not going to see +7 on two-handers anymore. I think the maximum...
So they just need to make weapon stats increase from 100-ish to 300% to compensate. Okay, yes, that would make it more competitive with the plus gem levels, but the thing is, let's say you start doing that. Let's say you start making your weapon be able to roll 300% damage. That makes every node on the tree less valuable. The tree is already, like, horrific value compared to your gear, and that would just exacerbate that issue even more. Like, it's way easier, I think, you just freaking, there's no reason this needs to roll up to +7. Like, +2, should be like the top line of this. I don't know. I just think it's just a ridiculous amount of power on one affix.
Will be +6 or probably more likely +5.
Is Shaman good for bossing?
So what I expect to see here is
we did bossing with the
this
Shaman
+2 level of
the bear
projectile
build
skills here, for example, on this crossbow, would be changed to a +1 level modifier at item level 2, and then the +3 would be +2, and then you'd have +3. This one would probably be changed to a non-variable +4. And then the highest level modifier, which is currently +7, will likely go down to +5. And that will mean that the perfect essence of battle will have to be nerfed again. So this currently provides 5 gem levels, and I expect in the new patch this will probably be changed to +3 levels, maybe +4, but I think they kind of want to make it so that...
I'm all down for +2 being the top, yeah. I mean, we'll see how much they trim it by. I'm guessing they're going to trim it by a level or 2. Like, I think Dreamcore's prediction here of it going to +5 is a pretty reasonable thought, based on how they were talking about trimming a little bit off the top, 1 to 2 levels off the top. But I think we're gonna need more. It'll be another topic the next Q&A before the 1.0 release type of thing.
This is still very rare to get, even if it's at +5, and so they don't really want the perfect essence of battle there to be, very close to that. So it will probably go down to +3. It may be the case that they've lowered the top modifier only to 6, just to see how that works. But I think that is not that much of a change.
I disagree, but I'm not a masochist. I like things easy, so I get your point of view. I don't think I'm necessarily being a masochist. I think a lot of Wait, you guys think I'm a masochist? I don't know, man. I feel like a part of the game being fun is there being some level of challenge to feel like you succeeded at something. Like right now, having the game for spellcasters be get the plus level item, then win, is a pretty sad situation. You did play Blight? I wanted to play Blight. It sounded like fun. I'm all for challenge, but I think just make it terribly difficult to get the higher gem levels. Terribly difficult. So just like a cost type of thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I like that per se. It's being really boring or an RNG Fiesta gear wise. Yeah. Cause it's just like your item entire identity is tied to that one affix. I have friends that think PoE 2 is too hard and should be made easier. I would think if you're talking about friends that aren't even completing the campaign, the gem level thing isn't actually too relevant for them. Because if you're talking about just going through the campaign, you're not really getting a gem level item for the most part anyways. I guess you could do what, I forget who said it earlier, but said they got a +2 staff and they had to use it through the entire campaign. Because it was just the best thing they found, and the +2 just couldn't get beaten with whatever mods they were finding. The difficulty of the campaign, I don't think is necessarily the issue right now. I think it's just the gem level thing is more when you're talking about after the campaign. Because you're not really getting the plus level items in the campaign. Maybe you get a +1 amulet here or there. Maybe you get a +1 wand or +2 wand, but you're not really getting the more egregious modifiers. Have the gamers saying get good? How what games be made easier? It's like conflict of interest of different people. I'm theory kind of with a new cold mace. It actually seems to be worth despite the no plus levels. I don't think attack builds have it as bad as spell builds, Jekko. It also has like, so gem levels are a way of getting essentially like your base damage right, and that mace has a large amount of base damage you can get via your mana, right? The gem level problem I think is way more prevalent if you're playing caster builds. I think they have a much bigger issue with it. You catch my Jeff, ride the short bus to GG camp. I get a little bit what you're saying, Varix. I'm guessing right now, based on that interview, it sounds like they're just going to trim 1 to 2 levels, and it's ultimately going to be not too different next patch.
And I think people will be kind of hungry for a bigger change there, so perhaps it will go down a couple of gem levels. Overall, I think that this is...
The F are we supposed to do is just 12% damage on the tree? We get flat damage for the gem levels? We need more sources of more damage? Yeah. I mean, they have a very tiny amount of gain damage on the tree. And that's kind of about it. And that's also like just a tree problem right now, is it's
going to have a little bit of impact in terms of player power level, you know, for build kind of...
Oh no, scuba? Why are you guys typing scuba? We need scuba? What's scuba? What is scuba? Is scuba a degenerate emote, guys? I'm not adding it. If it's a degenerate emote, I'm not adding it. What is scuba? It's just a cat. All right, sure. I'll give you guys your cat. That's, I guess, going from side to side. There you go. Congratulations. I don't get it. What is? Unk doesn't know scuba? What am I supposed to... Why would I know that? Why would I know what this is? What are you guys expecting from me? It's a beatboxing cat? Is that what it is? Can we also have Belka? Okay, no, I'm not adding... I got bullied into one emote so far. I'm not doing it anymore. Out of touch with the Twitch emote meta? Yeah, I don't know the Twitch emote meta. Gazi-wide when? Probably never. Just remove it after the Fub Gunners leave. They'll report me to the hierarchy of Fub Gun. Fub Gun, what are you playing? What's the scoop? What's the situation? Looking at all the new stuff. And why is it Lightning Arrow Deadeye? Where's the patch notes? The patch notes is freaking 3 weeks away, man. The patch notes is 3 weeks away. Question: what are people? 2 weeks? It's not. Is it 2 weeks? Okay, I guess it is like 2 weeks, but still. Fubgun, are you gonna do practice runs for 2 weeks? I personally am about to log back into Tai League and play some more Blind Occultist. What are you gonna do for 2 weeks before patch notes? What's your plan? Are you planning to stream every day? Are you planning to do this 3 weeks between the reveal stream and the actual league is diabolical. Such a long time. Bow characters are gonna get super slammed. Well, if they don't nerf the bow damage, the bow characters will one-shot the boss, right? Maybe GG's coming down with the nerf hammer on all the high DPS things. The build guide and the reveal said so. He's gonna play bows. Someone should have a medical coma service 2 weeks. The PoE players customers base would be insane. Just a way to skip forward in time. Blood Mage salute? Nah, Blood Mage got... Well, they didn't like, they just said that the cast on crit's going capiche, right? I don't think the Blood Mage is gonna be looking so hot after this next patch. I think the Blood Mage is in danger. Leech changes too? Yeah, leech changes. Yeah, leech changes. That's literally in this Dreamcore video. He's talking about leech changes over here. We're all gonna start elemental spells, all ethical. I kind of don't know. I'm gonna play Vampire Survivors Crawler. I got all the achievements for Hades too. Good luck, dude. That sounds like a decent idea. Play a different game for 2 weeks in the meantime.
Power level.
That's gonna be me with
output,
PoE 2.
This is gonna have an impact.
Or not PoE 2.
But
PoE
the
1.
general kind
play
of
Blight.
problem that this is causing with, you know, what gear you actually choose and what gear you.
You know the funny thing that I think is gonna actually end up happening from this? Okay, they're gonna nerf the gem levels, which is something that the player base wants. But the end result is caster builds are just gonna be weaker than they were previously. And attack builds are gonna be kind of fine because they weren't as dependent on gem levels. What do you guys think? That's what I think is gonna happen. I think caster builds are just gonna be 20% weaker, and then and they're not gonna have anything compensating. Probably for the best though. Honestly,
feel like you can't.
The damage numbers
more
need to tone
specifically
down.
things like
Nerfs
unique weapons
are necessary.
That's not really going to have a huge impact because you're still going to want a crossbow that has +3 or +4 gem level.
Caster's already horrible without meta gems. Yeah, and they're nuking cast on crit too, right? The trigger skills are seen. The trigger skills are about to get snapped. Weaker, you tell us ES will go up to 50k? Well, yeah, I think ES will be higher. I'm just saying caster builds as a whole, their DPS scaling is completely tied to that gem level. They nerf the gem level, then their damage is going to go down. It's still going to probably be overkill for all the content in the game, but I'm just saying as a funny aside.
Because that's still a huge amount of damage compared to a lot of these, unique crossbow options, or even just generally any unique weapon type options, which don't have those gem level modifiers, and they're just generally not as strong. With that,
basically any unique weapon, essentially. Did they change anything about infusions? They felt so trash. They didn't mention infusions at all. Well, yeah, I don't think they really did. They maybe mentioned Archon at one point in the Q&A with in terms of changing some tree stuff. My guess is infusions are still going to be basically what they were last patch. I doubt they got any attention at all in this dev cycle. There was a rune for an extra infusion. I don't think that's going to make infusions not bad, though.
Said though, there is a thing in this patch where you're able to upgrade unique weapons into a endgame version. We saw that in the reveal. So perhaps some of those will be able to compete with crafted weapons going forward. Now, next up in the list of changes in the Q&A there is defense changes, specifically armor and evasion defense changes. So they discussed how they found out in their internal testing that players basically were not having anywhere near as much defense as they thought they would be having in sort of mid to late game builds. And there was a lot of different reasoning for that. Mark said that it could be the fact that a lot of the nodes on the tree.
He basically went out and said the player base is bad at the game. That's what Mark said, I'm pretty sure. Word for word, bar for bar, he was like, you guys suck at making builds. That's what he said. I went around and I looked at your guys' defenses, and they were trash. I decided, you know what, you guys need a little bit of help with this. Because, quite frankly, you're not getting it done.
Where you kind of want to invest into, armor or evasion scaling are just bad. He said that they're bad options and often a waste of your points, which means that you don't spec into them, so your actual scaling in terms of your...
If everyone's playing the game wrong, it's not the players. It's the players' fault. Well, that's part of the, he kind of said that, but he also was like, okay, I'm obviously going to add a bunch of things to try to support this more, right? I'm not a build maker. You are, Lance. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't point the finger at me. I am innocent.
Evasion and armor totals is going to be lower than what they would expect because they did expect people to kind of invest into those a little bit more.
Dude, yeah, okay. Aside from this, I still can't believe Mark was like, I don't like life nodes on tree. I thought that was a Jonathan take. Did anyone else know prior to that answer that Mark was also a life node on tree hater? That was surprising to me. I was like, what the hell? I need to find out who's the dev that could fight for life on the tree. We need to get that guy to find his voice.
and they said that just wasn't the case, that wasn't happening. And so their plan is to improve the amount of armor and evasion you'll be able to get on an average character build by boosting the base types for those particular stats. So beginning around Act 3, you will start to see higher base types providing more of those defenses, and that will scale through towards the end game.
Ward will fix that? I don't have the faith that you have. No life on the tree, remove ES for the tree. For whatever reason, I guess he also thinks ES is the same as armor and evasion. It's a weird situation.
Game. So even if you're not investing in, as much armor and evasion scaling, or perhaps you have the same amount of scaling as you did before.
Life on the tree equals a noob trap? That is a take. So let me get this straight. You're telling me the Deadeye players who don't click a single life node are actually the best build makers because they understand the genius level strategy of not clicking any defense. Because it's a noob trap. What? This is because I got raided by Fubgun. Surely some Deadeye player from Fubgun's chat's out here being like, life is a noob trap.
You'll still have a higher amount of base defenses.
Oh, like this.
And they want to kind of lean into that a little bit more to be able to enable pure armor or pure evasion or hybrid builds. They also went on to mention that they are nerfing some things around the recovery of Energy Shield. So Energy Shield currently, they're still not very happy with how the recovery is working there, specifically in terms of recharge. I think it's a little bit too strong. So they're going to be nerfing some things.
Yeah, recharge is actually pretty good on ES in this game. The thing is, though, I think I want to try to look into, I think they have, like, Zealot's Oath, like, PoE 1 Zealot's Oath is on Soul Tether. I think I kind of want to look into that, if I can figure out how to get some freaking base percent regen. I feel like that would be a good time.
There wasn't any specifics to exactly what they're nerfing there. They just said that they weren't very happy with the recovery, and there's going to be some changes there. And then Mark went into this huge run where he just went off on, all of the different defensive mechanisms and things like that. Very big run, got lots of different things in there. So one of the things he mentioned to begin with there is deflection. Talks about how the deflection stat is currently too rewarding on a low investment and not rewarding enough on a high investment. So that is something that they'd like to change. Didn't get a confirmation there as to whether that's changing in this patch or in a future patch, but I guess if he said it in the Q&A, he probably wants to try and get it into 0.5. Then he talks about armor applying to elemental damage, and he said how he'd like to see more of that on the tree in different places, so not just isolated to the strength area, but more of it kind of spread out, likely on the armor energy shield section of the tree, and also through to the armor evasion section of the tree, just more access in general. And Mark also kind of talked about the armor evasion hybrid nodes, said that they were a bit too conditional. He thought that they're most of the time not really worth investing into. So he wants to kind of improve the ability to actually use, hybrid armor evasion.
If they do improve the hybrid nodes, that'll be kind of nice for Tactician and some of those hybrid scaling options, right? Like the Witch Hunter also has sorcery ward, right? I'm going to stack a load of mana with the new mace and get 33% mom to make the mana act as extra HP. Why stop at 33 mom? Why not go to 100? And then you can click CI. I guess because then you'll have a stun problem, but you could do like charms or whatever. Isn't armor just kind of bad as a hybrid because of how the calculation works? It's okay. I did a hybrid setup with armor, energy shield, with the divine shield keystone or whatever, and I got to 20k armor with I don't know, 10, 13,000 ES, something like that. And that felt pretty decently tanky, but I think one of the biggest issues with armor is it's just a decent amount of investment. It's only kind of okay into admitting getting small and medium hits, and heavy hits it's very bad against. So your max hit with armor builds just isn't great a lot of the times. Whereas ES works on both small and big hits, right? Because the more ES you get, the more small hits you can take in a row, and the bigger your max hit is, right? 3 weeks is pain, 3 weeks is pain.
Gear pieces and actually spec into that as a full defensive archetype. So there's going to be some general buffs there. And he also went on to discuss how hybrid evasion energy shield builds are so much stronger than pure evasion. The example he gave there was a character with 1,000 energy.
He referenced the ghost dance thing, right? Guys, those of you who stuck around for FumGo chat, he's talking about you guys. He's talking about you guys. He sees you guys run around with your 2k life and your 1k ES and your 20 to 30,000 evasion. He sees you guys. He knows you're there. He says, what was his wording? He was acting like he said it was like 10 times worth or something. I don't know. Your little 1k ES evasion ghost dance layer, it's in danger. I'm just saying, it's in danger.
Shield and then some evasion scaling with Ghost Dance compared to a character with just pure evasion scaling, saying how it's just so much stronger than that other option there of just going pure evasion. And he alluded...
I'm sorry for getting 1.5 thousand blue life instead of 150 red life. Sue me. Dude. Surely by 1.0, they'll be like, all right, you guys are right. ES is life, and it's a little bit stupid. You can get 10x of it. We gotta go for the 50k ES setup, guys. We gotta push the numbers, okay? We gotta say, look at this. GGG, is this not insane? It'll be in 2.0. Maybe by 1.0, we'll convince them that ES is broken.
To some Ghost Dance nerfs there, but nothing too specific. Lastly, in that run,
make
Mark
it ridiculous.
Talked about...
Yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to get a setup that just perfectly tanks everything while being AFK type of thing. That's what we need.
Armor energy shield builds, and he said that this is actually the highest death rate. I think he said over 300% more deaths are on armor energy shield comparatively to any other defensive archetype. So that is kind of interesting to think.
Imagine they use that as a reason and they buff ES as a result. The armor energy shield.
Think about, I guess, in the last patch, we did kind of have a bit more of an introduction of this archetype, so perhaps there was a lot of experimentation going on with, the different shape-shifting builds and things like that. Of course, we had the Druid. So perhaps part of it is
Don't joke about that's what's going to happen. And I'm not joking. I think that's a very possible thing. I think buffing life on the tree and nerfing damage in general is a lot more important than nerfing ES. I think all three of those things are important. I think it's just a balanced thing of making the tree a more interesting situation about choosing what you're going to do. All three of those things I think are necessary, but
Mark just said there's going to be some more global buffs here to that defensive. Nothing too specific, but more kind of global buffs to allow people to actually invest into that defensive setup a little bit more. Now, after the huge kind of defensive run that Mark went on there, they actually moved on to another topic, and this is another big takeaway from this Q&A, which is something really big that's changing in this upcoming patch, and that is Leech. Leech is getting nerfed big time in this.
Do you have any idea if Suppress will ever be added to PoE 2? That's what Deflection is. Deflection is like a worse version of Suppress, but it's kind of a similar idea of damage reduction for spells. What color scheme did Ward have? It was like a question mark with like a light blue, whitish gray coloring to it. It also looked like it had like a permanent sustain, like it started regenerating instantly when hit. There's a good chance Ward might be quite strong.
And Leech, they discussed it quite a bit there. It's become really problematic in PoE 2. Initially, when they moved from the PoE 1 system to PoE 2, they ditched the PoE 1 system because they thought it was a little bit too complex.
Well, the Leech change nuked the Blood Mage.
Too many things going on there. And PoE 1 system does have a lot of stats and kind of weird scaling going on. But PoE 2 system has posed its own problems over time. And the way how Leech currently works in PoE 2 is that you basically deal a hit of damage. And then, you know, based on that damage type, the monster then takes damage, and you have a leech percentage. So, for example, you could have a percentage of your physical damage, which you leech, or it could be a percentage of your elemental damage or chaos damage. And based on your
leech nerf equals mana problems. It's the, I mean, the leech nerf is more targeting like the, it's more like for capping the egregious. If you have insane damage, you have insane recovery, right? It's to counteract that, I think, right? It's more just capping out for, like, the blood mage, for example, started dealing so much damage, and the leech was 1-to-1 scaling, like it was scaling with that ridiculousness, right? And they're essentially just capping that so it doesn't keep going up or keep raising your recovery to have more damage.
Damage type that the monster actually takes, you then leech that percentage over 1 second. And you can have any number of leech stacks active at once, but leech is immediately removed when the actual resource that it's recovering is completely topped off, unless you have some kind of overleech.
I hate arbitrary number caps in RPGs. Same with the dot cap. Do you think that's an arbitrary number that they just picked 35 mil for no reason? That is a take.
Leech modifier. Now, there's also something else going on there with leech, which is the leech resistance on monsters, which is a kind of hidden stat that players can't actually see. Mark talks about that a little bit, saying how they kind of put that in there in the first place to have
Why not 36,
situations
though?
where, you know, you're hitting...
It's the arbitrary number they chose, 35.7, whatever. Adrenaline, how you doing, man? Oh no, the dot cap game, yeah, it's about to enter an interesting conversation, right? They rolled dice and that's just what they came up with, yeah.
Maybe 10 or 20 white monsters at once with one hit. They wanted to make it so that that was kind of comparable to hitting a single rare monster or maybe a unique, so you got, you know, roughly the same leech.
Everyone gets a bad take in every
overall
once
has
in every
become
10
a bit
chat
problematic
messages.
in PoE too, because you can essentially abuse this.
How do you guys feel about that? New rule. You get to have one bad take in every 10 messages, but if you have 2 bad takes in 10 messages, believe it or not, jail. Thoughts? Zargi he's proposed a new rule of law. You get one bad take per 10 messages. That's the ratio we're going for now. Might as well just ban me now. I only have good takes, then you should be fine. Then you should be safe. D4 classes are better than Chonk. Get him out. Get him out.
System on really, really high-end builds to just get near infinite recovery. You can recover way, way too much because you deal so much damage and have so much damage output, just consistent damage output, that you just immediately top off your life bar or your ES or whatever kind of recovery you're having. Just every single frame, you know, any damage you take, you'd immediately top off back to full. So they're going to be changing leech in this patch, and how it's going to work now is that there's only going to be one active leech source at a time, and that's whatever the highest source is. So let's say you deal, you know, 10 or 20 hits in the space of 1 second. Only the highest instance of leech will recover at any one time. And if this works anything like any of the similar mechanics in PoE 1, all of the leech instances will still exist on your character, but only the highest one will actually recover at a...
So they're also kind of hitting any builds that like hit really fast then, right? So it's not just capping out the giga damage people. It's also kind of cooking anyone that has like a bunch of small hits. Like builds that have like rapid fire stuff going on. You want life on hit instead? Yeah. I don't know if did they mention they were taking out instant leech as well or something? The leech cap is arbitrary, right? The leech cap is arbitrary. That we don't even know what the number is, Zarky. But they're just trying to figure out a way to balance leech where it's not just a mechanic that you just put a little bit of invest into it and all of a sudden your recovery is solved. We'll see what their solution ends up being. We'll freaking find out. I'm getting like I think the obvious example they were referencing was Blood Mage. Like, you ever see the Blood Mage characters, like the way they work, they just get essentially all their life back instantaneously at all times, right? It's just, that's what they were referencing. That's what they were trying to balance. Who freaking knows if they'll succeed at doing that or not? Leech is weird. Yeah, Leech is a thing. All right. I feel like it wouldn't be too bad for them to do it like Leech having some baseline percentage of your life it can be limited to recovering. Like PoE 1 is what, 10% or 20% you get per second at your initial investment, then you can scale that more. But there's like so many different like stats they have to it, which is why it's super convoluted and why they're trying to get away from that. But then they just tied it to damage, which means it could just scale too high. I'm worried they're going to wreck mana recovery. How many people have Leech as your solution for mana recovery? I haven't played a ton of attack builds in PoE 2. Is that pretty mandatory for PoE 2 attack builds? Is mana leech like all of your mana sustain essentially? All attack builds? Really, it's just every single one basically needs it. There are workarounds. I mean, there's blood magic, right? But if you're like a ranger, you're nowhere near blood magic. If you're a warrior, you're kind of close to it, right? All warriors have it since X2. The only workaround was being a shaman with 140 mana regen for your rage. Yeah, you know what? Now that you mention it, I did play an attack build last patch, and I was a shaman, and I invested into I did invest into mana regen for the rage, anyways. But I might have also still been blood magic as well. Actually, I can't freaking remember. Because attack skills with gem levels, their base mana cost still gets kind of insane. I think they did nerf like the mana scaling cost, but it's still kind of crazy. They need to make mana less crap in PoE 2. Dude, I swear, it all ties back to the gem levels, man. The gem levels also like have ridiculous levels mana cost scaling, but then you're like, it's so much damage that you force it in. All roads lead back to the gem level problem, I swear.
The time. So as soon as that highest one drops off, as soon as it expires, the next highest one will then replace it, and so on and so forth. Now, to add to that, they're also going to be adding a cap on the damage that Leech will actually consider. So at some point, you will have so much damage that adding more damage will not mean more recovery. There will be a cap placed on it. We don't know what this cap is going to.
It's a dangerous word to say, the cap. People hate that word, apparently. Zargi's, he's fuming right now. Oh, he said the word cap. I'm about to break something. Instead of mana, we have Runic Ward now. Don't worry, that'll solve everything. Runic Ward? I mean, Runic Ward, I feel like there's a good chance Runic Ward is really strong, guys. Like the footage they showed very briefly of Runic Ward. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Let me find it. Find the footage. Find the footage. Like it seemed like it had some like sort of baseline percentage recovery or something. Percentage regen. Like when he got hit by the monkey, it was like instantly recovering, right? I'll show it real quick here. Pull this
Each tier
up.
contains the...
Let me find where he's fighting the monkey. I will find the footage. Just gotta look around for the question mark on the health bar. Okay, it was earlier, right? It was earlier. It was earlier. It was earlier. How early was the question mark on the health bar? Okay, I'm getting... Yep. Oh, footage. Hold on. Monkey, check. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Runic Ward is a new resource that protects you from death.
Okay.
Should you run out of life,
He gets hit for this amount of ward. Let's say This is 25% of your life pool or 25% of your ward pool. Doesn't have any numbers with it, right?
Your runic
1
ward will
1,000,
kick
2
in,
1,000, 3
sustaining your
1,000,
body
4
until you-
1,000. Like, let's say in this scenario he's regenning 7% of his ward per second. Like if that's not any investment, if that's just like the baseline, like that's a good amount. If you can scale the ward to be a decent number. I think somebody said they saw ward like increase generic stat on like amulets, and maybe you can roll it on jewels potentially with some of the currencies they're adding. I was wondering how it's going to work for runic ward supports. To me, it just seems like it has some generic regen based on like this clip. That's what it looks like to me.
Your runic ward
Like
will
it's just
kick in.
instant. It's not like ward in PoE 1 where it has like, oh, it's just gone, and then and if you go 2 seconds without taking damage, it recovers. He has Flask. He has Olroths in this clip. I don't think he uses it.
Sustaining your
He doesn't use it. That's just the ward just recovering.
body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage
to CI, ES, the bunch of ward. I don't think it's a swap for CI. Maybe I'm a little bit cooked on that front, but like ward I feel like might be an option where it's like you don't necessarily have a great location on the tree for ES. Low base EHP, yeah, it's kind of what I feel like. I think it's, my guess is it's probably still going to be weaker than ES, but maybe you can scale a decent number on it and then it has like good recovery built into it type of thing. See how characters lose their one life? They don't survive now with ward? No, you would survive. Ward is after all your HP is gone.
effectively
Like when he gets
acts as an
hit right
extra
here,
life pool. Of course,
he has no life, right? When he gets hit.
Your
He lost his life. It's after the CI. Maybe. I'm trying to think. Maybe it's a scenario where you could pair some of the bypass stuff. Like, for example, this node has 5% bypass. And you could actually use CI with this node if you had ward behind it. Like let's say you had 500 ward and you have 5% bypass. Your ratio of like 500, 20x that would be like 10k or whatever. We're only lost when you get down to 1 HP and take more damage to the HP. Am I misinterpreting what they said about it? Hold on.
source that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your
says should you run out of life? I'm assuming that, yeah, if you're a CI, it would still go to the ward. $955, even 9,500 to 500, yeah. The question is, like, ward, you're trading your gear defenses. So, like, on an ES build, which is your raw EHP, you probably wouldn't necessarily want to do it. But it depends how much you give up. Like, when they showcase some of the items, like, for example, they showcase this thing, right? The before and after is 96.
Granting you runic ward. The power harnessed by
to 86. I mean, it lost 10% to get the runic ward. Like picture a 960 ES chess piece that goes to 860, but you get 300 ward with it, type of thing. I don't know if that's how that would actually translate. Can you have CI low life as well now? Can you have CI low life? Oh, there's this weird thing you can do. I'm trying to remember. Like didn't we do some like testing for this? Where there's like decimal partial degens you can create with like Berserk and stuff. I can't remember, but I think I tested some things with this. It was very weird. It's been a hot minute, but I think there was like a way for me to like force like some low life conditions or something. See how low life last patch was a thing? Yeah. I can't I think it was like was it Berserk? I feel like it was Berserk. Let me see, let me log in. Let me check Berserk. Berserk was like a percentage degen, I think. Da 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 da. Berserk is a spirit gem. Is the spirit gem Berserk? Yeah, lose 0.1%, and you could out sustain it with just a tiny little flat amount of recovery, right? And you could get permanent Berserk and stuff like that. You did it maybe Prada? Yeah, I think I was testing it with a CI setup for the bear. Does ward trigger when you're 1 HP or 0 HP is an interesting question. I think it says when you have 0 life, so I think it's after you go to 0. And like so now your death condition isn't 0 life, it's 0 life plus 0 ward type of thing. It's a weird situation. All right. Anywho, it's getting a little bit. Okay, it's not getting that late, but I think we will. I think we're gonna log back into PoE1 tomorrow. I don't know if they're gonna give us any more info until the patch notes. I kind of don't think they are. I don't have what it takes. I do not have what it takes to to do practice runs for 2 weeks before patch notes. So I think we're gonna call it here for the night, guys. And then tomorrow I'm gonna log in and we're gonna be playing Blight again in Tai Tai League because it's just Angorma's boot camp. No, I don't want to. I don't want to do PoE 2 practice leveling before we actually get details on what's happening. I feel like that's reasonable, right? I feel like that's fairly reasonable. Let's see who's streaming PoE 2. Who is streaming PoE 2? Well. Karn, is Karn actually practicing? Dude's crazy. He's doing a mace run right now. Dude, power to the people that are going to be doing mace runs for 2 weeks straight. I salute you, but I don't have what it takes. I'm going to be logging into PoE1 tomorrow and playing Blight. Anyways, I'll send you guys over to Karn because we did stream PoE2 stuff today, and tomorrow we'll be logging back into PoE1 stuff to chill. So enjoy Karn stream. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I'll probably make a recap video on my thoughts on the patch and stuff now that I've looked through everything in more detailed fashion. And yeah, I'll catch you guys all later. Have a good rest of your evenings, everybody. Enjoy Karn stream.
I mean, as I'm once again, I'm sure you'll probably remember. We're like, okay, the league that's after Christmas is never going to be the big one that has the thing, so therefore the